Fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once
I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Fucking Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Ugh. What up? How you doing? Damn, Ravenstein. What did your son do to deserve that? Jesus Christ, dude. Ilgi, don't worry. Take your sweet fucking time, dude. Don't worry about it. I got some stuff I want to get through first anyway, right? I was worried you wouldn't be here and you were still busy, and if that's the case, that's the case. Man. Right, before we start today, there are a few things I want to do, right? Obviously, I think I want to get better at being a streamer, obviously. I want to do this a little bit more... I wouldn't say professionally. I'm still going to be a fucking asshole no matter what. But I think I want to do things differently than the way I've been doing them, because I've been reflecting on what happened on Monday with the Vermintide stream with Mukluk, right? And I feel pretty bad for it, right? Usually, let's start here. Usually, if I'm going to fuck with someone, I plan ahead of time, right? I think about what I'm going to do for like days, right? And it's usually running in the back of my head for, God, I don't know how long, right? Because I think in parallel, like this is a weird thing I do. I don't know if it's normal. I'm pretty sure every other human being does this. But what I do generally is whatever I'm focusing on. What the fuck's wrong with my camera? Why is it so low? Jesus Christ. Let's just fix that quick. Ugh. Right. Usually, It's just that. Ah, hopefully that's a bit better. There we go. Right, and yes, I'm wearing one of those weird fucking snuggy things. It's freezing. Right. I've been thinking about that Vermintide stream on Monday. A lot. And I'm pretty disappointed in myself. And I'll tell you why. When I usually fuck with someone, or I choose to fuck with someone, what I do is I'll spend a lot of time, like a week or more, running a thought in the back of my head, figuring out how to fuck with people. But craft turned out to be bad. Oof. Oof. I thought it would actually be good. Man, shows what I know. So usually I'd spend like a good solid week beforehand trying to figure out how to fuck with someone. And I think on Monday, I crossed the line, but in the wrong way. If that makes sense, right? So if I've burned that bridge with Mukluk, I completely understand that that's 100% my fault, right? Because usually, if I'm going to fuck with someone, I'd like it to be like at least funny or entertaining. Something that makes you laugh. Something that'll get him to look back on and laugh later on. But I think I crossed the border from something that was borderline to just pure fucking annoying. And that irritates me personally. I've already done that, Saro. Don't you worry about that. But if I have burned that bridge, that's 100% my fault, right? And I think it comes down to the fact that I risk, like, if this is someone's job, if streaming is someone's job, the way it is for, like, what Benji does or what Mukluk does, I understand that they've built something. And I don't feel good kicking over their sandcastle. I just want to fuck with it a little bit, to the point where they can have a good time when they look back on it later. And I think in the future, if I'm ever doing like a collab or something with someone, or like I'm gonna be fucking with them or their community, I'm gonna either spend a lot more time preparing for it, or I'm not gonna fuck with them at all, right? Because I'm rather disappointed in myself with how low quality my fuckery was. And I genuinely feel it was more irritating than useful. How the hell did I get the idea? I've been wanting to play the Isle for a while, Iceback. And it's just Ilgi's got the time tonight because he's been working his ass off. And I'm going to tell you why. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you, Ravenstein. It was too blunt. It was annoying. It wasn't that entertaining. It was me dropping my pants and taking a shit on the table instead of me subtly fucking with someone. And I don't like that. So I'm pretty disappointed in myself for that. And I'd like to get better at doing that kind of stuff. As opposed to...
Hello, cunts!
What's up, Edward? Instead of doing that in the future the way I did that. But if I've burned that bridge, that's entirely my fault. So, I can't blame Mukluk if he never wants to deal with me ever again. Right? And I think part of me doing that, part of me crashing out like that, was down to what I've been dealing with for the last, I don't know, month and a half, 2 months. Right? That's where it comes from. That's weird, John Comp. Don't say that. So, I can finally now speak about all this legalese bullshit that I've been through. Right? And this has convinced me I think it was more like an edgy 16-year-old teenager. Yeah, but you see, I'm not an edgy 16-year-old teenager, Scourgefist. I could 100% understand someone who's like 19, 20, someone like that doing that. But if I'm going to fuck with someone, I like it to have some quality to it. That's been my issue. And I think part of the reason I crashed out so hard was because of all the shit I've been going through for about the last 2 months. So we're going to talk about that now. I'm going to tell you why I'm so fucking burned out. Why I've been like off tilt. I've not been in the right headspace. So, the legal side of all this shit is now settled, so I'm going to talk about it. So, I've explained this before, right? That I was raised essentially with two moms, right? One of my moms was obviously my biological mother, and then there was a woman I was raised alongside, a black woman who has been a part of my family since before I was born. Yeah, I'm going to have to rework my plan for the plushie as well, because I don't want it to be garish or verbose. I'd like it to be more subtle, if that makes sense. No. This is the thing, is I don't care if what I'm doing upsets other people, right? I don't care too much about someone, coming in and saying, oh, what you said was offensive, or some shit like that. That doesn't matter. It's the quality of the fuckery that matters to me. So, like I was saying, I was raised with basically two moms, right? My dad was pretty absent, aside from beating my ass every now and then. And this woman has been, this black woman was essentially my second mom. Whenever my mom had to work or do anything, she took care of me, right? My mom was basically the fire and flames in the household. Taught me to take no shit, to enjoy fucking with people, to not take anything personally, so on and so forth. And this woman the other woman was essentially the voice of reason a lot of the time, right? So she died of lung cancer in about 2017, right? And now obviously at this time I was beginning to move out. I was like getting different jobs. I was trying to pull my life back together after being homeless. And what's happened from there is that black woman who helped raise me had a daughter, right? And she's not, I don't want to be mean to her, she's not exactly the brightest spark in the world, right? And this is not me being mean. It's like, it was devastating to this woman who helped raise me to find out that her daughter was, that capture card isn't going to work, constant hum with it, got to return it to Walmart. Well, what, the Elgato 4K capture card? That's a weird one. I use it for my camera personally, and I don't have a problem with it. The AverMedia 4K card I've got, that I got secondhand, has never given me a single problem. My biggest problem with the capture card that I've had from AverMedia is that, me being a dumbass, I didn't install the software that gave me full access to its processing power. But anyway, so when I finally got my shit together, when I bought my little crack house and stuff, her daughter came to me and said, look, I want to work for you, right? And obviously I feel obliged to help this person. She's not a bad person. She's not that bright. And she was just battling to find a job. So she's employed by me, but she's not, it's mean to say, but she's not a necessity, if that makes sense, right? So I help her however she can, and she's got a kid of her own now, right? And her kid's been going through school, and he's been doing okay. He's not the brightest kid, but he's not a dumbass either. Kid's been getting like solid B's through school, so he's not a dumbass. Keep in mind, my country's like pass rate is like 33%, which is, yeah, welcome to the third world. So this year her son got into high school. And she asked me for help financially. So I helped her, right? I feel obliged to. Her mother helped raise me. And I feel like it would be unfair of me, or it just wouldn't be right of me not to do anything. So for the last 4 years or so, she's been working for me. Like, she does basic shit like cleaning stuff up, you know, laundry, stuff like that. I've given her a place to stay where I live in my crack house. Obviously, not everything's comfortable, but it's good enough, if that makes sense. It's good enough. I've obviously got my own family to take care of, so on and so forth. Now, for those who don't know, the woman who raised me, the reason she ended up in our life was during the apartheid era kind of time. She was part of a small village, and there were certain like borders and barriers set up between South Africa, other countries surrounding it, and within South Africa itself. And the way my mom ended up helping this woman, who then ended up working for her, and who kind of like said, I don't want to work for anyone else. I don't care if you don't even pay me. I trust you more than anyone else in the system, so on and so forth. So she ended up being employed by us, was because she one day came to my mother, and when my mother was leaving for South Africa, she was begging my mom for help, saying, look, I need help getting out of where I am currently, because my village wants to sell me off to like some 70 fucking year old man who's basically gonna like rape me into being his wife. And if I don't do it, they're gonna kill me. So my mom, being my mom at the time, was like, all right, bet. Threw in the boot of her car a shitty little Golf. I still remember it. It was a yellow Golf with furry seats. Terrible decision, but hey, it was the 80s. What do you expect? Pull a reverse Uno, sell the village. Yeah, that would have worked in the 1600s, Jimmy. Not right now. So she kind of escaped that village. Ended up employed. Ended up having a family, so on and so forth. And eventually she reconnected with that village. And obviously leadership in that village changed. Times changed. Or at least she thought they did. They accepted her back into that kind of community. And so she reconnected with them. She started, like, you know, rebuilding her family connections there. She introduced her daughter to them. Her daughter then, obviously, when she was older and had a kid, introduced her son to them, so on and so forth. Oh, well, I'll get to that, Scourgefist. Right? Recently, in the last few months, she came to me, like her daughter, obviously, who now works for me, came to me and was fucking hysterical, right? She's been scared to fucking death for a little while. And what's happened to her is her son is now graduating high school. And this is how fucking backwards these people are, is they see her son graduating high school as a betrayal of their culture. Right? They see it as, how dare he do this? He is turning into a white person. And therefore, we're going to have to do everything in our power to stop this from happening. So now the same village that the woman who raised me, bucket of crabs, essentially, yes, Sarah. So they've been sending her death threats. They've been doing a bunch of fucked up shit. And this is the thing about the blacks in my country, right? There are certain tribes and groups that well and truly deeply believe in black magic, right? I'm talking like Witch Doctor, Diablo 4 kind of shit. Diablo 3 kind of shit, right? And so they've been doing all these weird black magic rituals and shit. And then sending her videos of the stuff. And like, you know, threatening her and saying a bunch of fucked up stuff to her. And I've been trying to like calm her down. Keep her like rational and sensible. Right? I've been being like, look, this stuff's not real. You're fine. If this shit was gonna work, then how did your son even get to high school in the first place? He's got solid B's. He's not a stupid kid. He's doing real. He's doing real good. Right? Yes, Wojciech. No high school, but cell phones everywhere. I'm not kidding. This is a fucking thing, right? So her cousin, he's a good guy. He's obviously part of the village, but he's not a part of these black magic rituals. He phones me. And he lets me know, like, look, you need to keep her here, and you need to keep her safe. She can't return to the village because they want to kill her, right? Because they believe her son's turning into a white person, and that's just complete taboo in their culture, right? She doesn't want to do the traditional shit. He doesn't want to do the traditional shit. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second. Hold on. I'm going to be right back. So that was my wife just informing me that they're at it again, right? That they were at it again today, harassing her, you know, sending her fucked up videos of like weird black magic rituals and shit like that. And obviously I've been trying to keep her calm, sensible, being like, look, your kid's doing good. Your kid's, you know, he's doing okay. He's gonna make it through high school, which is going to make him actually employable. He just needs to keep pushing through. So, for the last 3 months, her kid's been doing pretty good. 2 or 3 months. I can't even remember the timeline anymore. So her cousin phones me about 2 months ago. And he starts telling me, look, I don't want to do this. I don't want to get you involved. But they are now talking about all their black magic shit is not working. And they believe it's because of me. Because I'm white, right? And according to their black magic shit, apparently white people are immune to black magic. Maybe it's because we know how to do basic math or something like that. But they consider white people immune to that shit. And so they see me now as an issue. And so for the last 2 to 3 months or so, I've been dealing with quite a few death threats from these people. Now, they're all the way in a different place, like a long way away from where I am. But I still have to take this shit seriously. And so, like, I've had to waste a bunch of time going to the police. I've had to waste a bunch of time dealing with courts, getting restrictions and restraining orders. I have more than one Scourgefist, don't you worry about that. I had a very nice, could they even get past the schizo neighbor? I don't know, but that's my first line of defense, is a crazy long-dicked white guy who wanders around the neighborhood in the middle of the night. I hear a loud bang, I know what's going down, right? So they started harassing me now in an attempt to get me to fire her. Because they truly believe that white people are immune to fucking black magic. So, had a conversation with a police officer. Did all the legal stuff. The police officer was actually pretty nice. He's a black guy who came from I heard the police officer story. He's like, look, I came from a village myself. I know exactly what the fuck's going on. And he's like, look, this is the easiest way to deal with it is if these people ever show up on your front door and stuff, you blow big fucking holes in them and you phone me, right? And I got his personal number and he was like, look, I'll come help you because these people are proving to be a threat and it's been months now. How does the justice system work there? Here in the time, it's pretty shitty when you get blackmailed like that. The judges can't do shit or just won't because it's a familiar thing. So I provided them with evidence, so it kind of forced their hand, nerdouche. Like if I had provided them with no evidence and I just went there and I was like, wah, boo-hoo, people are giving me death threats, they would have laughed me out of there, right? But I've got screenshots, I've got evidence, I've got fucking a bunch of shit that I had to provide to them. So that's restraining orders, some restriction thing. God, I can't even remember what it's called now. So that's been burning me the fuck out for the last month. And that's convinced me I want out of this fucking country. Right? This is not the first time I've dealt with this. But I got to think about my wife and kid. Right? I want to get the fuck out of here. And all, I don't even know what to call her anymore. I suppose my second mom's daughter, all she really wants in life is to watch her kid graduate and have a better life than what every single one of her family members is having currently. Unemployable, stuck in a village listening to a bunch of elders who want them to do fucked up shit, ruining their life. You sit in a fucking village all day. You don't have a job. You have to rely on everyone else. And so I want to get the fuck out of here. I'm done. I'm done. But the issue is, obviously, I don't want to leave this country and, I have to then, put my dogs down, abandon everything, and then try and rebuild from scratch in the US. So I'm trying to work my way towards the US, rather as an immigrant, rather than a refugee. I will go get fucking refugee status if it comes down to that shit. And I will get the fuck out if it comes down to that. But currently it's not bad enough that I'm just gonna up and leave everything. Because I've dealt with this shit before, but I do have to think about my family now. This has been occupying my mind for a good 2 months and making my life infinitely worse. And I think the culmination of that you've probably seen was how fucking sloppy and shitty and ill-planned my trolling of Mukluk was on Monday. Right? I was crashing out fucking hard. But that's not an excuse. That's if Mukluk never wants to deal with me again, that's 100% my fault. Just send them a link to your stream. Maybe they'll become fans. Yeah. No. Let me give them more information so they can use that against me. Fuck no, Khaldun. Is there a way to pay off the neighbor? Well, this is the thing, right? My neighborhood is not exactly what's known as the safest neighborhood. Hence why the affordable house that I could get a hold of was a crack house. There's a security detail that the entire community pitches in to pay that like patrols this area. They're aware of the situation now. The police are aware of the situation. I've done everything from a legalese perspective. And straight up I had a cop who was like, look, you got to take this seriously because some of these village blacks really do want to kill whites, right? They'll go out of their way to kill whites because they feel like, I don't know, white skin somehow is a deflecting barrier between their black magic and reality, which is, in an abstract sense, is fucking hilarious to me, right? How do you decide to go to America versus Europe? So let's take a look at this, Iceback. I could theoretically go to Europe. But think about the situation Europe is in. Europe, unfortunately, is liberal to the point that the people who are currently in control of Europe would laugh me right back into Africa. They'd put me back in the situation and say it's not our fucking problem. Right? America is offering a way out. America tends to be more friendly. I've been to the US before. Right? I quite like the US. As much as I might make jokes about Americans being fat and stupid and stuff like that, most Americans are actually pretty fun to be around. Right? I've been to the US and I've never actually...
If these retards could actually do magic, then maybe they wouldn't be unemployed.
Yeah, no, you're right. If they spent 10% of the time they did doing weird black magic rituals, just learning how to read, then yeah, this wouldn't be a problem. But that's not the situation, right? I've been to the US. This is the thing, is I've been to the US before. I've never had a bad interaction with anyone in the US, at least not from a race perspective. Anytime they tend to have a better sense of humor. In the EU, generally speaking, I tell them I'm a white South African, and I tend to get this look like I'm fucking Hitler, right? And I've been to the EU a bunch of times as well. So I would go to the EU. But my first choice of stops is the US. Right? EU will get you arrested for an edgy meme. That's right as well. If I moved to the UK, I'd be arrested on day one. You kidding me? The only people I'd be able to make jokes about if I went to the EU is white people. And I mean, there's a lot of, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of material there to work with. But I want to make fun of everyone. That's what I do. On a serious note, if you come to the state and buffing can help you, don't worry about that, dude. Don't worry about that, Jimmy. I'm more concerned with the idea that if I move to a different country, I'd like to be a contributing member of society in that country, if that makes sense. So I am working on, like, you know, potential job that I would get over there, moving my family there, like having an actual useful life over there. But as you can imagine, like, I've never felt this kind of fear before, if that makes sense. And I don't feel fear for myself. Look, I've dealt with death threats. I've dealt with black people wanting to kill me before. Obviously, this isn't like most blacks. I want you to understand that. Like 90% of black people I interact with on a daily basis are just normal fucking human beings. But it's that 1 in 10, right? And before this point in time in my life, didn't really bother me because it's like, oh, so what? I might die. But now I've got a family to think about. And that scared the bejesus out of me. Is that someone might come after my daughter or my wife. That scares the shit out of me. More than I thought it would. Problem is that you're too white for some of these people. I am. That's the problem. So that's convinced me. I'm gonna help this woman who's currently my employee, technically speaking. I'm gonna help her kid get his high school diploma, if for no other reason than the fact that I owe the woman who helped raise me, and out of pure spite for these fucking cunts who are sending me death threats and shit like that. But after that, I'm getting the fuck out. I'm going to do everything in my power to get to the US and actually be a contributing member of society. I want to bitch like an American. I want to cry about the price of a McDonald's burger. Can we trade you out for Elon? No. Though we should use Elon to get me there. I don't know how I'd do that. Suddenly I'm like the white version of the P. Diddy case. I bring all my tubs of Vaseline to Elon. And I'm in the US, but that's why I've been kind of fucked up for the last few months. And I think, and Monday was the ultimate point of the downward spiral. Which I quite heavily regret that this has fucked with my behavior. But if you're wondering why I've been fucking a little bit weird, a little bit off tilt, then that's exactly why. Right? So I'm going to leave it there. I am not going to talk about any of this again. Because I fucking hate rehashing any of this in my head. I hate this. How do I put this? I'm trying to relay information, but I don't want to sit here crying about it like I'm a victim, because I'm not a woman. Or at least I'm not a woman who streams, right? And I don't know if you've seen them, they get in their tight little bikini and cry about how bad life is. Because a guy online told them that they want to see their feet. I don't want to do that shit. So I'm going to drop this issue. There's obviously a lot more to it than what I've told you. But I don't want to harp on about this. Right? I want to leave it there. Maybe if something happens, there'll be some body cam footage of me blowing holes in someone who hops my fence, but that's about it. That's about it. It'll be in the Discord. And I'll be like, okay, fuck this, refugee status time. But until that happens, yeah, that's my plan for the future. Time for me to go sleep. Yeah, go get some sleep. I promise you the stream is not worth anything. It's not more valuable than anything you have to do in your life. Even the most minor things you have to do in your life are more valuable than the stream. So go live your life. You need sleep, you go get some fucking sleep. Don't do that bullshit. Don't fuck yourself over for nothing. I mean, how many do you need to blast? Well, based on the amount of phone numbers, I'd say it's about 5 or 6 so far. But it might be more. Who knows? Right? Luckily, I'll leave it on this. Luckily, I think all of this is just a harassment tactic by them. I don't think it's going to develop into something further. Because for them to travel from where they currently are situated to where I am would take money. And the thing is, all of these fucking people are unemployed as fuck. And that, by the way, is also their fault, my fault, apparently. I got a nice message from one of them telling me that white people like me are the reason why everything is wrong with Africa. I'm quoting here. So, I'm going to leave it there. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I don't want to handle this shit. I don't want to sit here crying, oh, boo-hoo, my life's so bad. Meh. No, I'm done. I'm done. And if anything further happens, maybe I'll say something. But it depends on, like, court proceedings and shit like that. But that's what I'm comfortable with revealing so far. How many people live in a village like that one? Just out of interest. So out of interest, a village of that size would be somewhere near... It would be a village and then there's a community within it. Because obviously it's grown over time. It used to be, back in the day, back in the 90s, according to the woman who raised me, it was like 100 people. Now it's more like it's an entire kind of like shanty town where there's like over 10,000 people, but the community size is about 200. So yeah, I do have to take that seriously. But let's move on. I'm fucking tired of this. I'm tired of this shit. I don't want to talk about it again. I want it to be over. And I'd rather do something useful with my fucking time. Or at least something useless with my time that isn't me sitting here crying about how bad life is. The thing I feel most bad about right now is probably what I did to Mukluk. But that's my problem, not yours. Time to get military-grade arms. Yeah, that's what I call my neighbor. Faith. That's literally what I'm gonna start calling my neighbor. That man's packing a cannon in his pants. I'm not gonna do BDO today. I have plans for BDO in the future. But I'm gonna tell you where I want to start today. Right? We're gonna start with some of the videos that have been in the requested. I want to do something useless. Listen to Braham whine. Fuck, you're confusing useless with suicidal, Rabenstein. Wasted redeem. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, you probably burned out all my free Tangier points, so yeah. That or Tangier was like, I don't like this. I don't like this message. I'm not going to send this through. And that's probably moderation from Tangier's side, and they decided they're not going to let that through. That's not my fault. This is not possible. White man's magic is too strong. You have no clue, Jimmy, how close to reality that message is that you just fucking tried to send. Right? You have no idea. But right, let's move on. I'm tired of this. I don't want to talk about it again. I don't want to deal with it any more than I already have to. This is all hopefully finalized by next week, Monday, and I can just move on. Let's get to some actual shit. Let's get to doing some actual fucking garbage. So, I had a bunch of videos lined up. We're going to start there. I need to look through the MMORPG category. And I think it's really funny. I noticed this when I was off stream.
All right, time to film Tyrion lesbians.
No, I don't know if I'll do Guild Wars 2 today. It depends on if Ilgi's ready or if he's got like only a few hours, then we'll switch over. But honestly, I'm quite enjoying the story of Living World Season 2. More than I thought. Like, all this vertical jumping and shit is not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I'm kind of glad I didn't get the mount and I got to experience those systems the way they were intended to be. But I do think it's funny, right, that Josh Strife Hayes is literally so popular that if you type in MMORPG, all of my suggestions are Josh Strife Hayes. How fucking insane is that? Jesus Christ. This man has gamed the system to a ridiculous degree. My God. Why do you get those search results? I think it's probably because every now and then I do watch Josh Strife Hayes' content. I mean, Jesus. I don't know how much I watch of his stuff. But he's got some good shit. Look, he's the consummate professional in this space. So what do you expect? Unlike Pirate Software, people overall like Josh. Yeah, I think, look, people like Josh because he's an actual professional about what he does. He doesn't do the smug contrarianism thing. And I think the biggest thing is Josh doesn't hold your disagreement of his stance against you. He might disagree and give you his side of it and his explanation, but he doesn't go out of his way to call you a used car salesman or an idiot or a moron or something like that, right? He's pretty chill, and I can respect that, right? He's not just built a brand, I think that's who he actually is as a person. And I think that's why it lines up so well. So, I have a few things lined up. You fuckers put some shit in the Discord here. You put some filthy shit in the Discord. All I see is anime tits. And we're gonna go from here. Right, we were talking about Google VO last time, I think. Not last time, before the stream before last time. You know what I fucking mean. So we'll go through these. Then I'm gonna take a look at what new MMORPGs are coming out. I think, the more I think about it, the one that's looking the best, that's gonna disappoint me the most, is probably Jimmy. You say he's an industry plant every single time, and I don't know whether he is or isn't, but I don't think it actually matters, right? You know, I'd actually be interested to see his numbers and whether he's fallen off after the whole WoW drama or not. Right, I wonder if there was like a nail in the coffin moment where things started tapering off, or whether he's perfectly fine. I'm willing to bet he's probably perfectly fine. Right? I mean, that guy's at heights that I'm never reaching anyway, so, well, what does it fucking matter? Well, we'll start here. Then I'm going to move towards looking for what new MMORPGs are coming out this year. I think the biggest one is probably going to be Chrono Odyssey. I know Dune is coming out soon. Want to play the shit out of that. I want to keep playing Guild Wars 2 because fuck it, I'm just enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm still trying to figure out. I still don't have an answer whether Living World Season 2 story is that good, or whether I'm still dealing with the trauma of the base game story, and by comparison and contrast, that makes Living World Seasons look that much better. If you want to play the Isle, what version are you interested in? Legacy? I have no idea. Ice back. It's literally my first time opening that game is going to be today. So let's start where no one wants to start. Let's start in the worst place possible. If this is going to be a dog shit stream, let's make it dog shit from the beginning. He got a ban. Let's catch you up on the history of this guy. Right? Let's give you a quick QRD. Super left commie streamer who monetized communism. Took more money away from communists than any other human being on the planet other than probably Stalin. Right? Started supporting terrorists. Started sucking terrorists off on stream. Right? Got into a huge spat. iDubbbz got involved. Did a content cop that no one liked. Made himself look like a fucking loser. Ethan, who has objectively fallen off from the days when he used to do really fun content, fucking piecemealed him and Hassan, made them both look like fucking morons, right? Ethan then had a debate with this guy, fucked him up again. Hassan then claimed victory over that debate, which was really funny. Social pressure on Twitch became so large that they had to ban him. So they banned him for a whole 24 hours. Incredible. Imagine being like, I suck off terrorists on stream, and plans like, Twitch is like, you can't do that, stop it. And then just bans him for 24 hours. And I don't know his streaming schedule, but apparently they banned him on the day he doesn't stream anyway, which I think is fucking hilarious. Right? And this is what pisses me off about all of this, is from my perspective, I think, personally, that Hassan, Hamas Piker, should be able to go on Twitch and say whatever the fuck he likes. And the standard that should apply on Twitch is the same standard set out in the US Constitution of freedom of speech. That's what I personally think. However, that's not the way Twitch moderates. Twitch moderates in a very left-leaning way. So he can say a bunch of shit, nothing bad happens to him. But anyone who says anything against him or takes the opposing opinion gets in deep shit on Twitch. And what pisses me off is I look at Twitch as it could quite literally be the ultimate streaming platform, but they keep fucking it up. It's not the platform's fault. What makes Twitch great is two things, right? It had first mover advantage, and it's you. It's all of you are what make Twitch the actual best platform to stream on currently, right? YouTube is a close second, and it's catching up. It's fucking catching up. It's rubbing its balls on Twitch's sleeping face. But the problem is the way Twitch is moderated, and it could really be the best streaming platform out there. That's why I stream on Twitch. I like Twitch as a platform. I like that I can say a bunch of shit, and they're not going to lose their mind at me, right? I quite literally have to keep all live streams unmonetized on YouTube, because I know the second any copyright music is accidentally played, or maybe an AI or something transcribes what I'm saying, takes a joke in the wrong way, that it might just shut down my ability to live stream at all. Hasn't happened yet, but that's a concern I have to live with. About the Europeans looking at you in a strange way, we just don't expect someone who doesn't do black magic to come from Africa. That's fair, goblins. That's 100% fair, you know? I mean, I can read, I can do math, I can drive a car, kind of. It's very odd. I know, it's like seeing a space alien come down, and it's wearing like a Mexican sombrero. And the alien just gets out and goes, "Hola, do you have any lawns I need to mow for you?" Must be real odd for Europeans. Okay, so let me explain what should be happening real quick with Twitch and a lot of these other sites. USA has something called Section 230. What this means is that if people do stuff on your platform, you as the platform are not held liable. Oh, okay, so I know what you're talking about. Is if they want to moderate the way they're moderating, they should be charged as a publisher and not as a platform. I know exactly what you're talking about when it comes to that, right? They should be, but think about it this way. More laws generally, more regulation and laws generally tend to be a bad idea because someone else is going to fuck it up along the way and manipulate those things like to their advantage.
And the worst I can say about Rose is the stream starts way too late.
That's fair, Ravenstein. That's fair. I'm trying to fix that. But hey, I've got a job and I've got a life, and I had legalese horse shit to deal with. Ideally, I would like to start streaming every day at 6 p.m. CET. But that's not happening. That's literally not happening yet. At some point, maybe, right? But that's the situation we're currently in. I am concerned that Twitch is going to be dead. Right? I've said this before. I've said this preemptively, and I had an argument with Iconic about this, and it turned out Iconic was right and I was wrong, that Twitch is still going to be around in 2025. I didn't think it would be. I didn't think it could get any worse, and he was right. I was wrong. But damn, do they keep shoving nails into this fucking coffin. So let's see what the new dog shit is before we move on, huh?
Welcome back, everybody, to your daily dose of drama. Now, it turns out Hassan has released a new video responding to his 24-hour ban, and this might be the single stupidest response I've ever seen. Like, I need whatever—
Let me see. He's going to gaslight, misinterpret, and then he's going to pretend that this was unfair. And then he's going to say at the end, but it doesn't matter, I won anyway, and then continue on going. Like he always does. He's never going to actually address any of the concerns. I've got to say this about Hassan. He's such a genius when it comes to responding to any criticisms, because he doesn't ever actually respond to the criticism. He just fucking dodges entirely. This man should be Neo in the fucking Matrix, because he's just dodging bullets non-stop. You know that scene? I don't know if anyone's watched that like comedy superhero movie where the guy's like, these are titanium blades, they can cut diamonds, and then the dragonfly turns around, it's like, Well, I'm not wearing any diamonds. That's exactly how Hassan's responses to any criticisms work. They don't make fucking sense. And somehow he gets away with them. God, I wish Sam Hyde would fight this guy. I would pay good money. I have never paid for one of those events, those fighting events. I would pay money to see that. I would pay money to see that shit.
He's smoking, man. He's
let's
in
see what's
another
up to.
universe. Now, we got a bunch of updates. Both Hassan and Asmongold are considering multi-streaming, potentially even on Twitter, which is interesting. Asmongold also reveals a secret about Hassan's...
Wait. Why would he stream on Twitter? Twitter is like the worst platform I can think to stream on currently. Because it's just not built for streaming. I'm doing raids. I can't help you. I can't help you, Super. I've got other plans tonight. I was supposed to be there with Fandral as well tonight, but I got other plans. I'm too burned out. Too fucked up. I'll have to, reorganize for next week, Thursday. Twitter supports 4K now. Okay. Have any of you actually watched a live stream on Twitter? Because the most I've seen out of live streaming on Twitter is those like spaces where a bunch of retards get into a group together and start pumping their weird fucking crypto token and talk about how, guys, it's not a scam. This is not a scam. And then like CoffeeZilla just appears like a demon summoned from hell and they all just run away. That's the closest I've seen to listening to any of the spaces on Twitter. So I don't know how it would work as a live streaming platform. The best opportunity I can see for Twitter being a live streaming platform is if they had a sub-platform linked to Twitter that then people are translated to off of Twitter. That's the only way I could see that working. But maybe I'm naive. I mean, what the fuck do I know? Never watched much of Asmon, but he didn't seem like the brightest light bulb to me. He's actually not bad. Eyes back. So here's the thing about Asmon and why so many people like him is he tries to give the most sensible take imaginable. And it's not about being intelligent. It's not about using high language. It's about the fact that he'll use base level language that a large amount of people can understand. And he's not giving these fucking wild takes like, I don't know, you should be able to put a hammer through a baby's head after it's born and shit like that. He's not doing that. He seems like... How do I explain this? Yeah, he's using basic logic and critical thinking, right? He doesn't need to be the brightest light bulb in the box. Yeah, he's sane. For the most part, he's sane, aside from the way he lives in his house, right? Here, let me... Let me put it to you this way. This is the best way I can think to describe this because I played way too much D&D when I was younger. Right? If we look at the alignment chart, right? If we look at these alignment charts, right? Asmongold seems somewhere between true neutral and lawful neutral. He seems to sit about there. Right? What's up, Axia? How you doing? I saw you followed earlier today when I was setting up. Hey, Fandral, how you doing, dude? I'm sorry I'm not going to be there for the raids tonight. That's my bad. My life's been a fucking nightmare. Thanks for the raid. One day I'll raid you. If you ever stream at like 10 in the morning. Right, so the way I see it, what I was saying is... Asmon seems to be somewhere between lawful neutral and true neutral, right? Someone like Hassan seems to be somewhere down here at chaotic evil, where nothing he does makes sense, and he seems to have this almost malicious intent for certain people, where he like hopes bad shit happen to people, if that makes sense. Is that making sense? Does that translate well, or is that like a bad take? I don't know. But that's my observation of the situation based on what I know. Asmon has a good functioning brain but does not shine as often as he should. He recently started drifting to one side. I don't know how he's drifting. Right? What do you mean he's drifting? You see, I haven't watched enough. I need to catch up on my Asmongold lore, to be honest. I don't know if he's had some wild fucking takes. The like last wild take I saw him have was honestly when he said that he feels like some people in the Middle East had like an inferior culture. And when I looked into that and saw the full context, I saw he wasn't actually talking about everyone in the Middle East or all these people. He was trying to talk about the terrorists. And he obviously fucked that up royally and then got kicked out of OTK for that. Asmongold is only a persona. You know what's really funny, Tango? I talked to my friend, like my real life friend, about Asmongold the other day. And he was like, I have no fucking idea who that is. And then I showed him one of the videos, and you know what he did? This was real fucked up. He was like, oh, I put this guy's videos on in the car when I'm driving. He couldn't recognize him by his face, but he knew his voice. Which I thought was so I thought that was so goddamn funny. Apparently he's watched like a bunch of Asmongold videos, but he can't recognize the guy's face. Because he just puts the videos on, like on his phone in his car, and like throws his phone into the like passenger seat and just listens to that shit. He cannot recognize Asmongold by face, but he can by voice. I was like, what the fuck, dude? You mean to tell me you know more about this guy than I do, and you don't even know what he looks like? What's wrong with you? Asmongold is good at representing what the average Joe thinks. Yes, that's exactly it, Cyro. That's actually exactly it. I even think that his dirty as fuck house is only for live streams and public appearance while he lives somewhere else. Maybe, maybe not. Here's the problem, Tango. The only way you would ever know whether what he's doing is real or not is if you know him on a personal level, right? The only thing we ever see is what's going on from behind a camera. And there are so many different ways to live your life that people don't actually know what the fuck's going on, right? So unless you know the dude personally, that's never happening to any of us, we can only speculate. That's the thing. He took the media releases of the president too much and apparently starts to believe in some of the media he consumes without reflection. I don't know, I'd need an example of that, Ravenstein, because I don't know, I've seen he's had some pretty reasonable takes. He doesn't seem like he's doing wild, crazy shit all the time. But let's continue.
Agency Night Media. Ethan from Ace3 continues dunking on Anissa Jomha and continues his beef with Taylor Lorenz, the disgrace.
All deeper, mommy. All deeper.
Seek Jesus. In fact, skip Jesus. Go up the line. Seek God directly. I think Jesus is gonna duck you after that one.
Raised hack journalist. Even more fighters from Creator Clash 3 are speaking out, and the event is in shambles. Alrighty, subscribe for 700k. Check out the Legendary series if you want to catch up with all the drama in case you're...
Oh my god.
Deeper, mommy.
Okay, well, I expect this from Sawman. Of course, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Listen, your Californian white girl, GF, that you're a replacement for because she's lonely. Right, that's understandable that you say that.
Left just gone nuts like 7 years ago.
Asmon didn't drift right. Whole left just gone nuts like 7 years ago. You know what's real weird about you saying that, Edward? When I grew up, it was the people on the right who were fucking insane, right? They were like blaming musicians for Satanism, and they were saying like video games were the devil, and they were saying like the whole next generation's fucked because we like Call of Duty, stuff like that. Like they were saying the wildest shit. They were saying stuff like bananas were designed by God, right? That, like that's the kind of fucking arguments they were making. And now it's on the other end of the spectrum, right? And I feel like at some point that pendulum's going to swing back, and we're gonna go back to these crazy fucking conservatives and shit, and no one's ever gonna believe that the left were the crazy people.
Every day we are further from God.
Yes, we fucking do. Especially after what Sawman just sent there. Jesus Christ. Let me explain something to you about simple image. What the fuck? Oh yeah, no, I've got that. That's actually set up to be one of my desktops in the future. No one's immune to propaganda. You know what the end of that quote actually is, Jimmy? The end of that quote is, and the more immune you think you are, the more vulnerable you are. That's the full quote. But let's continue.
Loss. Now grab your snacks and let's begin. Starting with this video by Hassan, he's made a video crying about his ban, and you can see he's loving it because he got 4 times the views of his normal videos. So he starts with this clip of him supposedly critically analyzing the shooter's manifesto.
Hello, if you're watching.
Is this... Okay, so obviously I'm out of the loop. Does this relate to that one dude who walked into a building, shot 2 people, and while he was being arrested screamed "Free Palestine"? Is that the guy? Is that what that relates to? I would assume so, because that was all over Twitter. Yes, it was that guy. I remember being confused when growing up about why people would be right-wing, because it just seemed like right-wing only meant negative things. Well, you see, I think that's part of what the media was doing, Iceback. The more I grew up, so when I was young, I did a lot of sports, so I got to like travel around the world a lot and compete in different places. I talked to like liberal people and I talked to conservative people, and I've explained this before, but this is generally the picture I tended to get, right? Is if we look at like a kind of spectrum, not the autistic one, that's mine, not theirs. If we look at this from like a spectrum perspective, let's say that this is
That's why most of the
moving
atheist
center.
community has smoothly transitioned to laughing at feminists woke and DEI.
That's why most of the atheists... Yes, okay, so the atheist stuff, I think everyone got burned out on that shit, right? There was a time in my life where I was a little edgy boy. I'm like, actually, God's not real, meh. And then like the more I learned in engineering, the more I was like, you know what, we as human beings know so fucking little about the universe that it would be hilarious to be so goddamn confident about anything, right? So if we look at the right wing, most of the right wing people I spoke to sit kind of about here, right? When I was a kid and I spoke to them, they were like, abortion's murder, we need to be fiscally conservative, we can't let a bunch of random people run around our country, so on and so forth. Most of the left-wing people I spoke to were kind of about here. They were like, women have a right to choose. We should be empathetic to the situations of lesser countries around us and let people into the country. And then there was this group here. And there was this group here. And these guys were fucking insane whenever I spoke to them. And these guys over here were also fucking insane. And the problem was, these 2 groups here in the middle shut the fuck up and don't say anything. Both of these groups here were like, I don't have time for political debate. I've got to go to my job. I've got to be a contributing member of society. I have a 401k to think about. I have a family to raise. I have to worry about my dad. My granddad is in hospital with cancer, right? These 2 groups don't really say much. But these 2 groups on the edges are fucking crazy and seem to dominate the like media kind of space. Things like, you know, Jesus is coming back tomorrow and he's gonna come fuck your ass, is all of these people over here. How dare you listen to metal music? And then these people over here are saying crazy shit like, we should take a baby that's just been born and chop its dick off and call it a girl. Right? And you can't have a rational conversation with these people because they just scream slurs and labels and shit at you. And you can't have a rational conversation with these people because they do the same and they're just screaming a different set of slurs and labels at you. And these 2 groups are like, yo, I don't have time for this. I got a job to do. Fuck off, dude. Just make me my goddamn coffee and let me move on with my day. That's traveling around the world. While I was like doing sports and competing while I was younger, these 2 groups say nothing. And funnily enough, these two groups can get along with each other, but these two are fucking insane. Man, they're crazy. And they make the most noise, so they get the most attention. That's the problem. Looks like the boobs of Pamela Anderson. What's this, plastic surgery number 5? Just about, I say. Basically, politics is retarded. Yes. It's the same thing with the atheist debate, right? For a while there, the whole atheism thing was popping the fuck off. This was like the early 2010s, and everyone was talking about how God isn't real and you're a fucking retard for believing in it and blah, 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 and all of this shit. But like, the more I went through engineering in university, the more I saw how little human beings could deal with things, how bad we are at like understanding reality on a fundamental level, the more I was like, you know what, maybe there is some fourth dimensional being that actually created us and we just happen to call it God. There is no certainty. There is zero fucking certainty. And I've noticed both of these groups have this problem where they need to like, fuck, how do I say this? They need to live in a world of definitive statements because they're so scared of the statement, I don't know, right? They're so terrified of that fucking statement. What's the Discord? I've searched everything I can think of but can't find it. What do you mean, what's the Discord? What, you want an invite link to my Discord? You want to earn your mentally ill badge? Here, just for you. Just for you. I will find it and link it in the chat just for you. And if it doesn't work, just for you. If it doesn't work, then it's not my problem. More seriously, I don't know why. Discord links are fucking nuts. Half the time they work, half the time they don't. Let's continue.
That means I just got banned. I covered the motives of the Israeli embassy staff shooter, which apparently, according to Twitch terms of service, dictates a suspension, even if I...
Oh my god. Improper handling of terrorist propaganda. This guy was basically pants around his ankles, offering his asshole up to these terrorists. What do you mean improper handling? Jesus Christ.
I critically examined the manifesto, which is precisely what I did. The reason why I read this is specifically so that you understand that, like, there is a shit ton of people that are like, no, this is the shooter's actions were directly about finding some Jewish victim to kill. Okay, it's deliberate. It's clear what his reasoning is. You don't have to agree with what he did, and I'm not urging you to.
Okay, genuine question to the audience. What does that even mean? You don't have to agree with what he did. I'm not urging you to. Who the fuck is agreeing with what the shooter did? Like, who are you talking?
Do you see what I mean? When he makes statements, they're so nebulous. They're so fucking strange and nebulous that they don't actually... He's not saying anything. No link showed up. That's weird. All right. Someone link Faith the Discord. Because it's not working. Where's Ilgi? God damn it, Ilgi. He's so good at this. This is almost like... It's like a skill he has, right? It's this, like, incredible skill that he somehow... Like, he can say things without saying anything. It's amazing.
To here. Do you actually have to tell your chat to not agree with the shooter? He murdered 2 innocent civilians in America. That's not helping the Palestinian cause. And I just love the way he says it. I'm not urging you to support the shooter, guys. I'm not urging you to. Please believe me, I'm not urging you to. The fact that you even have to say something like that is just absolutely insane. Anyways, in this next part, he somehow finds a way to defend the shooter, saying that, oh, the media should just report that he's mad about the violence in Gaza, as if that's somehow free reign to go shoot and murder people.
And I'm not urging you to, okay? I'm not saying that at all, but it is deliberate. Ask yourself why the media is not saying that the shooter did this because they were distraught with the violence that they had seen unfolded in Gaza.
Okay, so Hassan is mad that the media is not playing defense for the shooter. Dude, you can be distraught about the violence in Gaza and...
Wait, is the media not playing defense for the shooter? I would expect them to do that. I would genuinely expect them to be like, okay, well, the talking point is to either this is the worst thing on the planet, or actually it's justified. Those Jews do deserve a few bombs. That's what I expect of them. Honestly, I don't think there's a single media outlet that I can think of that doesn't take one of those two crazy, insane perspectives, either here or here. I've yet to see like someone who's not fucking nuts in the media. I tried to get on Twitch to get a link, but it's not in your info, and there's 2 minutes. I just sent it to you. It should show up. It's right there. I can see the message. I can see the message on YouTube, Faith.
Not shoot civilians in America. Like, how is that okay? Is that actually a controversial take, that you should not be shooting civilians? And then this guy wonders why he got banned, even though it's not really a ban, a 24-hour suspension, right? And it should have been a perma ban, right? Not
literally means nothing. Oh, 24 hours. Oh, thanks for the holiday.
even specifically for this, but for the open terrorist support, I find that much more bannable. But it's just no shock that this guy is running defense for the shooter, critically analyzing the manifesto, he says. Hassan couldn't critically analyze a tissue box. This guy can't even watch a YouTube video without his chair taking up half the airtime. Now, this next part, Hassan says the reason that he analyzed the manifesto was to dispel misinformation, as if this guy isn't like the leading proponent of misinformation and lies.
Okay, how would he... Okay, so I'm trying to think about this. I'm assuming he probably did like a live stream about dispelling information like the day or the second day after the shooting happened. So no one has all the information. How do you dispel this information? Like what how do you dispel a fucking crazy person whose entire objective was to go somewhere and kill people? Whether they're on the left or the right or whatever the fuck, I don't see how you can dispel information of a fucking psycho. How?
Now, the reason why I had critically examined the manifesto of the Israeli embassy staff shooter was because there was a lot of misinformation taking place, as is the case usually online whenever there's a breaking news story. This is what I do. A big part of what I do is holding people's hands through the news media process by allowing them to think critically and helping them understand media literacy.
Ah, yes, because people cannot think for themselves. You gotta have Hassan hold your hand and guide you to the right side, right? Because all of your opinions, anything that you came up with, that's completely wrong. You gotta have an educated intellectual, you know, somebody who's a Twitch streamer to come hold your hand and educate.
I'm gonna just say this. This is just personal opinion. But why does he do all this gay shit? Like when he wears stuff, what is this gay shit that's going on here? Like what the fuck? Why does he look like a like a caravan merchant from like 1200 BC porting copper down the Silk Road? I don't understand what the fuck is with all this jewelry and shit, dude.
Educate you throughout this conflict. Did you think that the shooting was a tragedy? Let me actually walk you through this, guys. Let me understand it for you because you're not media literate. Hassan is like the idiot translator, right? Before you look at any news, you gotta run it through the filter of Hassan, which is basically my side is correct and can do no wrong, and the other side is bad, which is basically terrorists equals good guys.
Jesus,
I'm supposed to be listening to Mr. I support the Houthis 10 toes down and believe they're doing a good thing.
He did say,
deeper. Mommy, oh, deeper. Mommy, oh, deeper.
God damn it, Saw Man. It's like you're trying to find the perfect voice to do that with. Trump didn't work as well as the previous one. I gotta be honest. It just doesn't have that, you know. If you're gonna go for Trump, you gotta be like, I've seen a lot of deeper mommies, but wow, this was a deep mommy, the deepest mommy, the best and greatest deepest mommy I've ever seen. Also good to see you, man.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
You can't be serious. How can anybody trust your coverage when you...
That's fucking insane. Like, the Houthis are like a verified terrorist organization in the US, right? They're like on an actual list somewhere.
portray terrorists as the good guys. And you wonder why you're losing viewership and everybody's turning
wait, there
against
it is.
you, and apparently all these slop tubers are turning against
I
you.
see it, Faith.
It's because you're completely unhinged. It is just insane to praise bloodthirsty murderers with no moral compass. Then he talks about the CNN clip with the ADL guy and basically tries to say that, you know, his rhetoric is not that extremist.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the...
Oh, this is the clip. This made me so mad. Oh, he stole it from me. That was today. Imagine how many gamers are out there, and Hassan is the one who gets called a gamer on live on TV. God damn it. In Polish, Hassan is similar to Hassam, which means to romp in English. Which is closer to romper. Nice. So basically, fucker.
New York Times doing a gauzy profile
Jesus.
a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
This is slander through and through. I do not apply awful genocidal language towards Jewish people.
That's a capachungus if I've ever...
I'm waiting for this guy to just show a clip where he's like saying, I don't know, some fucking horrific shit about Jews. I'm just waiting for him to follow it up with this clip.
Seen one, in my opinion. There's a lot of new people watching these videos, so let me just...
See, that's poorly edited. All he needed to do was find one clip of him saying bad shit about Jews. That's all he had to do, and he didn't do it. His argument against the Sanya could have been much stronger if he'd just done that.
Just read you back one of Hassan's classic lines, and then you can tell me if it's genocidal.
Oh wait, he's gonna... Okay, he's just yapping, and now he's gonna add it.
Hassan says, if you have ever exhibited any positive statements about the state of Israel any time in your life ever, you know, not now, just any time ever in your life, you should be treated like a neo-Nazi, ran off the streets, not even fit to be the local dog.
Didn't the Nazis hate the Jews? But you're a Nazi if you support the Jewish state of Israel. Huh? Did we slip timelines? And like Hitler and the Nazis were all Jewish? What? So who were they putting in the ovens then? Huh?
Dog walker.
Regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog.
So Ethan, the H3 guy who's a Jew, is a neo-Nazi. Oh man, fuck, no wonder he gets away with it. Anyone trying to like pull this together into something functional, they're not going to be able to do that.
Catcher, as Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, let me just break that down for you. Who has exhibited positive feelings about the state of Israel ever in their life? Jews. So just doing some simple maths there, a little bit of addition there. What kind of rhetoric is that, Hassan? When you say the Houthis deserve a Nobel Prize and their slogan is death to America, death to Israel, curse the Jews.
As it is implemented a genocide.
Is that actually their thing? Is that their like slogan? Death to America, death to Israel, death to the Jews? Man, that sounds pretty. That's pretty cut and dry. Man, that seems pretty straightforward about what they want. Man, I wish more people were like that. Honestly, I would make life so much easier if more people would like walked around with the slogan of what they really thought. Holy shit! But a chant. Okay, so it's a chant, not a slogan. USA made the list. Well, I mean, I suppose the US is suffering from success. That kind of makes sense, right? I mean, Okay, let's think of it this way. Let's say the most popular, like the biggest world power after World War II happened to be China, right? Instead of the US. Do you think like the Houthis would be like death to China? And the real question is, how do you think the Chinese would take that? Let me just. I think there's actually a video out there somewhere. So if you criticize China, right? I can only imagine that if you do that enough and you're the Houthis and you start bombing parts of China, I can only imagine that this is going to be the Chinese response to that.
16th, 1945, the United States...
We don't need that. I just imagine that's going to be the Chinese response. So I think they were pretty smart picking the US, who tries to have like a measured response to shit. Because I could just imagine if it was the Chinese that just wiped them off the fucking map and move on.
The only occupation the activists are fighting against is a 9-to-5 job.
That's fair. That's fair. You know what? I heard this thing. I can't remember who said it, but there was a guy who was like, the way I deal with activists is when I'm going to go speak at a university, I schedule my talks for 10 in the morning because no activists are awake at that time. They don't get up before 10. So like if I just schedule it early in the morning, then I don't have to deal with it. Which is that's pretty genius. That's brilliant. Fun thing, Hassan is literally on the same page with Russian propaganda. I'm not surprised. Trying to have a concentration camps for Muslims in their country. Don't forget. That's true. Do you think that's why Hassan will never take like an IRL trip to China? Because he'll just end up in the camp. The Chinese will be like, "You, I see you online. Get in camp. No, you don't leave now. No, don't leave. Re-educate first." I can just imagine some fucking Chinese politician just fucking this guy's life up. And he just comes out of China. And he's like, "China's the best country. Please don't take me back."
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And when you say you should not yield when people ask you about supporting Hamas, whose charter says they want to kill all the Jews.
There are going to be people...
Hold on. Take me back there. I want to see that. I want to read that.
They deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And when you say you should not yield when people ask you about supporting Hamas, whose charter says...
Hold on. In its founding charter, Hamas cites a particularly violent hadith as proof, I don't know what a hadith is, that Muslims need to fight and kill Jews. The hour of judgment shall not come until the Muslims fight the Jews. What is this, like Batman v Superman? And kill them, so that the Jews hide behind trees and stones. And each tree and stone will say, "O Muslim, O servant of Allah, there's a Jew behind me. Come and kill him." Except for Garkad tree. For it is the tree of the Jews. So there's like a Deku tree for the Jews that will protect them. But all the other ones are anti-Semitic trees. What the fuck? This is fucking wild. Damn. Imagine the rocks are so anti-Semitic. They gain sentience. They're like, "Yo, buddy, there's one behind me." I can sense it. Jesus Christ. Hassan thinks when Israel is attacked on political scene, they send a Polish ambassador to defend them. When Palestine is attacked on political scene, they send 40 dudes with AK to a large city. Also, even his name is retarded. Correct spelling is Hassan. I thought it was 2 S's, not 2 A's. I don't know. Unless he doesn't know how to spell his own name. So Hitler was Muslim. Apparently Hitler was Muslim. Damn. It's fucking wild. This shit is wild, dude.
Says they want to kill all the Jews.
There are going to be people that, for example, come to you and say, "Oh, I guess you love Hamas then." And in that moment, you can't healed, okay?
So what exactly does that mean, Hassan? I'm just curious what kind of...
I guess you love Hamas then. I guess you love a terrorist organization. It seems like if someone said that, the most reasonable thing to say would be like, no, this is what I believe. Don't be so goddamn reductive. Why is that so hard?
rhetoric that falls
Goodness,
under, because,
what's
you know,
that?
I'm just critically analyzing your own statements here. Also, this guy talking about slander is hilarious. Like, what evidence do you have that Asmongold is a PDF file?
The bill bans any obscene depiction of a minor or someone who looks like one. It's awesome because Asmon literally lives in Texas and he has to now delete half of his fucking library.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This I have seen on Twitter because I spent too much time there last week. Hassan has been going after Asmongold like he's Asmongold's ex-girlfriend. Holy shit, he's been talking so much shit about Asmongold non-stop. And you know what the weird thing is? I think it's just made Asmon more popular. It's just made him like an even bigger figure in the media and something people like pay attention to. But holy fuck is Hassan mad at him. And he's like accusing him of all this weird shit. I did see that. Like, I know he called him a pedophile. I know he said like he's a racist and like a whole bunch of weird shit. He like misquoted him a million times. Damn. And you know what the funniest part is? Asmongold needs to just do the same thing that Steam does when it comes to video games. Literally nothing. He just needs to do literally nothing. And he's gonna win. That's the funniest part. Seen the edit where he dances to the song. I've seen, yeah, okay, so Kanye made a song about that. Wait, hold on. If Hitler was black, and based on that other video you showed me, the blacks were the original Jews, then Hitler was the original Jew Muslim who... Okay, no, that hurts too much. No, that hurts my head too much.
If this is the case.
Or that Asmongold murdered his mom.
Hassan is doing all of this. He's retweeting people that are trying to call me a mom-murdering cockroach.
Okay, that's pretty fucked up. That's crossing a line. That's actually crossing a line. That's actually fucking disgusting.
And he's using Palestinians as a shield for this disgusting behavior.
He literally just does non-stop slander regularly, and now he's crying about people calling him out? Literally one of the biggest hypocrites on the internet.
Extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
Here, Jonathan Greenblatt was making
you know what? You're right. Calling him a pedophile was crossing the line, especially since there's no evidence of that, right? But I do want to update my political chart, right? So here's all the crazy people on the left. Here's all the fucking nutcases you can't have a conversation with. And Hassan is way out here, like 25,000 light years between these people. This is where he lives. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
That my rhetoric was responsible for this Israeli embassy staffer shooter going out and finding Israeli embassy staffers and shooting them. This is ridiculous. There is no connection between me and the shooter.
I mean, yeah, that is true. There is no evidence that Hassan led to this specific shooting. I will say that because unlike Hassan, I can actually be...
You know how far this is going to go? I can see it already. Right? And I'd be so happy to be wrong. You know how wrong this is going to go? Remember this fucking insane, crazy person? This one here, not this one here. Remember this fucking nutbag who went into a mosque and just started shooting people who'd done nothing? Who said the words subscribe to PewDiePie before he did it? Who fucking ruined everything and like was a complete nutcase. Right? I can see it's going to get to that point where someone's going to go out and kill a bunch of Jews in a fucking synagogue or some shit. Maybe they'll just go to a bank. And they're going to say Hassan is right about everything while he's killing people. And I would love to see how he runs defense for that kind of shit happening.
Be logical about a situation, and I
That's
don't
where
need
this
to
is gonna
become
end
a
up.
lying piece of shit like him. So I'm not going to say something as 100% factual when it is not proven true. But of course, to say his rhetoric doesn't inflame people in general is insane. He absolutely radicalizes people to one side, as I just pointed out from the various statements he's made, which could easily be interpreted by some people as explicitly racist. Also, I just find it very interesting that he wiped out his Twitch VODs after the...
Ooh. Ooh, now that right there is a tacit admission of guilt. What would you do if someone did and said that in your name? If someone came out, I don't know why they would, because I'm a literal fucking nobody, Jimmy. But if anyone ever did that, I would immediately come out and say, this is disgusting, this is wrong, fuck this person, fuck everything they stand for. Going and shooting a bunch of people is like the most sick and fucked up thing you can do, right? There's no justification for it, regardless of what kind of group you want to do that against, except maybe pedophiles. If like a guy said that and then he like killed a bunch of like confirmed pedophiles and shit, I would still probably say you should have left that to the people in prison who were gonna gang rape the pedophile first. But like that's probably the only group I'd ever be okay with that happening to, is people who've touched kids, right? But man, I would immediately fucking come out and say, this is disgusting, this is sick, you fucking people need to stop. What's wrong with you? It didn't matter which group of human beings they did that to. That's not right, right? Like this, you know what the worst part about this is? Hassan has probably personally done more damage to Muslim groups around the world who are just regular ass people trying to live their lives than any other human being on the planet. Probably more. Actually, no, he's probably like second or third place behind like the people who did 9/11 and shit. But in the modern day, in 2025, he's done more damage to your regular ass Muslim dude who just wants to live and like be a religious guy. Right? This is the problem, right? I know a lot of Americans and shit hate Muslims and shit because of like what happened at 9/11 and all of that stuff. But the problem is, like, I've been around Muslims, right? I did engineering in my country, and guess what? Half of the engineers who go in South Africa who go through engineering are Muslims. I've had deep theological conversations with all of them, and not a single one has been irrational or manipulative or aggressive or talked about how they want to fucking murder and kill Jews or any weird shit like that. But this kind of guy, like if one of my buddies who's like a deeply fundamental Muslim who I knew, I'm just thinking of this one guy I knew who would literally like leave lectures to go and pray because it was time for him to go and pray, right? He was such a nice guy. He was great. He invited me into his home. He was like, his whole family was super cool. I could have disagreeing statements with them, and they wouldn't like screech and try and cut my head off. They would be like, that's your opinion, that's your perspective, and that's perfectly fine. We accept that. We believe in a different thing. Not a single one of them was a fucking crazy person. But this shit right here is probably why Muslims get such a bad fucking rap in like Western countries. It's because of people like him.
This whole shooting incident and after the whole ban,
They don't talk like that in front of white boys. This is the thing, Devilis, is you say that, right? But there was an incident that occurred in my university to a Jewish dude. And the first person to actually stand up and protect that Jewish dude from actual physical violence was the Muslim guy I knew. In public. And do you know what happened when he did that? So, okay, I'll tell you the whole story. When I was in university, obviously there were a bunch of wild political takes, right? That happened because unfortunately, the engineers got in a fight with the sociology students in my university, and the sociology students started saying that the engineers have no ethics and they're animals and they're disgusting people, and they managed to manipulate and convince the dean of my university that we all had to take a sociology course. We went and took that sociology course, and we disproved a bunch of shit using like actual logic and historical evidence and so on and so forth. And a lot of the sociology students fucking hated that. We had an incident where a guy pulled a gun out and pointed it at a bunch of the engineers. We had another incident where one of the students started physically attacking the Jewish dude in my class, like actually physically attacking him. And the guys who pulled that dude off of the Jewish dude were Muslims. I'm not kidding. They helped him up. They took him to hospital. Well, they took him to the like, it's not hospital, like the on-campus like infirmary to get help and stuff like that. They were willing to testify as witnesses if that Jewish dude wanted to press for an assault charge. They were more than willing to help the dude who they supposedly fucking hate. Or supposed to hate, right? And they were more helpful and friendly to that Jewish dude than almost anyone else in that class, right? Because all of them said the same thing, right? They said, this is fucking insane that you go out of your way to just attack a dude because he has a different opinion to you.
HS man gives Muslims bad name this and this whole gay dudes form the roof and acid on women's faces and Marita 9 years old kids.
Wait, gives Muslims bad and this whole gay dudes from roof on acid. Yeah, but you see, that's extremists, right? I'm willing to look at that and say that shit does happen. That shit is tied to their religion. But like I've had this conversation with a bunch of Muslims, and they were like, look at this. There are a bunch of crazy fucking people in the Middle East. They've said this because they've traveled there themselves. And they've said there are a bunch of insane people in the Middle East. And if, let's say, the entire Islamic religion didn't exist, those insane people in the Middle East don't automatically go away. They just find another excuse to be fucking crazy. That's the problem. You've got a bunch of psychos out there. And I mean, I think it was the Sheikh of Dubai or Abu Dhabi or something who got on stage and said, look, we've been dealing with these fucking crazies for forever. That's why our laws are so goddamn harsh. Right? And Europe is not ready for this because they don't understand how to deal with these people the way we have. And now they've moved into your countries. And guess what? A lot of the Middle Eastern countries are not mad about all this immigration into Europe and shit because they're like, yeah, you deal with these fucking crazies instead of us. We're tired of it. That's the issue, right? But like, my issue is it's really fucking hard. It's like really stupid to go and slap a label on every single person, right, who's part of a group because of the fucking craziest people out there. If that was true, right, if you wanted to do that, you could call me the literal fucking devil because the Belgian guy who took over the Congo, who was like enslaving and chopping off black people's hands and shit, happened to also be white. And I'm white, so that means if you wanted to put us in the same category, that means you think I'm going to go into the Congo and start doing that to black people as well. Do you see the problem there? It's like calling every single black person Idi Amin, right? Or saying that because the Rwandan genocide happened, that black people want to kill other black people. Right? Even Buddhists have extremists just something to... Yes, exactly. Right? I'm going to say this again. Most people fall here or here. And they're not a problem. They just want to get on with their fucking day and do their thing. But the issue is, it's the fucking crazies that then define your group. And that fucks up everything. I mean, you can see this in my country right now. If you believed, well, not believed, if you saw everything you saw about the people in my country who are like out there like, I want to kill every white person I see, we're going to rape all their wives, and we're going to destroy everything. If you flew to my country, the first black person you see, you would think, damn, this guy wants to murder me if I'm white, right? But more often than not, you come to my country, and most of the people you interact with are going to be black, and they don't feel that way. But the fucking psychos define everything. Now, unfortunately, in my country, the group of fucking psychos is large enough that they've become a threat to everyone else. But they're not everyone. That's the issue. It feels like the nature of evil emerges mostly in environments where minority experiences isolation and hopelessness. In Islam, as much as I understood, it's culturally acceptable for a man to have many wives, but not a wife to have many men. So a lot of men are resentful. Yeah, in a sense. Also, that's a cultural thing that comes down to like resources and shit, right? Because you want your woman to be taken care of, right? So obviously there's going to be one guy who has more resources than everyone else. So obviously you're going to be like, well, I want my family to have some resources. So if we've got a woman married into that family, it doesn't matter if he's got 9 wives, as long as one of those wives is one of the women in my family, right? Which kind of makes sense if you're looking at it from that perspective. Also, they do have some fucking, let's not get this twisted, they do have some fucking weird backwards laws about women out there. They do need to catch up on that one. But what states more about your religion as marrying 9-year-old girls to old filthy men? Right? You can say that, Tango, right? That's a fair statement to take. But then you could accuse Christians of the same thing. Look at the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Right, where there was one righteous man who came out of it. He got his daughters out of there, and his daughters fucked him while he was supposedly too drunk to remember it, and had a bunch of incest babies with him. So are you going to say all Christians are now crazy incest people? You could say that Jesus supported slavery because he didn't go out of his way to say slavery is bad, we need to stop this fucked up shit. The reality is that shit happened a long time ago, and a lot of crazy fucking shit happened a long time ago that is disgusting and sick by our standards because we've developed as people. In fact, it's Christianity who began the entire wars with the Crusades. The Crusades were a response to Muslim invasion into the EU, into Europe, over like 1,000 years or something. Right? So, do you see the issue there?
This asshole is just some communist larper who enjoys the benefits of capitalism.
He does.
The average person has to drag their fucking balls through the dragon's lair just for a chance to maybe get hired at McDonald's. Meanwhile, people give this fucking asshole money. It makes me mad as fuck.
In a way that makes him a genius, Jimmy. The fact that he does that makes him a genius. He has literally monetized communism. And it's so crazy. This is my problem. He behaves so fucking crazy that I almost think like he has to be doing this on purpose. Like one day he's just going to disappear like the Avatar with like a pile of money and go live on some fucking island. That's what I like. He's so crazy. I almost think like he has to be self-aware enough to know what he's doing. Like it's hard for me to, you know, think that someone this insane actually means what he says, but he just keeps going. So like I have no choice but to believe that. It's a matter of scale. Well, we didn't have terrorist attacks in 21st Europe before Muslims came here. It's something fucked up with the whole thing. It's getting ground that kind of behavior on some. So this is the thing, is there were terrorist attacks in Europe before then. There were. It's just not on the same scale. What do you think the IRA was? Well, what do you think the entire Balkan region is? Right? That's my point. Oh, okay. I misread that. That's my point. That's my fault. Right? But this whole thing This whole idea that we must now keep some fucked up system that happened hundreds of years ago in the modern age is retarded. And if you have a conversation with your average Muslim person, they'll be like, no, it's fucked up to like marry a kid. But then you'll also find the extremists, the fucking crazy people, who say, no, actually, we should be marrying kids, right? Which is disgusting and fucked up, and those people need to be dealt with. But it's a mistake to take every Muslim and put them in the same group. That's the issue.
I'm just curious, you know, like, why did he wipe out the VODs? Like, what was the chat saying? What was he saying? You know, if he has nothing to hide, I feel like you wouldn't wipe those VODs out, right? Because people will speculate, and now people are just going to assume the worst. Then he tries to defend the fact that he was trying to imply that it was a false flag.
Breaking. Hassan Piker, hailed by the New York Times as the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag, then immediately says the guy was genuine with his actions. This is glorification of terrorism. Now, these two things, these two statements here, are at odds with one another. But what's actually even crazier is that this is a 37-second video that is attached to this statement. Let's take a look at that 37-second video. But like I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing.
I've said this before. I've said this before. Right? I'll say it again. Whenever someone makes a statement and follows it up with the word but, what does that mean? It means fuck the statement I just made. So to me, this is a tacit admission that he thinks what this guy did is a good thing.
Thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a...
Hold on. I get watching this for a reaction, but giving him any recognition I feel is regressive. Here's the thing, Faith, right? I'm a literal nobody, so me giving this some form of recognition is like not going to do anything. But let's say we left this guy alone, right? Let's say no one talked about him or opposed his views, and he just kept on getting groups like this together, and more guys like this started showing up and shooting people. At some point, someone's got to turn around and say, we got to stop this fucking psycho who keeps on glorifying this kind of shit. Right? I understand the idea of giving him recognition being a bad thing, but the issue, he's already big enough that he's beyond that threshold. If this guy was me, let's say, with like 25 viewers or whatever the fuck, right? And he was saying all this shit, then the idea of fuck this guy, no one's going to talk about him would make 100% sense, right? Then we should neglect him and he's not a problem, right? And he's just going to fade into nothing. But the issue is, he's at such a huge mass of viewership of a bunch of people that he's convinced them that this kind of shit is good, that it almost moves into a new region of, if you don't say anything about it, or you start agreeing with this kind of shit, it's almost like you're saying, no, I agree with him.
There are two options, really. You either clown for beep gots, or beep got for clowns.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We damn well do live in the goddamn clown timeline. Ever since we shot Harambe, it was all downhill from there.
Incident like this, you could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying...
Didn't Alex Jones say that one shooting was a false flag and he ended up in court with like $1 billion fine or something? It's interesting to me that that exact same thing is not happening to him right now.
Saying that, I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay. Most people that retweeted this didn't even actually watch the video to see whether or not it actually matched up with what this person was saying. This is a 37 seconds long video, and this dumbass lied about everything.
Yeah, everybody saw that clip in its full context. We just saw it right now as well, and it still does not look good for you. The caption literally pointed out exactly what you said, that you said the shooter was genuine in his actions. And riddle me this, guys. What action did the shooter do? Shoot people, right? That is his action.
Yes.
So the action of shooting people is genuine? Is that what Hassan is saying? Because what other action...
I don't even think he's saying that. I think he's just using a word salad and he's not really saying anything that makes sense. It's like watching Yoko Ono sing. It's just wailing. That doesn't make sense and leaves everyone confused and mildly sad. In Christianity, when one group didn't agree with another, I don't see the same thing during modern times with Islam. Why? Because if someone would even try to speak up against normatives in public, they would be in best case, shunned from the community, and in worst case, killed by radicals. Same happened in Catholic Church, yet those separate churches persevered through the ages. It is possible. You're not wrong, Tango. And I do think the extremist problem that Muslims have to deal with is a lot worse than modern-day Christianity. Right? But I need to think about that more before I give like any kind of reasonable take on that. Because you're not wrong, right? The issue is if you become an apostate, some crazy fucking extremist group finds out that you're an apostate of Islam, and they're going to come kill you. Yeah, I need to think about that a lot more. Because you're not wrong, right? And I'm not going to sit here and, I don't know, I'm not going to run defense for a system that's horrific. And it is a system that needs changing. And someone needs to, I don't know, I think maybe the Muslims need to handle that themselves. Like the Muzzies need to get control of these fucking crazies. But I don't know how they would go about doing that. That's the issue. I'm going to say so much bullshit that you can't possibly deny or refute it all. Yeah, no, that seems to be his tactic. It's the beehive tactic. Just throw a bunch of crazy shit at the wall to the point that someone's like, how do you even respond to that? A lot of the UAE are becoming more progressive. Well, yeah, it's working out in their favor because they're filthy rich. Right? And if they're going to get even richer, they need more money from every single country on the planet. So, yeah. So maybe the change comes from an economic standpoint, not from a religious one that forces a change. I don't know. And yet, you see, this is the thing is, I'm not a politics guy. I'm not a politics streamer. I'm looking at this from, baseline, like a retard perspective.
Did the shooter do? So you guys tell me, how are people supposed to interpret that information, right? It's basically him playing defense for the shooter. And Hassan will always do this bullshit, right? Like, technically, I said it wasn't a false flag, guys, but you could not have designed...
I fucking hated that kid in that movie. I take it back. I'm an extremist. I would have killed that child. That glasses motherfucker in that movie, fuck that kid.
A better false flag, and oh my god, if it was a false flag, like, okay, we can play that game. Hassan is not a terrorist supporter, guys. Hassan is not a racist person. Hassan is not a slanderous piece of shit, you know? That would perfectly explain everything and all of his actions and, all of his general demeanor and everything, but I'm not saying he's any of those things, guys. I'm actually not saying it. I'm actually denouncing it, actually. You see how it's not very convincing that you don't actually believe...
Is this guy wearing pearls? Fuck what he's saying, like... How has he not been rooftopped yet? how has he not been tossed off a roof? Maybe that's why he lives in the US, is because he knows he goes back. The nearest 5-story building has his name on it.
Those things. Anyways, then he talks about how Jake Tapper, the CNN host, might have gotten him banned.
Stated, Hassan Piker, star of Amazon's Twitch, says the attack sure looks like a perfect false flag. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The guy was genuine with his actions. How fucking absolutely gross is it that this is currently being streamed right now to 40,000 people? Then it turned into
40,000 people. Only? I thought it was much bigger than that. Hold on. Is Asmongold live right now?
With you guys.
Fuck. Guardian Golem.
Damn, Asmongold's bigger than him and he's just playing the new Elden Ring. Jesus.
this. Hassan Piker, hailed by the New York Times, the future of progressivism, tells his audience that the DC attack might have been a false flag. And yet, here is Jake Tapper retweeting this. So I guess Jake Tapper, one of the most...
Yeah, that was just a short collab with Asmon. According to how Twitch's collab system works, I was just co-streaming with him. You know, I'm just that big. Fucking Twitch. God damn it. The dumbest system ever.
Important members of the media who just came out with a book talking about how the media narratives did not match up with what the people were seeing in terms of Joe Biden's senility is still doing ridiculous things like this. It doesn't make any sense. But of course, all of that pressure inevitably led to Twitch taking this action. I had covered manifestos in the past on my broadcast. None of those manifestos actually met the same level of scrutiny.
Don't worry about it, Yogi.
And I don't believe this one.
Yogi, I'm going to be going for like an hour or so, so don't worry about it. You take your time, you get some food, you relax. We'll get there. It's assumed that part of Hassan's obsession with Asmon is because Asmon gets way more viewers. That makes sense, actually. Is that the 4D chess game that's being played here, Tigress? Is the only reason he keeps attacking Asmon is because Asmon's actually bigger than him. And it'll keep getting him attention.
Did exclusively because it was about Israel. I think this manifesto was simply used as an opportunity to try.
Hold on. What the hell is this? Man who burned Quran was attacked and spat at. You see? Do you see? The Muslims are becoming more progressive because in the past they would have sawed his head off in the street. We're getting through to them. He was only attacked and spat on. No, seriously, that's actually fucking horrific. He should be able to say whatever the fuck he wants. If your religion is so weak and frail, right, and this is me speaking about extremists, not your average Muslim who's like, fuck that guy, right? If you truly are going to go out and do that, then your faith and your belief in your religion is so weak and frail that you probably shouldn't be let out in public.
Try to get me banned by gaming the terms of service. I did not think I was going to get suspended, but I'll take it.
Yeah, this guy is talking about terms of service. You can't be serious, dude. You violated TOS about 5,000 times.
Oh, I remember this when he was showing like terrorist propaganda to this guy, and he was just kind of sitting there like, what the fuck am I watching?
What are you even talking about? You
It was
actually
great.
think they needed an excuse to ban you as if they did not have like years of material? And again, can you stop crying about this? It was a 24-hour suspension. You literally, on your day off, you literally lost nothing. You have the entire Twitch staff in your back pocket. The literal CEO of the website has gone on record saying you are his favorite streamer. He's not going to give you any form of punishment. And I don't know anything about this Jake Tapper guy, but I don't think he had anything to do with this. Retweeting a tweet means he probably just didn't agree with you. It doesn't mean that he actually got you banned. I mean, the people banning you are on your side, so you just can't lose if you're on Twitch. And if it's true what XQC said last video, that they basically DM you when they're going to ban you and even negotiate when to ban you, which days and what time, then it pretty much confirms that all of this is just like a publicity stunt for you.
This is like, so the whole banning for 24 hours, this is the way I see it from a managerial project management perspective, right? Is they decided to do this so that if they get accused of something or some legal case is opened, they can say, yes, but we did take action against it, right? And they'll obfuscate what action they took, but they can say, guys, we took action against it, therefore you can't blame us, right? It's like, I keep referring back to this, Fallout 76 and the Lightwood Laminate. If you accepted the Lightwood Laminate, you then waive your ability to sue them for what they did. But it's the same thing. So, like, if someone goes after them and says, you did nothing about it, they can say, actually, we did do something about it.
Which is honestly why I'm glad Twitch is dying, so that it forces Hasan to either quit or, I don't know, move to somewhere like YouTube where he can't control the narrative and he's actually not even close to one of the biggest streamers. Anyways, what a pathetically horrible...
Oh, man. Oh, man. Can you imagine Hasan on YouTube? Can you imagine what the fuck would happen to him? Oh, man. Imagine Twitch dies and this guy's on YouTube. Holy shit. Without religion, we would live on Mars already. Newgash, I'll tell you why that's not true. Belief is a stat. And when human beings don't have religion, they find something else to believe in. And belief is such a fundamental thing that there's a bunch of guys in the past who did experiments on pigeons, where they would have a random timer that released food to pigeons in a cage. And what they noticed was that the pigeons would start believing that certain actions they did caused the food to descend towards them. And so they would develop these weird ritualistic behaviors where they'd like spin around in a circle 5 times and then wait for food. Because the pigeons really started believing that if they spun around 5 times, they would get food. Even though the timer for them getting food was completely random. Right? That's how fundamentally, like, deeply based it is. It's like a glitch in pattern recognition that happens with human beings. Right? So if there was no religion, we would find something else to be fucking crazy about. That's the issue.
Response. Of course, the Hasan fans are just eating this up. This is somebody responding to his ban. At the risk of sounding parasocial, I can't imagine how isolated Hasan must feel in the streaming space. Fascist Nazis celebrate your downfall, and your peers clam up or plain don't care.
That's a first we'll take. That's a first we'll take, and the worst thing that's happened to that guy has been that they spelled his name wrong on a Starbucks cup. I can tell immediately.
36k likes. Okay, first off, you are absolutely parasocial. Second off, calling anyone who disagrees with you a fascist Nazi is a sign of an idiot. And what do you mean your peers clam up? They've been chirping nonstop. We've been in a beef with them for the past month. Parody account, clearly not an actual real fan.
Without religion, we wouldn't have many of the wars we have. War progresses technology and thus advances us in every way. Without religion, we would still have as many wars. We'd just have wars about something else. Because we need to develop socially. This is just my opinion. Maybe you're right, maybe I'm not. Who knows? But I see it like this. If we didn't have religion, we'd find a different thing to fight wars over, and we would probably progress technology, maybe in a different mechanism, but we'd get to the same point, the same end point eventually.
Because they would know, as we all know, that it's on 9/11 Nepo baby Diddy Osama bin Laden doesn't. That name is so good, man.
Goddamn, every name under the sun.
Anyways, moving on to some Discord messages by Hasan. Don't worry, this time he's not telling his fans he's going to neck himself over losing viewership. Not on TikTok, but on YouTube. I might have to start dual streaming. Y'all be serious. I fell off.
Oh my god. Oh my god, imagine him dual streaming. Where's he gonna go? Kick? Rumble? Where would Hasan go if Twitch disappeared tomorrow? It has to be Kick, right? It has to be Kick. Party.com. He's on D-Live. Facebook. No, the problem is Facebook is full of religious fundamentalist Christian boomers, right? Who see AI pictures of Jesus and think it's real. So I don't think it would work for him over there. I think the old fucking boomers would be like, I'm coming to your house to shoot you. And it's just like a bunch of 65-year-olds coming for him. I don't think that would work out too good for him. Religion was right in some point of time because at least we had certain systems, values shared by community, at least large group of people. Yeah, so like religion and tradition are kind of interlinked, and tradition kind of guided us. And we had a reason why we had religion. So I don't know if you know the story about the dead animal, right? When humans were nomadic, right? certain groups had this belief system where they were like, if you see a dead, rotting carcass of this specific animal, it's time to pick up and leave. And the initial idea of them doing that traditionally was the idea that they realized that the gods or whatever were mad at them because everyone was developing a disease after seeing this dead animal. So the tradition became pick up and leave when you see this dead animal, right? At some point, we advance technologically and we think this tradition is stupid. Then a bunch of merchants come along and see these dead animals and they're like, we can make furs out of these. And then all the merchants and like the hunters and shit get sick because they forgot the tradition and they have to relearn the same lesson and they then realize, okay, well, this thing is diseased. We know more about disease now. So this is why they were doing it in the past, even if they had the wrong reasoning behind it. So now they have to relearn that lesson, right? And sometimes that involves tradition and religion and a whole bunch of shit. But yeah. Religion's also a super... You're right about that, Newgash. Religion's also a great way to steal things from other people and say, I was right because God said so. Whichever God you believe in. It's a great way to manipulate people into saying, no, it's okay that I stole all your shit. Guess what? The worst, most manipulative people will always use any system they can to do the worst shit possible and get away with it.
I honestly do wonder if Hassan would be allowed to stream on YouTube as well, because I don't know, the second like a little bit of drama gets stirred up and people start to notice him, I don't know if YouTube will take action. I mean, I get demonetized like regularly for the dumbest shit. Like there was a picture of iDubbbz and friends throwing up the middle finger, and I got demonetized. My entire video got demonetized for that. Anyways, then Asmongold talks about multi-streaming.
I think that when I start multi-streaming, you're going to see a lot of people that are going to move after I do it. Like that will, I think it will be a very, very...
I think he's right. I think because Mr. Hot Take over here has the biggest amount of people following him. If he says fuck Twitch, I think a huge chunk of viewership leaves. And we all know that the advertisers have already left Twitch. Man, he might actually be the death knell of Twitch.
Very big moment. But I think that a lot of people are waiting on somebody to do it and for it to actually kind of like happen. Because like, why don't you now? Honestly, because I haven't set it up. I'll probably start sometime next week.
That makes sense, actually. He's so fucking lazy. That's why he hasn't done it. Oh, fuck.
Asmongold says he's been in contact with people at Twitter and X, is willing to help them change their entire platform and stream there for a month for free.
I don't know how much time I can really invest into doing this, right? But I could probably give them like at least 20 hours a week. I mean...
Oh, come on. This guy's live every single day of his life. He could do this. He could do it. A lot of Twitch streamers would be shocked at the amount of effort they would have to put into YouTube to be able to stream. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you this now, so man.
Many streamers do the following. They stream first on Twitch, and then after an hour, they move to Kick.
Oh, wait. Many of the streamers do the following. They stream first on Twitch, and then after an hour, they move to Kick. Yeah, that's not a bad plan, Keith, actually. I'm telling you this now, though, so man. If 90% of the Twitch streamers who are currently on Twitch, the platform died tomorrow, and they all tried to move over to YouTube, 90% of them would quit knowing that they had to figure out a thumbnail for their streams. I'd bet you money that they would be like, a thumbnail? Huh? And they would just quit. They'd just give up. It would be the funniest shit. It's not even like a high bar to clear, and they would give up. Or they would pay someone like $1,000 to set it up for them, and they wouldn't even register that they're being fucked over. They just don't want to do it.
Maybe, I don't know how much time I could really go beyond that. I mean, for free, really. I mean, if they want, like, or we could really work for like maybe like a month or so and like get the website up to par for like live streaming. I could do that. That'd be no big deal. You know, if they wanted to take live streaming seriously, I think that X could be the place for live streaming. But they just have to do a few different things and change the UI a little bit, which would require It'd probably be like $30-50 million to get everything like set up and ready.
Okay, I don't know how I feel about streaming on Twitter. At the current state, it feels super janky. Videos are like...
Yeah, I don't see Twitter being a good optimal platform for streaming. I think that their best option would be to hire like a bunch of top streamers, probably like Asmon. Best streams are in Telegram. Oh yeah, but no one wants to see like a guy cutting his own cock and balls off with the scissors, Nazak. Right, that's not like content that can be re-syndicated to other platforms. That's the issue.
Like half buffering and low quality, and it just doesn't seem like a good place to stream right now. If that somehow changes, maybe, but I can't imagine the Twitter chat, bro. That's got to be like the most diabolical place on earth.
Oh man, you know what? I take it back. I take it back. I hope Twitter does streaming. I'd love to see the chat.
Stream chat, Jesus Christ. But yeah, in general, Asmongold's multi-streaming will definitely convince a bunch of other top streamers to move as well. Anyways, this next part, Asmongold reveals that both him and Hassan are represented by the same agency, Night Media. And, you know, if you know Night Media, they basically have like a chokehold on every big creator.
Are you fucking telling me this is all controlled opposition? Oh. If Asmongold is represented by Night Media and Hassan is represented by... Oh. You're telling me I'm 12 years old again? Watching fake drama? Like I'm watching the WWE? And I'm watching The Undertaker fight Rey Mysterio? And die, and then next week he's gonna come out in a coffin, and Rey Mysterio's gonna feel bad, and then the Undertaker's gonna pop back out of the fucking coffin, and there's gonna be a three-way. Is that what I'm hearing here? I don't know how true this is. That's the problem. I don't know how true it is that Night Media is in control of any of these people, or whether they're just a company in the background that all of them have used at one point in time or another. That's the issue. I think it's Asmon alone who doesn't multi-stream. Or what do you mean others will follow? This is the thing is, I think if... No, I'm saying Twitch viewers will follow. New Gash. If Asmon leaves, I think people will start leaving the platform. And if they have a better experience on YouTube or Twitter or somewhere else, which I don't currently think most do... Right? I don't even know who ZHC is. If most, like, okay, let's put it this way. You got a bunch of people who are used to the Twitch environment, right? This is exactly why Kick just copy-pasted Twitch. But if you have a bunch of people who go somewhere else to a different platform and have a way better experience, they'll stick to that way better experience, won't they? Can't reply to chatters in YouTube at dogshit emotes. Otherwise, it's better. So I'll give YouTube this. It gives higher quality streaming. It gives I don't think its chat function is as good as Twitch. I think Twitch is historically the biggest streaming platform currently. But I do think that Twitch is in way more trouble than YouTube because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Especially with this whole... Like, how they're, like, allowing Hassan to get away with all this shit. Twitter is on Amazon Web Service. Amazon will always win. Yeah, but that's the thing, Edward. Right? That's an argument against Twitch surviving in the future. Because imagine you're Amazon, and you see that every other streaming platform is going to be like, yo, we're going to use Amazon Web Services. We will just pay you money, and everything else is our problem. Right? Then Amazon's like, why the fuck are we losing money every year holding on to Twitch? We should just grandfather that shit out or sell it to someone else and let everyone pay us through Amazon Web Services. Which means they win even harder if they just don't stream, rather than losing millions of dollars every single year streaming. Sells it to Kick. Oh my god, Firewolf, that would be the funniest shit ever. People don't follow big streamers when they leave Twitch. I think people follow, but they never reach the same maximum viewer count that they did before. But the difference is that YouTube's making money. Twitch isn't. Mix is a failure because they spent all their money getting a bunch of big streamers instead of building out an environment. Kick is going to always be alive because it makes its money off of gambling, not streaming. I don't know what's going on with Rumble, so I have no idea how that's working. But I think Twitch's big issue is no one wants to spend money on it. And they, like Amazon themselves, could make way more money if they just killed Twitch and made everyone else use Amazon Web Services. And the thing is, if they did that, that would also free up more space, server space, for other streaming platforms to use their service, and they would just make way more money.
Ever, right? They just handle all their sponsorships, they help them do merch deals and launch a bunch of products and stuff like that. And it's funny because they help give Hassan these puff piece articles online while also earning Asmongold a bunch of money, you know, so they kind of play both sides. It's I don't know, a classic like big company maneuver, I guess.
Actually, you know what?
See, I don't know how true that is because I don't actually know the connection between Night Media and all these streamers.
We shouldn't.
But if it's true, God, I gotta get myself a Night Media deal. I need to start being controlled opposition myself. That'll get me into the US.
this is a bit too much behind the curtain. You know, Hassan's had a lot of articles, right? Yeah, and everybody knows we're rep by the same agency. I went and I said, yo, by the way, guys, like, y'all are getting major props for, you know, like the motion Hassan's been getting. And like, I linked them a few of the tweets, and they appreciated. They were like, thanks. They were. Not Night Media. Yeah, you said it before. And so, yeah, I was like, no, that's it. The guys are farming. Yeah, I mean, because I gotta respect it, right? That's it.
Okay, again, not really surprised. Night Media kind of owns like every big creator you can ever think of. It's kind of like if you...
I'm going to need to start looking into Night Media. Listen, all I'm saying is if my hair grows back, you know I sold out. If just I come back and I got a full head of hair, you know Night Media's up my ass, and I'm puppeting their words. That's all I'm saying.
you cross a certain sub count, they just automatically absorb you into their body or whatever the hell. And I feel like in these sort of situations, there's always some dude on top just puppet mastering everything, kind of playing both sides, you know, profiting off both sides, because money is money, you know. Let's move on to Ethan dunking on Anissa once again. Ethan calls out Anissa for effing over so many...
Okay, what does this have to do with the sun, though? Everyone knows Anissa's a fucking insane person. And unfortunately, iDubbbz is like the alternate reality of me, where I married my ex-girlfriend instead of my current wife. Because Anissa's like such a fucking psycho. And I feel so, like, I genuinely feel bad for iDubbbz. Like, I genuinely feel bad for him. Because I know what a soul-sucking demon like that can do to your personality and yourself. Right, I feel real fucking bad for him. Because Anissa is jumping on the drama to shit on H3. Is it working, though? Is it working, or is it just making them look worse? Also, what's going on with the creator class shit? Like, I haven't heard about that for a hot second. I predicted in the past, I said it's going to collapse, and I don't think the event's even going to happen. But I haven't actually heard anything. Maybe it's still happening. I don't know. I've been wrong before. Oh, well, thank you, Faith. There's no need to suck me off like that, but I do appreciate it every now and then. If iDubbbz was stupid, I'd feel bad, but he doesn't seem like a complete dumbass, so I think he deserves the situation. I don't think he does deserve the situation, Khaldun. And I'll tell you why. I'm willing to bet, and I don't know this for sure, but I'm willing to bet that Anissa is probably either number 1, number 2, or number 3 of iDubbbz's sexual experiences, that he doesn't have any experience with relationships, and she's taken heavy advantage of him. And I know this because I've been through this. And it's not about being smart or stupid. It's about not having the emotional experience of knowing how to deal with a person like that. because they worm their way in and fucking ruin your life. And I know this because this happened to me. And so I feel real bad for iDubbbz, right? But the problem is the only person who can drag him out of that situation is him. And
Pussy juice can cover your eyes and you end up sitting with a crazy woman more than you should.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I'll tell you a story. My ex-girlfriend was my second sexual experience in life, right? And she didn't start off fucking crazy. She became a fucking psycho over the period of like 2 to 3 years until she had extracted enough of my soul out of me that she had literally convinced me that without her in my life, I was worthless, that I should kill myself. Right? And I genuinely believed that. Deeply, genuinely believed that.
Oh, ooh, deeper, mommy. Oh,
okay, that one's worse.
Deeper, mommy. Oh,
that one, fuck you.
Deeper.
That's canonically accurate, by the way, of how much Thanos wanted Lady Death, by the way. Also, what the fuck is this? What did you send me? Creator Clash still selling tickets for postponed... I called it. I said it was going to fall apart. I called it. Fandral, go to sleep. Your sleep's more important than this dog shit stream. I fucking called... I knew it. I fucking knew it. I saw it coming. I saw it coming. But back to what I was saying, right? A person like that gets into your life and they ruin you slowly over time to the point that you feel valueless without them. Right? And a fucking psycho like that will destroy you on such a fundamental level that you become a different person. And when they're gone, if you're lucky enough that they leave your life before you die, you have to pick up all the pieces and try and rebuild who you are as a person from scratch. I know this. So I feel real bad for iDubbbz. Because I don't think he's prepared to deal with a person like that. You don't get it, I'm fixing my sleep schedule from Monday still. I stay up later. Yeah, no, dude, go to sleep. If you're tired, go to sleep. But you'd think iDubbbz would be wise enough to notice the sort of manipulative behavior in other people's relationships. Yeah, but it's very different when you're going through something like that versus seeing it someone else go through that. Right? It's a very different thing when you are going through it personally and the people outside of you are trying to help you and you can't help yourself because you're getting fucked up every day by this person. I know. Personally, I know this because I had friends who tried to help me. I lost those friends. Now, those friends did stab me in the back along the way, and I didn't appreciate that, but all that was more ammunition for my fucking psycho of an ex to manipulate me into believing that she was right about this. Right? I genuinely feel bad for iDubbbz.
Many people in Career Clash 3.
Okay, well, relax, Ilgi. Take your time, get some food, relax for a little bit. I'm still getting through all these videos.
Anissa tried to pull a Taylor Lorenz and weaponized therapy speak, cry bully. Anissa tweets, okay, it's time for loved ones to step up for real. Parents, partner, someone. And I assume she's referring to Ethan here, maybe? Anissa, you have effed over so many people. People that have booked flights and hotels are wondering what the hell is going on. They're talking about Creator Clash 3. 2 creators got frustrated, waiting for you to announce the event was canceled and announced to themselves.
This literally sounds like my ex. I'm not kidding. This literally sounds exactly like my ex. She was the kind of person who fucked up everyone's life around her, took no responsibility, and it was always someone else's fault.
You still have not announced the event cancellation. You are still selling tickets. People are reporting that their refund requests are being denied. I think it's a pretty good idea at this point to worry about your own affairs first, especially considering the longer this goes on, it feels more and more like a fully fledged fraud. I'd be talking to lawyers about your criminal liability instead of talking to Twitter. But don't worry guys, she has no regrets and is happier than she's ever been. I'm saying this so genuinely, it's okay to ask for help. Please get help.
Yeah. I swear to God. I've said this before, right? So when I was with my ex, she would do this thing where she would cut herself, right? She would take a knife, a kitchen knife, cut her arms and her legs and shit, and then send me pictures of it and be like, you did this to me. And I cared about this person.
My sister's best friend, may he rest in peace, had a partner who was a psychologist, and she practically locked him in her room because she didn't want him to go to a party. The guy committed suicide 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Rest in peace to your friend, but yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah, good night, Tango. Take Fandral with you. Drag his ass out of that chair, make him sleep. Right, so get this. So she would do this. She would cut her arms and legs, send me pictures of that, say, you did this to me. I would obviously freak the fuck out about this. I would panic. I would try and find some way to help her, believing it was my fault. And then, when in that situation, she would look at me like I'm the fucking crazy person, and she'd say, what's wrong with you? You need to go get help.
Hank, I am so glad I'm mentally stable enough to know if a girl does that picture shit to me.
I'm glad you are too, dude.
Her who cut her arms, not me.
So, like, I'm not kidding. I was so far gone that she was standing there with blood coming out of her arms, dripping all over the fucking floor. And I'm like, we need to get you to a hospital. We need to help you. And she would look at me like, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Stop acting like a crazy person. While she's still fucking bleeding all over the place. And you know what the worst part about it was? When she said that to me, I genuinely believed I was the crazy person. That's how bad it got. So yeah, anything I say where I'm shitting on iDubbbz, understand, I'm also shitting on past me. And that's why I feel bad for him.
Like, who is she talking to here? Yourself? Because it would definitely apply to you. Ethan's not lying. I have a theory. It's almost like Ian and Anissa needed someone to blame for Career Clash going to shit. They thought everyone would blame Ethan. They hoped to wash their hands off of it after Ian sabotaged it. Ian acted like stepping down out of respect for the charity, but it was all part of the plan. I would bet the money is long gone, and they're hoping it'll blow over. Like,
yep, I bet this is that whole thing where they stole the money and it's gone, and they're like, oh, well, oopsie doopsie, it happened, haha, we spent it, but they actually didn't, and they've got it somewhere hidden away.
I guess we'll see if they get away with it. That would be an insane theory, by the way. Someone from the Creator Class subreddit pointed out that they got banned from r/iDubbbz for bringing up the event delay. Creator Class 3 was just delayed. How come no one's posting about this? You have been permanently banned from participating.
Anissa's a mod. Anissa's a mod. I said all the legal stuff in the beginning of the stream filter. I don't want to hash it. I don't want to go over it again. I just want to move on with my life. So you'll have to go back and rewatch that. Though honestly, I'm so tired of that shit. It burned me the fuck out this week. And that's why I crashed out on Monday and acted like a retard.
Participating in r/iDubbbz. So another creator has come out and spoken out about Creator Clash.
Also, hey, speaking of IRL and meeting, I do need to let you guys know. The official announcement has not been made. However, I believe...
All I can say is I respect this person because they've got a solid choice in headphones. Solid choice. Top tier choice.
Will Neff has announced it, and maybe possibly some other people. Creator Clash is being postponed. It's not going to happen in June. It's not going to happen in Tampa. So yeah, Creator Clash postponed, will not be in...
How long before postponed do you think... Like, how long until they say it's no longer postponed, it's cancelled? And do you think they said postponed so that they can extend the timeline out until people forget about it?
Tampa will not be in June. I know, really shitty news. However, I think under all the circumstances and everything that has happened over the last...
By the way, what headphones are those? Those are the SteelSeries Arctis headphones. Fucking top tier wireless headphones. I've literally had them for like, I don't even know how many years, but they have never broken on me. And the problem is, when I got these wireless headphones, they ruined me. I can no longer use cabled headphones. They are so good. They are so comfortable, and the sound is so goddamn clean. I wish I could get sponsored by them because they've got such fucking good headphones. I love the SteelSeries headphones. And when these ones eventually break, guess what I'm doing? I'm buying the exact same ones again.
However many months, this is the correct decision. At the end of the day, we are trying to raise money for charity, and we want to do everything possible to raise as much money as possible.
Wait, didn't Creator Clash 2 lose money so they had no money left over for the charity? So then what happens now with Creator Clash 3 that is going to be infinitely worse in quality? Why does Anissa have the Down syndrome filter on? Well, it's because if she's down, everyone else is down. I mean, she does act like she's got an extra chromosome, so that makes sense.
Well, I don't know what the concrete plan is. I believe end of October might be when everything happens.
It's crazy. They just have this random girl going out and speaking on behalf of the event.
Yeah, that's nuts, actually.
It's actually insane. How
I didn't think of that, but he's right. Why is this random person talking about this? Don't insult. Yeah, that's fair. I apologize. I apologize to the Down syndrome community. You're nowhere near as fucking retarded as Anissa is. Lost leader for her OnlyFans. Jesus Christ. That's a low bar to clear. That's like this gigantic front-facing event is a lost leader for my fucking fertilizer business where I just shovel shit in your face all day. These are the headphones I use. I bought sheepskin ear pad. I will never change. I don't care how good your headphones are. I have found the ones that work for me. I don't care about these. You see that fucking cable? I don't like it. Immediately don't want to use it because it's got a cable. Oh, look. Oh, look. Look at that. Huh. Interesting. They've got the exact same shape. Amazing. Amazing. It's almost like SteelSeries had that thought in their head already. If those are the good ones, right? If those are the ones that work for you, keep using them. Right? But this shit right here, fucking top tier. I would literally show my tits to a SteelSeries employee if they wanted to sponsor me. I love these headphones so goddamn much.
How dumb this is. Like, just, I mean, like, it's not her fault. She didn't do anything wrong. Man, who's running this shit? And so there you go. It's pure cowardice. I think they're afraid to admit it because if they admit it, then maybe they have to do refunds. Like, I'm not really sure exactly, like, if that's it, but it's some...
I'm willing to bet it's a legal thing. I'm willing to say they're saying it's postponed and not canceled because then they'll get sued.
Some real dumb shit, man. I feel like they're canceling it for sure. Like, at this point, with how many things like this that have happened...
All right, good night, Keldun. Go get some sleep, goddammit.
Yeah, they're gonna probably cancel it.
Okay, so basically it's never going to happen. I don't know what they're even doing now, changing location after people have probably bought flight tickets to the place. Like, I just don't know how you can be this level of incompetent. It's just...
You know what's the worst thing about this being cancelled? Is imagine you put on a card like this, and you know you're going to this event. I will get there, Faith, don't worry. You've spent months training for this event. You've taken time off from whatever you do to make money. You bought tickets. You've told friends. You've told family. And now, out of the blue, they do this shit. That's fucking horrific. They just nuked a bunch of random creators for shits and giggles. That's what they did.
An iDubbbz and Anissa Classic. They failed the previous event. Obviously, they're going to fail this event as well. And the fact that it's a charity event just...
Also, look at his feet positioning. Shit, this is bad boxing. Right. I'm saying this from the position of someone who was once upon a time a younger man who used to do mixed martial arts and did actually fight in cage matches and boxing matches.
The previous event, obviously,
Look how bad his footwork is.
they're gonna fail.
No hip rotation, straight arm, dipping the head instead of looking at your opponent. He's rotated the arm too far out, right? His thumb's in the wrong place. He's got his thumb poked out like that. God damn. If I did this in the gym with my coach watching me, I would spend the next hour jogging. I can't do that now because I'm a fat piece of shit. But back in the day, I would get in so much shit if that's what I looked like when I was throwing punches. Holy fuck.
This event as well, and the fact that it's a charity event just makes it look like fraud, and they use this charity thing as a defense from all criticism. Also, what a strategy when it all failed, just transfer the responsibility to someone else and act like you're doing a noble thing. But anyways, moving on to Taylor Lorenz.
I don't know who that is.
Leaking DMs with Taylor, who apparently thinks that Ethan killed his dog.
During this conversation with
Fucking warn me before you're going to show me a jelly bean like that. Jesus Christ.
Taylor, I had said to her, in addition to the CPS thing, they were spreading this lie that
Nice tendon injury.
Oh, you're talking to Jimmy, probably.
And this is what she fucking says. The CPS stuff is definitely not okay. And of course, Ethan didn't mean to kill his dog. Does that sound like someone who doesn't believe Ethan killed his dog? Or is this someone who believed the lie and thinks he accidentally killed Shredder? Ethan didn't mean to kill his dog, but he did. And I said, he didn't kill his
Okay, but this is all... Yeah, huh? I don't know how this is relevant, but it makes me want to skip this. This doesn't seem relevant. I don't think I care enough. I'll take a look at Faith's video. Then we'll move on. What is this? What the fuck is this? Oh, fuck yeah. Reaction to a reaction. Guys, I'm co-streaming again. Oh, hell yeah. I'm co-streaming. Taylor Lorenz
doxed libs of TikTok.
Okay, so she's also just another nutcase. Shredder kind of goated name for a dog. It is, actually. It's a pretty solid name.
Questions from
What the fuck is this?
actual people. For Douglas, what is your reaction to the UK Supreme Court declaring that the definition of a woman is, well, we should include you in this too. It's about women, is based on...
I'm gonna assume that this person, based on the way they look, the way they dressed, and that smug face, maybe I'm completely wrong and I'm about to look like a fucking idiot. Left-leaning question dodger. That's what I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting here.
On biological sex and excludes transgender people. Yeah, this was a big ruling this week in England.
Big deal.
The Supreme Court,
Very
their
big deal.
definition of woman is biological sex. To put it in shorthand, J.K. Rowling won.
Wait, J.K. Rowling said that trans women aren't women and they shouldn't be involved in sports that include women, right? Which is the general take of everyone. Now, I'm just trying to get some baseline for what's going on here.
She did.
She's right, by the way.
She actually did.
I mean, she's right about the whole trans woman, as in you're a dude and you've transitioned to a woman, you shouldn't be involved in the sports. I don't give a fuck what you do. Go transition, do whatever the fuck you want, but you don't get to impose that on other people. That's not how that works.
Yep. That was funny.
Yes. J.K. Rowling won. Everyone who said this for years has won. All the particularly women who've been defamed and lied about.
Remember when Rowling tried to retcon Hermione being black? Yeah, because she's fucking retarded, and even if she's like doing the right thing here, that doesn't mean she's not a dumbass elsewhere, right? She tried for a while, it seems, to fit those socially progressive roles. I remember once upon a time she got in deep shit on Twitter, I think it was, where she was talking about how the UK needs more immigrants and shit. And then someone's like, well, you've got a bunch of castles, why don't you house them? And then she just shut the fuck up and never spoke about that topic ever again. Which I thought was hilarious. Guild Wars 2 tonight. No, I'm going to be playing some The Isle. with Ilgi, and I'm hoping tomorrow night that I'm just gonna crash out by playing Guild Wars 2 and nothing else.
And bullied and chased and much more for years. They were right. And
Fucking based.
And I just think, apart from being a statement of the obvious, isn't it amazing that the best legal minds in Britain spent years having to work out the first thing we knew as a species?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, all of this is just speaking in generalities.
But just to be clear, we're not saying there's not such a thing as trans, right? We're not saying there's not such a thing as someone who is, quote unquote, born in the wrong body.
I don't think people get born in the wrong body now.
Oh.
Okay.
I do.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a default setting for humans.
Yeah.
Like, we should acknowledge that. It's not just every time there's a baby, ooh, who knows what the fuck it is. That's crazy.
I would say there's probably something going on in people's brains that makes them behave and act differently. I do think certain social pressures and cultural environments do change the way people look at this shit. But it's like, I think to say this person's not allowed to do whatever the fuck they want with their own body is crazy. I agree with Mayo. This is the thing is you got to stop doing this thing where you either agree or disagree depending on whether you like with someone. You need to separate that out into if they state something you agree with, then you agree with it. And if they state something you disagree with, you got to disagree with it. It's like, I really like Dr. Disrespect. Right? I really liked him. And then he did the whole kid fucking thing where he was sexting teenagers and shit. And I was really disappointed. I'm not going to come out here and be a dick sucker and be like, yo, it was okay. It was okay that this 47-year-old man was messaging a 16-year-old. I'm not going to come out here and fucking say that. That's ridiculous. No matter how much I liked him. It was real disappointing. It was sad for me because I didn't see it coming. But I suppose neither did that 16-year-old when they got a picture of his dick.
But
that's allegedly. That's all speculation.
Beyond me, yeah.
But there are variations.
There are variations.
Homosexuality.
That's right. It's a continuum.
And then, you know.
The premise of this is completely wrong. The reason why the premise is wrong is because it implies that a person shouldn't be able to choose what they're doing, and the only thing that matters is what is an extrinsic variable.
If the premise of this is wrong, then is he not fundamentally saying that these people are not allowed to choose to think this way as well? Are they not allowed to think this way? Are they not allowed to have that opinion because their premise is wrong and so they must think another way?
It shouldn't, I don't care whether being gay is a choice or not. If you want to suck another dude's dick, that's your right to do it.
Okay.
It's a free country.
Yeah.
If you want to wear makeup and wear a dress and dress up like a girl and say you're a girl, it's a free country. You should be able to do that. So the entire premise around...
It's a free country if you're in the US. If you're in the UK... Make a post about not liking Pakistanis and see how that works out for you.
Whether you're born in the wrong body or not, I think subverts the truth is that even if you're not born in the wrong body, you should still have the right to do whatever the fuck you want with your body because it's your fucking body.
There's a default setting. There's abnormalities and weirdness that happens. And there's social pressures as well. The social pressures applied to kids is the fucked part. That's the part to mitigate and let adults do adult things, but kids generally protected.
Yeah, you see, that's where I was actually about to say something similar. Super, where I was gonna say the problem is this is such a gray line, like this is such a gray area. Because okay, you're doing what you want with your body, but then what if you've been manipulated into believing that this is the correct option, only for you to discover later that you've been manipulated into it? How many people have their mind twisted into something they don't believe, one way or another? I mean, that's the whole point of propaganda, right? So it probably wouldn't be right to fuck with the mind of a kid one way or another. So you've got like a whole bunch of people who are saying you are trans and manipulate you into it. Right? And then you think that's the right thing and you do something that you actually regret later. Or you go the other way and you say all trans people should be killed with a hammer, and then you grow up killing people with hammers. And then at some point you regret killing all those people because you realize how fucked in the head that is. The science is pretty solid that desistance rates of children with gender dysphoria, dysmorphia is 55% at minimum. Yeah, so there's a whole thing also around the idea of like, you know, people grow out of it, people change their minds, things adapt. Certain people, I don't know if I align with Asman on this, because I think these people can think whatever the fuck they want, and they're allowed to state whatever they think. Like, I don't take any of this personally, and it seems like he takes this a little bit personally, if that makes sense. I don't know, maybe I'm looking at this in the wrong way. I don't know.
That's it.
Hey, Scobbs, your message is super late. I think you're behind in the chat, maybe. But yeah. I just saw your message now. You haven't watched it, you do align with him.
Indokrynacja dzieci zawsze jest pojebana? Czy robi to religia? Czy LGBT, ASD, kwerty?
You know, sometimes there are certain sentences, Edward, that just transcend language, and I think I just got one of those. That means the percentage chance that children will grow out of it is above half, which means don't pressure the child when they're adults. They can decide what to do. Yeah, there's also the whole element, and I think this is fucking insane, especially from these like trans communities, is they want to pretend like the suicide rate is that high because people said mean words to them. And it's not something going on inside their head as well. Right? Like, I'm sorry, but a bunch of mean shit was said to black people, like, in the early 1900s and like 1800s and shit. The suicide rate wasn't that high. When the gays were going through it back in the day, the suicide rate wasn't that high. So there's something else going on there that we're not accounting for, and it's almost like people are scared to account for these kinds of things, right? They also pretend like suicide rate goes down. Exactly, and that's his message. Oh, wait, Faith, are you saying that his message is retarded? Because then maybe I'm retarded too. Hey. I'm not a fucking expert on this. They also pretend like the suicide rate goes down after HRT and surgery, and that's not what the stats show. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Is there's definitely some other factor that needs to be considered. We change every 2 to 3 years till middle of our 20s. Kids are like tic-tac-toe. They change every half a year. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is I'm trying to think about this. If my kid decides one day, like she's growing up and she's like, I'm a boy. My solution isn't I'm going to go like fucking get a hot dog out the cupboard and super glue it to her vagina. I'm going to like wait to see what happens. Whether this is like is this a phase? Is this a thing she's going through? She can decide for herself what she wants to do when she's an adult, and all I can really do is give her as much available information as possible. Tomboys are hot too. Yeah. No, I don't blame you for saying that. A lot of people believe it or not are willing to excuse bad shit happening to kids because of some stupid ass belief. Oh yeah, no, all the time. If a kid is getting bullied, people blame the victim. If a teacher, administrator also bullied the kid. You know what my favorite one is of that? Jimmy, my favorite one is when like a teacher fucks a 13-year-old boy and everyone says lucky kid. That's my favorite one. Like this kid's gonna grow up normal now. Like this didn't fuck some part of his brain up.
It's wrong. There's
see
a
what he
lot of
says.
things that people do that I think are wrong. Fuck them. Let them do what they want.
Yes.
And I don't like the premise
Let them do what they want, but don't manipulate them.
of this. The fixation around did they choose to do this or not. It shouldn't matter whether they chose to do it. It shouldn't matter whether they were born with it or not. Because if you're an adult, you should be able to make decisions about your life, and you shouldn't have the government making those decisions for you. Agree, but leave the kids alone? So true. Yes, I don't give a fuck. Like, you wanna suck dick? Suck dick. You wanna dress up like a girl? Dress up like a girl. You wanna dress up like a guy? Do that too. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, so I do agree with him then.
In your own time, by yourself. That's it. Being gay is not a gender anyway. No, but the argument is that people are born gay. And what I'm saying is that if you are born trans or you are born gay, that does not change my perspective on the issue, because ultimately a person has the right to free expression, and that is separate from what somebody's immutable characteristics are. Does that make sense?
So it's outcome matters, not incitement, is basically what he's saying. I tend to agree with him on that. Because what about those kids who are like, they only figure out that they're gay when they're 15? What about the kids who only figure out they're straight after a gay experience? Right? But they had to figure that out. Like, I mean, I've said this before. I went to a school with a guy who shoved a toy Boeing 747 up his ass. And it was at that moment when the wings touched his butt cheeks that he was like, oh, I'm not gay. He had to do that to figure that shit out. So, like, I don't think it matters when you figure that out. I don't think it matters if you're born gay or if you become gay. Or whatever the fuck. I think that's down to personal choice. That's up to you.
You can't be born trans, though? I'm saying that that argument is irrelevant to me. Like, I don't care about that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like, there's no that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't mean anything to me.
But it's how we handle that.
That's
you know?
right.
I mean, I think we would agree that children, and this is where America is now an outlier country. We're the only country that went full, and I guess Trump is reversing it, but certainly under Biden, who went fully toward that. Like, we don't care what age, kids can self-diagnose them.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Why is it that we'll protect kids from things like, I don't know, alcohol? Making life-altering decisions like, I don't know, getting tattoos, voting, but protecting them until they're old enough and have a developed enough brain to decide for themselves is a bad thing. I don't understand that. Why is one okay and the other's not?
Themselves, I mean, that to me was going way too far on this. Again, nobody just comes back to the sensible center.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the sensible center is that, like, you respect people, you trust parents, you let parents figure out what to do with their kids, and you don't need a...
No.
Wait, thanks for the follow, MP. I appreciate it. You came here at a weird time, dude. This is not what I usually do. So you came here at a fucking strange time. We got to protect kids from trans stuff, but it's fine to give a 4-year-old an iPad. So
Gold as an average WoW player, but WTF, I thought his VODs were like Joe Biden press conferences.
Wait, what? I thought his VODs were like Joe Biden press conferences. Nah, he makes more sense than Joe Biden. Joe Biden was like summoning dragons and shit with the stuttering. And yeah, I agree with you. That like, I think it's pretty fucked up to leave a kid unattended with access to the internet and shit.
They are either a human male or human female. Being gay, goth, or vegan is a non-biological factor and are okay to live as one, but they can't state something against science. Otherwise, furries get animal rights too.
Wait, but they can't state something against science, otherwise furries get animal rights too. Yeah, look, this is obviously like a hot fucking topic and shit, but look, I think it's as fucked up to leave a kid alone with an iPad and they start talking to pedophiles on YouTube Kids or whatever the fuck. That's fucked up. Like, your kid should not have unfettered, unrestricted access to the internet and to like some stranger showing up at your door and saying shit like, I was just out looking for a cupcake. Like, that's fucked up. That's gonna fuck your kid up in a whole different way. But no, you gotta protect a kid from that kind of stuff. That's really fucked. The whole trans and gay and straight and shit, I don't understand why it's so difficult for us to understand the concept of why don't you just let a kid be themselves? And when they're old enough, they can go and discover all this shit by themselves and figure out exactly what they are. I don't understand why that's such a battle. I don't understand this idea that we have to like tell them what they are and like teach them that shit in school. Like, I think it's like maybe you can make them aware of these people. Like they meet someone and like, Mom, what is that person, a boy or a girl? You're like, that's a trans person. This is what they think, right? Keep it straight to the facts and then just move on. Like, I don't know why we can't just do that shit. Why we have to be like, oh, you might be trans, little bully. Come to class later and I'll show you. Like, we don't need to do that kind of fucked up shit to kids. Just let them figure that shit out by themselves. You have to protect your kid from some stuff. They are not ready for certain elements in the world. Here's a good example of this, right? When I was 16, I tried to read Friedrich Nietzsche, right? I tried to read Beyond Good and Evil. I read it again, I think it was 2 years ago. And when I was reading Friedrich Nietzsche again, I was like, man, I was not fucking ready for this the first time I read it. Like, I didn't understand half of what the fuck was going on here. There are certain things you're just not ready for. And you shouldn't have unfettered access to the internet. That's just fucked up. For the same reason that religion is taught from an early age, because it stays in the head permanently. Yeah, probably. Right? Which is probably a form of manipulation or propaganda. Problem today is the kid will discover it early, so when mine do, I will have to explain the basics like you say. That's the thing, right? If your kid discovers this shit, they should feel comfortable enough that they talk to you and they're like, Mom or Dad or whatever, and they're like, what is this? And you can explain this without like demonizing it or glorifying it. And you can just give them straight facts, and then they can figure that out, and you can always be there to help them.
It's not. You don't believe
like
that?
The best thing, like, I'm just saying this, right? The best thing my mom ever did for me was when we had the drug talk at school, I went home to my mom and I was like, can you explain this to me? Because my teacher was just sitting there basically doing Mr. Mackey from South Park. Drugs are bad, okay? Right? So I went home and I spoke to my mom. And she didn't glorify it and she didn't demonize it. She was like, I'm just going to give you the facts. She was like, okay, these are different kinds of drugs that exist, right? When you take drugs, they are the fucking perfect solution to all your problems. You're going to feel fucking incredible. You're going to feel amazing. It's going to feel so good. But there's also a downside to it, is that when they wear off, you're going to want nothing else in your life. You're going to do anything you can to get a hold of those drugs again. And then she showed me pictures, right? And these were all drug addicts. And I was like, interesting. I guess I'm not fucking doing that because these people all look so royally fucked in the head. And she didn't have to be mean about it. She wasn't like, look at these bastards or whatever. She just showed me what happens to these people. Simple fact. Right? Same with steroids. She showed me what happens to 90% of the people you don't see in the media. They just die. Their heart gives out.
At all. Like, if you were talking about kids consenting to doing anything that was sexual, you'd be immediately against it. If you were talking about kids consenting to get tattoos, you'd be immediately against it. If you were talking about kids consenting to do anything else with their body that could be considered exploitative, like, for example, child labor, you'd be against it as well. This is just a retarded false premise that nobody actually believes in, and you're using this give parents the option idea as if this is some kind of get out of jail free card for justifying the behavior. But the fact is that it's not. It never has been. There are dozens of examples of it not being an example. You used to be able to sell your kids. You know, the year it became illegal to sell your kids, my dad was still fucking alive. Okay?
Do I make this statement about my country? Okay. In my country, it is theoretically illegal to sell children. Theoretically. But I am saying there's a bunch of tribal cultures in my country that do that shit all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Okay? It wasn't that long ago. And that was another thing
Also,
that
yes,
now is
ELD.
against the law that you can't do. So the entire premise that, oh, well, you know, it's your kid, you can do whatever you want with your kid, that's not true, and she knows that. This is totally stupid.
A bunch of politicians in Washington making decisions.
That is not the Democratic position.
It's not a bunch of politicians making decisions for kids. What do you mean it's not a bunch of politicians? I wonder what her position was on vaccines. Oh, that's different. Oh, of course, everything's always different whenever you agree with it, which is why you can't make sweeping judgments like that. This is a stupid statement that's supposed to get people to clap because they don't want to have the government telling them what to do. But the fact is that she does want the government telling you what to do, but she just wants to be the one telling you what to do.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's one of those people. It's basically saying she's one of those people who it's bad when they say the things I disagree with, and it's good when they say the things I agree with. That's like 80% of all humanity with zero critical thinking.
And not somebody else.
How much would I fetch on the market? Like 2 rand. I wouldn't even make a full dollar, dude.
That's the reason. It's just so one-dimensional and stupid that it's amazing that anybody can't see through this. It's hypocritical? Of course it is. It's hypocritical and self-serving.
Here in California.
Well, that's my
3 men and only the woman catching all the hate. I don't know, Dubba. People are coming here saying they hate fucking Bill Maher. So I don't know. I don't know. If in a literal nobody Twitch stream, people are sitting here saying fuck Bill Maher, right? I don't think she's the only one catching hate. I don't even know the opinions of the other 2 retards in the room aside from Bill Maher and this lady, because she's the only one that's spoken. Aside from that other guy who's like, I don't believe in it or whatever.
Yeah, I'll listen to it again one more time.
Reversing it, but certainly under Biden,
Yeah.
who went fully toward that. Like, we don't care what age, kids can self-diagnose themselves. I mean,
Yeah, that shit's insane.
that to me was going way too far on this. Again, nobody just comes back to...
It's not to you, by the way. This is to 90% of the country. This is a sick, very deranged, small, single-digit percentage of people that think this is normal.
Yes, and I'm going to be honest with you, the trans person I know who said this... Wait, I don't know why... Wait, hold on. Did I just lose... Oh, there we go. The trans person I know has said anyone pushing this shit on kids should be immediately thrown in a furnace. They fucking hate these groups that push this shit on kids. They've got the most base takes I've ever heard in my life, and it comes from a trans person. So hey, also, this trans person I know, they genuinely think this, and I wonder if they might be right. They've said, like, if you're gonna transition and whatever, you've got to wait until you're 21, right? And then instead of transitioning, the first thing you should do is go get your mental health checked and sorted out. And once you've cleared that you're a normal fucking human being and there's nothing actually fundamentally wrong with you or your brain, or you don't have a tumor or some shit, then, only then should you, like, think about transitioning. That's their take on it. Like, it should be a requirement, according to them. Why do SA have the base trans and the West has the pedos? It's probably because if you think about it this way, some degree of strife and struggle and battle through life will either reveal a person to be a complete bastard or someone who's empathetic to the situations and life and like the life position of others. But also keep in mind that this person I'm talking about is one human being. I'm sure there's fucking crazy people down here, right? I'm absolutely sure there's trans people down here who are fucking bananas who think that you should transition babies and shit. I'm sure they exist.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the sensible center is that, like, you respect people, you trust parents, you let parents figure out what to do with their kids, and you don't need a bunch of politicians in Washington making decisions.
That is not the Democratic position, at least here in
An
California.
outrageous oversimplification, an intentional oversimplification, in order to make people think that the government doesn't make millions of decisions like this for people. I think it is outrageous, absolutely fucking out. She's a moron. Well, she is saying the thing that she has to say. She is a Democrat senator from Minnesota.
That's fair. If she doesn't toe the line, she's out. She's gonna get burnied if she says something different.
Right? In my opinion, I wonder how many immigrants that they have over there from Mexico or wherever else, South America, and I wonder what her viewpoints on that are. It's probably it's intellectually dishonest. Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. And so there you go. That's it, bro. You got it. Yeah, it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Dan Patrick assaulted a reporter. What a fucking...
So, you see, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Why people probably like Asmongold. He's taking the layman position. He's taking, like, the most commonly, like, the baseline critical thinking position. Right? This is why I say this. This is probably why he's such a big deal and why he's so popular. Is because he's thinking the same thing that the largest majority of people who think the same as him are saying. But obviously these people aren't saying it out loud because they're not fucking crazy people. They're trying to get on with their day. But they agree with him, so they want to hear the same point. So that's probably why he's so goddamn huge. Right? It's literally basic common sense applied.
What? That's Tim Wall's turf? Yeah, I guess so. And she's sitting on a political fence. Minnesota has a massive migrant population. Is that true? I wasn't aware of that. If that is true, I didn't know that. I actually assumed...
Hold on, Minnesota is fucking retarded. Like the entire state, basically. Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, they named themselves after a mini-soda. What did you expect? Yeah, come on, you can think of a better name than that for a state.
So I could be wrong. But anyway, let's see here if I can find the rest of it. But yeah. And we refer to as Minnesotans.
Yeah,
Tim
exactly.
Walz is an idiot. Yeah, I guess so. But either way, yeah, the Supreme Court ruled that a woman is a woman. Can you believe that?
Yeah, goddamn. What a shocker.
That's crazy. Wow.
There's a hyperpolarization happening among the younger generation that's substantially more pronounced than the older
Now we're just switching to Tim Pool. What the fuck?
generation. And the younger generation is substantially more considering violence than the older generation did.
Well, that's because the younger generation feels like voting doesn't work.
I think every generation that's probably Gen X and lower feels this way and feels that voting is a sham and doesn't do anything. I've heard more people who are like maybe 10 years older than me and everyone below that say what a waste of time voting is and it doesn't actually do anything because the system's rigged anyway. And the system's going to do what the system does. Why the fuck must I pick which color of retard is in power? It's just going to be the same eventually. And I kind of feel the same way.
That's the problem, is that, so this is the big issue, is that, so number one, obviously you have like media and things like that push it. But whenever you have to choose between a douchebag and a turd sandwich every 4 years,
yeah,
and
the South Park,
then maybe every once in a while you think that you're going to get what you want and then you don't. You know, Obama promises change and then changes his mind with like ending the wars and like, you know, Afghanistan and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to frustrate a lot of people. Yeah, that's...
It doesn't frustrate them. It makes them nihilistic. I think it makes them realize it doesn't fucking matter. I don't see that much violence, though. I'm not seeing violence. I think we just have this hyper obsession when violence happens. I mean, it makes the news in the US when one person dies. I love how everyone thinks Timmy is a Russian agent. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know who's funding him.
Oh. And the reason why J.K. Rowling is against trans women after being pro-trans is when her own women's shelters had harassments and violence from trans women, as well as hearing about trans women impregnating biological women in female prisons.
That sounds like a Monty Python skit filter. Imagine you're like a battered woman and you go to a shelter and there's just some dude in a dress with long hair stroking his cock in the fucking waiting room, being like, hey, baby. And you've got like two black eyes, and that's the first thing you see walking in. that's actually a fucking Sam Hyde comedy skit waiting to happen. Holy shit. Fuck me, dude. I have to watch the rest I checked out on the video. But yeah, I'm kind of checked out now as well, but let's see.
Yeah, that's it.
So when you look at the polls, it's really interesting how the polarization expands.
I can see that.
Yeah. So, you know, I would say like the bulk of our viewers are probably in their 30s. So we have 18-year-olds too, but they're a smaller percentage. But basically 25 to 54 who watches us.
So, yeah, he has the same people that watch me. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Got a lot of people.
This is the main generation that's on things watching podcasts and streams and shit. Most people below the age of 25 are on TikTok or gooning at OnlyFans.
People in their 30s.
Yeah.
And what ends up happening is, and this is true for people on the left or right, doesn't matter who you are, someone's going to take something you said, it's going to be pulled out of context.
Of course.
And then it makes people go nuts. So, you know, there's so many of these things that are absolutely wild for me. So I don't have the worst of it. There's other people in media that have it substantially worse than I do. Their Wikipedia pages are just rife with weird, fake nonsense that's made up.
I mean, I just don't feel like...
Man, remember when Wikipedia was a reliable source of information? Anything that's got any kind of political leaning on it now on Wikipedia, you can never trust. Doesn't matter if it's left or right, you just can't fucking trust it. Because it's also manipulated.
Anybody in this country can even presume that what people think about them is anywhere near the truth.
No, the thing is, same goes for Republicans. No, and I think that's the case. Is that I think that people have become tired of how cumbersome the political process is and how often they vote for something and then they don't get it. And it's like if all the people want this, but there's some system or some rule that says that we can't have it, well, why can't we just change the system or the rule?
Well, that's exactly why people in Germany are so fucking mad right now, because they voted for the AfD and then they're like, nah, the AfD is not allowed to be in power.
Because ultimately, like, the system or the rule.
And then it's like, that's incredibly frustrating because they're saying, like, your vote doesn't matter, yours specifically. Everyone else's does, but yours don't, right? So it's all managed democracy at this point. Turns out Helldivers wasn't a meme. It was just a prediction of what's going to happen in the future. On the one hand, people say anyone can edit Wikipedia and you can't trust it. But on the other hand, you have stories of Wikipedia editors doxing and having people registered as sex offenders over the edits. Yeah, this is the thing. I think it's just all an information war at this point. You can't trust any of that shit.
Rule was made by people, so why can't you unmake that rule? And so, and that no way, right? Exactly. And I think that's the main reason why people are fucking annoyed.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, let's move away from this shit now, please. Let's move away from this wacky, tobacco, crazy fucking political shit, please. Like, it's damn, I thought I was burned out before, but these people are fucking exhausting. It's just the same shit over and over again. It's like, I feel like I've been hearing these arguments since I was 15. Right? And it's the same shit-flinging competition, and it just went from, like, atheism. Wait, no, first it started with the right-wing stuff, then it went to atheism and religion, and now it's, like, left-wing stuff, and then in the future it's going to be the same arguments about two other things. Wait, do I agree? What, with Asmongold there? Yes. His earlier takes made me sure that Asmon is not stupid. Yeah, no, actually I agree with him. I think those were pretty reasonable takes. I think those people who are up there with Bill Maher are allowed to say the most retarded shit they can and believe it, and that's fully within their right, but they shouldn't expect anyone else to toe the line for them. Right? Now let's get on to some other crazy shit. Shit I actually care about. MMORPG. Oh, God. Oh, God. Alex Jones stars in transphobic comedy sketch written by Stephen. I'm tired. I'm gonna be honest. I'm tired of the shit. I will look at it, but if it burns my mind out, I'm done.
At least one woman at the Central California Women's Facility was pregnant after a transgender male prisoner was transferred there.
Big surprise. Big surprise. A criminal who breaks the law is going to lie to people to get some advantage that he shouldn't have over others. Oh, big fucking shocker.
Keep in mind, the male prisoner was permitted to transfer under the new California law, SB 132, which allows biological males. We're not supposed to use the term biological males now. What's the term we're supposed to use?
Like person with penis or something?
Yeah. No, it's something else, male.
Lady McBalls.
Yes. So under SB 132, it allows biological males to use women's locker rooms, homeless shelters, and prisons to the point that...
Yeah, that's insane. That's fucking insane. None of those... Oh, you broke the law and want to go somewhere that gives you an advantage and you got a dick? No. No.
Now, condoms have been issued within the prison. What? Yeah, this is part of the protocol to ensure that sex between inmates, which is illegal, by the way, would...
Hold on. As well as it works in Germany, the AFD doesn't have 50%, so it's up to the parties themselves to figure out amongst themselves. And none of the other parties like the AFD, that's true, but the same could be said against the other side of the spectrum that the CDU didn't want to collaborate with. Yes, but did they get banned from being a primary party the way the AFD was? There's like this whole thing where they're going under investigation as this extremist thing, and a bunch of EU politicians, especially the German ones, have come out saying they can never be allowed to have and be in power, and it doesn't matter if you vote for them, their votes won't count. Right? That's literally managed democracy. That's the problem. And if they're doing it to the other side as well, that's still fucking wrong. If they're banning parties from either end of it, they shouldn't be doing that. They're literally taking away people's ability to vote for what they want. Also, Smurr, you, thanks for the follow.
Be safe. So they need to make sure that it's safe sex in an all-females prison. Wow. Where they cannot get pregnant. And so...
Okay, what the fuck?
All women.
Okay, this is just a meme now?
Pregnancy. Immaculate conception?
Okay, now he's just memeing.
Which will this as a woman?
Wait, what?
Things of great joy, which will
that
be
Alex?
to all
Okay.
people, for there is born to you a baby in this cell, and this shall be a sign unto you of...
A virgin birth? A miracle?
No. Your cellmate, that guy dressed as a woman,
He's gonna rape you. Yep.
he's going to rape you.
Yeah, so that coming.
I'm a girl.
Repeatedly.
Yeah, I think Sam Hyde could do a better job with making a skit like that funnier.
That read rough on the paper.
It really did, yes.
really did.
And who could have seen this coming?
Good old...
Yeah. That was lowbrow comedy. Let's be honest, that was lowbrow. They could have done a better job with that. I think Sam Hyde could actually make a skit like that, make it far more entertaining. Crowder kind of plays like me to like a high schooler. He doesn't really, he seems to yell opinions at shit, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just my personal opinion on shit. Same as NPD now thinks that True happened a few years back already. I think it's a bit because of, well, let's say history and stuff. Yeah, but you see, you're using past. That means they're using history to make excuses why they can't lose power. That means the current parties in control are like, no, we won't allow ourselves to lose power because we're going to use history as a weapon. That's a problem. That's an issue. It's not correct, though. It isn't a true democracy. It's not. It's really not. And that's concerning. And I'm saying this from the perspective of a place. I'm from a third world country. That's not a true democracy either. Right? So I know this. I know this as a fact. Is Sam Hyde an actual neo-Nazi like Hassan said? I don't think so. I've seen him say a bunch of shit about Jews and shit, but it seems like it's got a comedic tilt to it all the time. I mean, he's a pretty poor Nazi if he keeps on talking about like black people and stuff like that, and he's had interviews with them, and he doesn't like do the whole white man superior shit. But I think he cares more about entertainment than he does about politics. But anyway, I'm done with this. I'm done with this shit. Enough of this. I'm finished with this stuff. I can't do it anymore. Let's watch something that's actually of value. I haven't watched Preach in such a long time that YouTube unsubscribed me from his channel. That's how long it's been since I watched a Preach video. I want you to look at this. I just opened this. This is how long it's been since I've watched Preach. It has been an eternity. And then today, I saw him talking about World of Warcraft 2. And guess what? The fucking loser that played World of Warcraft for 15 years of his life needs to know if there's a WoW 2. I need to know, is there a World of Warcraft coming? And he's saying it's already here, so I need to know what he has to say.
World Soul Saga was announced, immediately I thought, WoW 2 is coming. And it's been a pretty hot topic in my circles for a while now.
Imagine they do like a World of Warcraft 2 the way they did in Overwatch 2. I will enjoy the shit out of that garbage fire. Actually, you copied his style. Fair, kid. See, I'm very unoriginal. I steal everyone else's style. That's why I get accused of using Seth Zintach humor all the time. Which is fair. Because I did copy his style, because that's how I that's how I learned how to do YouTube. You will enjoy shit? Yes, I will enjoy this burning pile of shit if there's a WoW 2.
I was even asked about it at my recent Blizzard trip to Boston. However, it has caused some confusion.
God damn! I just registered. He's lost so much fucking weight, dude. It's either cancer or he's taking care of himself, which is... I'm considering cancer because WoW players don't take care of themselves. What the fuck? Good for him.
As to what WoW 2 would mean for our beloved 20-year-old MMO. And the weird thing is, it's kind of already happening. Let's take a look. I'm not going to BS you and say I've confirmed or leaked info. We don't. It's speculative for sure, but there is so much evidence to suggest that...
Yeah, so you see his title? That Kud is doing all the heavy lifting for him. That one seems to be doing all the heavy lifting for him.
Something may be in the works. The World Soul Saga itself having a definite endpoint, and that the final expansion, The Last Titan, probably being Azeroth, might actually cause the destruction of some or even part of the planet. Alright, time for a lore catch-up. Okay, in the beginning, there were Titans. They are huge, and they all live friendly, held hands, a lot of flowers going on.
Okay.
But then, one of them got mad. See Brownbeard? Boom, Sargeras, yeah? Got horns.
And he tried to drink all the breast milk, and no one liked that.
He was mad, wrecked all their bodies, but trapped fragments of them in the big suck. And then we come along, muscle bound. What did we do? Sucked off Sargeras, yeah? Straight to the Shadow Realm with you. Still around though, Illidan coming back. And then, Baby Bean. Azeroth itself is a world soul. Where do Titans come from? Boom, baby beans.
So what he's saying is Azeroth is still young enough for Minecraft YouTubers to want to fuck it.
And that's in the middle of our planet. What does that mean when the last Titan approaches? Bang. Everything's gonna...
Most of that's going to be tomorrow. Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. I'm playing the Isle with Ilgi if he doesn't go to bed.
break. That's how you do lore. Screw you, Noble. WoW, over its 20 years, has amassed a lot of geographical space that, let's face it, in the retail version of the game is basically empty. So
it's shit. It's all shit. You want to know the best parts of the WoW map? It's this region right here. It's the big asshole in the middle. Because it needs to sink into there and stop existing. Do you want me to pinpoint the moment when WoW truly died? Here, let me show you in the World of Warcraft lore the exact moment that I knew World of Warcraft was permanently dead. That there was no comeback.
Before we start the opening ceremony,
you see this lore piece?
I want to say a few words. You know, Blizzard had the opportunity to bring the world together in a tough Hearthstone esports moment about a month ago, and we did not. We moved too quickly in our decision-making, and then, to make matters worse, we were too slow to talk with all of you.
Yeah.
When I think of
that's the moment it died. And it wasn't even about WoW. It was about Hearthstone.
A little catastrophic destruction wouldn't be the end of the world, literally. And with things like the Caverns of Time existing to go back and do the older content when players want, it's all good. All that is to say, if you were going to do something spectacular, then the end of the World Soul Saga fits quite nicely, doesn't it? Which brings us to WoW 2. Now, since the discussion started, there have been quite a lot of suggestions.
Man, do you think WoW 2 is like Guild Wars 3, where it's not really real, but everyone really hopes it is?
Confusion on just how that would happen. Would it be a different launcher? Would there be new characters to make? Would it be like FF14, where they literally destroyed the game and a new one launched that was entirely different? Would it be like Overwatch, forcing everyone to move over to Overwatch 2? Maybe it's even got some FPS component or something. As crazy as it may sound, it's understandable where these ideas have come from. For years, people have been making all kinds of wonderful WoW-inspired content using tech that isn't.
Somehow, every single World of Warcraft creator got so fucking bored with the game that they made better stuff than Blizzard did. Think about it, what that says about WoW itself. The only thing WoW has going for it in the modern day is the fucking cinematics. And I'm waiting for Sylvanas to come back in the latest fucking thing. The latest cinematic and go, by the power of undead vagina, I win. And then she just becomes like the god of the entire universe. And every simp is happy. Pyro comes out, you know, Pyromancer, and he has another flip out session, right? Just has a fucking stroke live on stream. Asmongold does a reaction, goes, yeah, dude, it's dead. And then, no one pays them money anymore and cancels all their subscriptions.
Over 20 years old at this point. And I'm sure many of you have seen recreations of your favorite zones made in Unreal Engine, with gorgeous lighting, fully voiced, or even looking at Blizzard's advanced animation techniques that we know they're capable of. Before we go into that, though, the question always comes up, why? Why would there even be a WoW 2? Well, pick your poison. There's no way in hell...
Go back in the past and do the first Warcraft game, but do it as an MMORPG. Make it an action combat system. That would be so fucking based if they did that.
Morhaime and the squad expected their game.
I don't think you can go forward. I don't think you can go forward in time and it'll work. I think it'll be an immediate failure if they tried that.
That they made all those years ago to be still up and running. And it's pretty clear. The speed bumps are over for now. It isn't going away anytime soon, so it makes sense to start planning for another 20 years.
This poor man. They drag him out every year. Like he was out and they just dragged him back in.
I apologize to my OGs for what's about to happen, and to the people who are now playing WoW who were born after it came out. This isn't going to be pretty. Do you realize just how old World of Warcraft is?
Yes,
we
I
say
do.
2004, but do you know that's the year that Half-Life 2 came out? Halo 2?
Mm-hmm.
Metal Gear Solid 3?
Yep.
Which is now about to get its 5th revision of the game. If that doesn't make you feel old...
Based Skyrim. Based Skyrim Initiator. Damn. One of these days I'm going to have to play fucking Metal Gear Solid. I still haven't played it. I know all the memes and I still haven't played that goddamn game.
Let me do this for you. Doom, the Dark Ages, just came out and people are ripping and tearing all the way through. Do you know in 2004...
Has Doom Dark Ages been a success or a failure? I don't actually know if it's winning or not. Because I don't want to get it because it kind of feels weird having a Doom game that doesn't have the tracks of Mick Gordon in it. But maybe it's a good game. I don't know.
Although Doom 3 came out, a game so advanced that it couldn't even run on most people's PCs at all.
That's
Still
true.
not enough? Okay. Last week, as of recording this, we got the big reveal of GTA 6 coming next
And it looks fucking good. It does actually look good.
year, and what it looks like. In 2004, along with its marketing of some of the best, most realistic graphics out there, GTA San Andreas came out.
The best GTA. I don't want to hear a fucking word. It was better than Vice City. San Andreas was the shit. San Andreas deserves a pure remaster. It deserves it. GTA 6 graphics in San Andreas, where you get to play high definition CJ. And you get to go through, and you get a whole new generation traumatized by what Big Smoke did to everyone. That's what we deserve.
Look at them side by side, my friends.
It got a remaster. Not good enough. Not good enough. It deserves better. It deserves better than the Oblivion remaster, Devilus.
20 years is a really long time in tech. Problems with current WoW?
Man, it's been a really fucking long
MMO
time.
Warcraft won. But they will do it in the spirit of friendship and tolerance. Blizzard doesn't have any balls to pull it off.
You might be right, Edward. Actually, no, I'm not going to say you might be right. You're probably right. Oh, God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine them trying to adapt like the omega racism of Warcraft 1 between the orcs and the humans and shit, and trying to put that into a modern video game? Man, they forgot how to do a masculine character in WoW. Can you imagine them trying to understand Warcraft 1 orcs? It would actually be hilarious. All the orcs are gay. Somehow they keep still having kids. They just have femboy orcs. There's no females. Orcs keep getting butt pregnant. It would be the funniest shit. It wouldn't last long, but it would be entertaining to watch.
Are pretty obvious, right? For the most part, the game runs decently, but then... I'm not going to be rolling dice again here, but you guys have done a world boss. Whole game just falls apart. It's in fact gotten so bad that 30-man Ansarek was essentially unplayable for many people. WoW was known for a long time as the seamless world with no loading screens, and now, well, we load screen every couple of seconds.
Yep, and here's the other problem. So if you want to look at WoW and what the fucking problem with WoW is, right? You have base game WoW, you have Burning Crusade, you have Wrath.
Me not that kind of orc.
You will be that kind of orc according to Blizzard. What came after Wrath? It wasn't WoD. It was Pandaria. WoD. What came after WoD? Oh, Cataclysm. You're right. I forgot Cataclysm. Okay, it doesn't matter. But you've got all these fucking expansions, right? Yeah, it was Cataclysm, then Pandaria, then WoD, right? But you've got all these expansions in Blizzard's games. Huge fucking world. The largest chunk of world, right? You go to the next expansion. All of a sudden, none of this fucking matters anymore. Only the very end game content, which is just a chunk of this, matters. The rest of this is leveling. And then they repeat this formula ad nauseum through every fucking expansion. Literally invalidating. So whatever is the newest expansion, all of this in WoW is completely fucking irrelevant. There's no point for you to do any of that. There's literally just this. And then Warlords of Draenor was even worse because all you did was sit in your little camp and send out your minions and do nothing but a few raids and pug shit. It was so bad. So literally, everything outside of this little circle here, which is the endgame content, raids and shit, is completely irrelevant. This whole chunk of game doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Now, let's take a look at another game. Guild Wars 2. Base game. Expansion. 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 There is still a reason for you to look at the end game versions of whatever the fuck was in the base game. If this is the end game content, it's still valuable. It's still valuable. It's still valuable. And you can transition between these layers without it being too much of a problem. Guild Wars 2 has no endgame. That's because all of it is the endgame, Devilis. Guess what? This whole thing here is story and expansions and fucking everything past level 80. Then this is everything past level 80. And you can go back. You can go do, I don't know, fucking Soto out here and then go back to the Living World seasons. All of this is still relevant to some degree. Maybe not entirely, maybe not 100% relevant, but better than what WoW has done. By a long margin.
At the Race to World First, not only do the Raiders get top-of-the-line PCs, but they have all these weird rules.
Have you done any fractals? No, not yet.
Restarting every couple of hours to clear out cache.
I'm saving that.
Reset memory and things, as it has dramatic performance loss if you are playing WoW for a few hours. Silly things have been a nightmare to change. The backpack size, for one. Like, the entire...
I'm using Guild Wars 2, massive, because I haven't played Final Fantasy. I'm kind of terrified of that game. So I don't know how Final Fantasy functions in comparison to WoW or Guild Wars 2. But it better have a fucking better system than WoW.
Original code was built on the back of it. Or the struggles they've had over the years with multi-core performance, which has grown, don't get me wrong, by leaps and bounds over the last decades.
Same as WoW, the only thing that matters is the latest... That's a disappointment. I figured they would have learned their lesson.
They have done some phenomenal upkeep and updates over the years, but the issues, they're all there for people to see, and I'm sure you can name 1,000 more. With that said, let's have the grand reveal. What, in my opinion, would WoW 2 look like? Well, here's a screenshot of World of Warcraft today in retail.
Okay.
And here is what WoW 2 would likely look like.
I fucking hate that he's probably right.
When we're discussing WoW 2, it's not about the graphics. WoW's graphics can always be better, but the style has been pretty timeless. When showing you Grand Theft Auto earlier, the comparison doesn't really fit with something like WoW. More important.
I'll say this again, Miranda. I'll say this to anyone in here. If there's anything you need to do, go and fucking do it. It doesn't matter if it's sleep, take a dump, slap your neighbor's wife. I don't care. The stream will always be here. The VOD is free. It's always on YouTube. Go and live your goddamn life. I promise you, whatever you have to do, no matter how small, is more important than being here.
Importantly, MMOs are like a comfortable blanket for a lot of players. A dramatic shift in appearance and style would likely not be welcome. Hell, dude, we've seen...
I think it needs to be welcome because it's got an old, aging player base. And if those players want to play the old style, they should just keep playing World of Warcraft. Make an entirely new game. Try and capture some of the, like a teenage audience or a young 20s audience, because your average WoW player is probably on fucking dialysis because their kidneys are failing. Not just from all the breast milk they're drinking, but from the fact that they've been an alcoholic for the last 25 years of their life, hoping for the day when WoW improves instead of getting worse.
Seen this so many times. People lost their minds at the updated character models a few years back. Myself.
Yeah, let them bitch. Let the old players bitch. You need to get a new audience. You need a new one. You can't keep relying on this old audience, because eventually everyone in the old age home, myself included, is gonna die.
Myself included. My Tauren used to look way meaner and angrier than this goofy face thing.
Yeah,
No.
okay. Tauren do look dumpy. They do look dumpy as fuck now.
The idea of WoW 2 is primarily...
Kids don't play MMOs. Exactly, New Gash. Exactly. Which means there's fresh ground to break into. You gotta stop thinking about this in terms of, you know, oh, kids don't play it, so we're not even gonna try. You gotta think about this like a lonely high school teacher in her 30s who just got a fresh new group of 13-year-old boys in class. You could be the first one in there. You can build a lifelong habit that they never break. You could be the one to do that. That's how you got to think about it. Get them away from Fortnite. Get them away from Roblox. Get them to stop playing Minecraft. You could give them something that they never quite get rid of and that they're paying child support into for the rest of their natural-born lives.
Back end. To allow the game to do all the things they wish it could do and may want to do in the future without it being hamstrung by literally decades of old design.
And hold on, function, answer distribution date, quiz load query for... What does this have to do with the MMOs? Or is this just stock footage of a dude programming a really shitty function? Because he's calling a rate. Okay, yeah, this is just stock footage.
That is what leads me to the next point. It's kind of already happening. Dragon riding and the new housing function that I got to test should not exist. Housing in particular was a feature I've talked to people at Blizzard.
Yeah, because they stole it from other MMOs like WildStar and Guild Wars 2 and all of that, and SWTOR and shit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
About since 2016. The message was always the same regardless. It just can't be done in a way that makes it what the players want and expect. The game simply cannot do it. Well, just a week ago, I played it. It works.
Yes.
And it shouldn't. So how was it done? Look, man, when devs speak...
What value does this add into the game aside from here's a pretty thing to look at? Okay, I'm a person who fucking hates housing in games. I really hate it, and I don't care about it at all. Ooh, I can put a collectible in a room that only I can see. Like, it does nothing for me. It genuinely does nothing for me, housing systems. So, like, maybe I'm not the right person to judge this shit.
To me about this stuff, they rightly regard me like a child who cannot fathom that it is possible to connect two shoelaces together in a way that stay tied, and rightly so. I don't know about this stuff. But essentially I asked, how did you do it? How is this possible? How is dragon riding possible? It's not just the player in the 3D space, but faster, which is basically what normal mounts are. The answer was essentially, well, it wasn't. Until someone figured something out a few years ago, and now it's here. Cool. All right.
Someone figured something out. They played Guild Wars 2 for a little bit, and they were like, hey, this is pretty good. That's what fucking happened. At least there's a bit of a point in Guild Wars 2 because there's things to do in the homestead. Yeah, but you see, I have such a fucking problem caring about any of the housing stuff at all. It's just not for me. Good for other people. Not for me.
But here's the important bit in the statement that I got years ago. Often people don't really understand how long in the making things are.
How come none of the female characters in the screen have any ass? How do you update the graphics and no one has ass? What happened? Man, the entirety of the female population in WoW needs a BBL.
Blizzard has been working quietly, discreetly, on major additions for the game for literal years before it ever sees the light of...
The Panda Girl got a dump truck. Devilus, it says something about you that you're looking at the Mexican 60-year-old Consuela maid who's got the same ass as that. But they could have made it better.
Of day, and God knows how many they've scrapped. And an overhaul of WoW could very well fall into that category. Now, I know many of you are thinking... What?
Look. Witness the golden age. Witness the fucking golden age. What happened? I swear to God, when I was a young lad playing WoW, it was the best form of contraception. For the low price of a monthly subscription, I was not out there busting nuts in 16-year-old girls. As a 16-year-old boy. This is what kept me a virgin. I was fucking beating Schmeat every weekend thinking about shit like this. And then they took this away. And they wonder why their player base evaporated?
What's the point in making...
Wow. Gee, I wonder why teenagers don't play MMOs anymore. Gee, it's such a mystery why a bunch of horny teenage boys no longer play... wow. Oh, no. Oh, it's a fucking shocker. I'd never be able to figure out this puzzle. I'm going to tell you this now. Every single one of me and every single one of my friends rolled a warlock as an alt character. We never hit max level. But every single one of us made it to the level where we did the succubus quest. And sometimes we'd see one of us log in on our warlock character for like 30 minutes to an hour, not go anywhere, and then log out. And we all knew what we were doing, but we never talked about it.
Making the same finished product that we see in game.
Have you ever watched the launch of the... Yes, I have. I have, Faith.
Again, well, this is actually happening, and I'm really not going to be chortling the balls here of FF14, but there's a prime example happening right now that is very relevant to what we're talking about, so bear with me here. FF14 is coming to mobile. That's right, the entire MMO, cutscenes, audio, the whole thing is going to be...
You meant this. Well, look. This actually points out exactly what the problem is. Do you think the fucking pussies at Blizzard would be brave enough to do this to a female succubus? This is fine for gay dudes and women. But where's the leaning the other way for boys and dudes? Exactly. Fucking pussies. Gigantic, unbearable pussies working at Blizzard.
Available on a mobile phone. Now, here's the thing. It's being rebuilt, similar to what we're talking about here.
Fortnite basically absorbed all the arse in the gaming industry. Look at the female skins.
Exactly. I think I saw the Pornhub chart for the most searched terms in the US, and it was something like 10 or 20 states. Like, one of the top search terms was Fortnite. So yeah, I'm not surprised.
By a different company to visually come across as the same, but they're changing the foundation. They're changing their infrastructure at the very base, which is allowing the mobile version to do things.
Look at that shit. Look at that. You're telling me Final Fantasy will make characters like that with their fucking hoo-haws basically dangling out the side of the little piece of cloth between their legs. And Blizzard's too fucking scared of tits in a painting. And they expect people to play their game.
To do things that the main game cannot. I know that sounds crazy, but it is exactly what's happening. And it's causing a lot of issues in the FF14 community because they're like, wait, the mobile version in some ways is better than the console and PC version.
That's
a simple
insane.
example would be dyeing armor. You can dye your armor in FF14's main game. You can do it with 2 different colors. You can change them around to whatever you want. The mobile version allows for 16 different dye.
It's because they know bitches play on phones. That's called target marketing. They know. These bitches be playing Candy Crush and Barbie in Final Fantasy.
Channels on your armor. You can customize the buttons, the lapels, the logos, all sorts of things. Now, here's the weird thing. That actually exists in the main game in a form.
Hold on, COD Mobile has better maps and guns than normal COD. I'm not surprised because they understand that most of these kids are on their phones. Literally, have you heard Co Carnage talking about how his kids refer to a PC? Have you seen kids, how skilled they are with a phone, and the second you put them in front of a PC, they can't figure out how the mouse and keyboard work? Of course, that's brilliant. That's genius. They know what they're doing.
Right? You can do that with the use of add-ons.
Fuck them kids.
Add-ons allow...
Hey, that's what Dr. Disrespect said. Careful with those words.
allow you to change all the 16 things on armor. But the actual base game infrastructure does not allow that much information to be transferred amongst the players that are playing the game right now. If you want to do this, what you can do is save it locally to your machine. So you use an add-on, it shows you with your perfect little glam, your character will appear that way, but information is not being sent to other players. That is the trick. Their infrastructure does not allow that kind of information to...
Sneaky fucks. So basically you do all this work and no one can see it. Fuck that.
...pass between players. The foundation doesn't quite work. What the mobile game has been able to do is actually go in, change that base infrastructure, so even though the actual finished product looks exactly the same, no different whatsoever, the underlying structure allows them to do many more things. And you can imagine exactly why the main game players are a little miffed that the mobile version is seemingly super...
I would be so mad. As a PC...
Rose, I have channeled the power of my ancestors. I have consumed the watermelon also. Even Elder Scrolls Online has skimpy outfits, and that's a Western game. Same with Guild Wars.
Yeah, but the problem with ESO is that you have to pay $20 million. Like, literally, the entire gameplay loop of ESO is how quickly can you swipe your credit card. That's the entire gameplay loop, so I don't care how naked them characters get. You have to pay money for it. Why don't you just go, I don't know, buy a hooker? You get more out of it. But I would be so fucking mad if I was a PC player of Final Fantasy and I learned that the mobile version gets more stuff. I'd be so angry.
Superior in some ways. Why does this exist over on my bloody mobile phone, on my tablet, instead of existing in the big main game I'm playing on my super expensive PC? And there are a number of other examples of it. But this is a prime example of what we're talking about that WoW is trying to do, and WoW might want to adopt, is by remaking the whole game, changing all that base infrastructure, allowing a lot more doors to be open. The finished product looks the same, but it is absolutely not the same at the bottom and allows for so many more options.
Can I be honest with you about something? The more I think about this, I don't want a WoW 2. I want a StarCraft MMORPG. I think that there's a lot of ground they can cover there. I think WoW is kind of a burned out idea, and I think they fucked their lore so much that no one cares anymore. I think they've got to start fresh. A fresh pair of yoga pants on Nova. Start there. And just build. Dragon Age MMO. I would not trust BioWare to be able to build fucking chess with a Dragon Age theme at this point, let alone an MMO.
So with that said, perhaps World of Warcraft 2, as in the box, the collector's edition, the expansion, the title itself will never exist.
Yes.
Instead, Blizzard has found a different way. Bit.
So basically, this whole video is fuck you, suck my dick, there's never going to be a WoW 2.
By bit, they're going to consume and overtake and replace all these old systems one by one. Or perhaps...
Okay, so they're gonna Overwatch 2 it. They're gonna Overwatch 2 it and they think it's gonna work. These fucking dumbasses.
When the credits roll on the World Soul Saga, we'll see a message. World of Warcraft, a realm reborn.
That would be the worst timeline, and that's why I think it's gonna happen. This just depressed me. It's a good video, but it depressed me. Alright, I'm not going to watch the rest of this. I'll watch this tomorrow. I want to play the Isle. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a piss. And then Ilgi, if you're still here, I missed you. Come back to me, my sweet prince. And let's play some fucking the Isle. Guild Wars 2's tomorrow. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a piss and then we're going to do it. Either way, I want to play this game. I want to see what it's like. God, that just made me more depressed. I hope there's no WoW 2. There's never going to be a StarCraft MMO, unfortunately. I wish there would be. Where's the Isle? MNOPQRSTHI. I'll be right back. Ugh. God damn. It's so fucking cold out there. I whipped my dick out to take a piss, and I lost an entire inch. So technically speaking, I became trans for a little while there. So now I understand their struggle. What the hell did you send me? What is this? Top Korean developers are vying for StarCraft IP rights. Oh no! No, that's so bad. That's so fucking terrible. Yes, I'm ready, Ilgi. This is so terrible because this just means that any StarCraft MMO that comes out is just going to be a burning pile of fucking pay-to-win garbage. You didn't clean your hands, it's fine. See, what I do is I dip my cock in disinfectant in the morning. StarCraft 2 Gacha MMO. Oh god. I'll drag you into a private one. Ilgi, we'll just join the interview channel. We'll go from there. We'll see if people can hear you. What up? Okay, no one else can hear you. Hold on. That's a me problem.
I don't know.
Oh wait, there we go. We can hear you.
I hear the music instead.
Hold on. Let me turn the music off so we can see if we can hear you. Say
Yeah,
something.
but I can only hear you on stream. I hear the music on Discord.
Okay, they can hear you. You can't hear me, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so my responses are delayed. 'Cause
Right.
I have to wait.
Can you hear me now? I'm assuming you can't hear me now. Fuck. What about now? What about now?
Ah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay.
That's just because I was trying to, when I was with Mark, like I was trying to strap on a AI system to it, and I did it really shittily because I didn't have enough time to prepare, and it looked like trash.
I remember.
God, I regret that stream.
But first, we need to make sure that you have the right aisle branch, because there's like a weird thing with the aisle.
Okay.
It's like a. Which branch do you have? Let me see. It's yours.
I don't know if this is the right one. You tell me. It says you played this recently for 1 minute.
Wait, right click on the aisle there on the left, like in your library.
Yeah.
And do. Wait, I have to remember how to do this. I think you click.
Yes, that one, Sasha. I regret that one.
I have to remember how you do it, but basically it's a branch called the aisle Everyma. That's the right branch that you want. I forget how you do it though.
Wait, what?
It's somewhere in there. It's like maybe it's in like properties or something, but like it's a specific branch. Wait, let me find it.
Installed files, betas.
Everyma, how to play Everyma the aisle.
Evrima public branch.
Yeah, that's the one, and you need to install it. Shouldn't take too long, and it's a small game.
Select the beta you would like to opt into. It just said, oh, okay, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, it'll make you just install it, yeah.
Okay, no wonder this doesn't have a large player base.
Yeah, the one that I usually play, Path of Titans, actually has a large player base, but that's more like it's more of like a social MMO type thing, and it would take like for a one-time play session, it wouldn't be that interesting, yeah.
All right. Well, let's find out.
Yeah, this one is more of it's like hardcore survival horror.
Speaking of StarCraft 2, I remember a guy made a pseudo MMO in the arcade. Cannot recall the name. You know, I've looked at like StarCraft, and I thought there's actually like I know there's people who make like games in the background the same way they used to do with Warcraft 3. And I think, you know what, a new game genre could pop up from it if Blizzard didn't go out of their way to say, fuck you, we own all the rights to everything you make, you pieces of shit. Because they don't want another Dota to happen. I genuinely think that another entirely new genre of game could come out of a game like SE2, if they weren't like that. Okay, so Evrima, do I hit play then?
Yeah.
Or do I have to do a handstand, show my asshole to the developer, like what? Is it good now?
Well, this game kind of hates its players in the sense of that it's like the most badly optimized game I've ever played in my life.
Hold on, here in the north we have a piss funnel that goes out the wall for a fast piss. That's efficient. I need to get myself one of those. Korea doesn't care much about StarCraft 2. Yeah, but they do care about StarCraft. They do care about the OG, and that's good enough. They could make something out of that. Hello?
Hey,
Where's the game? What the fuck?
Did it not open?
It's running install script.
Yeah,
How
so
about
this
this
game
game?
like is the most badly optimized piece of shit like game that I've ever played. Basically, the last time I played with one of my friends, an AI pig crashed both our games.
Nice.
Yes.
I don't know about this game. I'd rather watch Muck playing Baldur's Gate 3. I can't blame you for that, Faith. If that's where you'd rather be, do it. He does deserve the support rather than me. Plus, Baldur's Gate 3 is a really fucking fun game, dude. I'm a sucker for shit like that. Does this game even open?
Is it still doing the like?
It's just
install
running
thing?
install script. Like, what the fuck?
The fuck? Maybe cancel it and try again. I don't know.
Yeah, let's hold on. This will give me an opportunity to at least update the fucking title. What the hell? You broke my PC.
Told you some like worstly optimized game that exists.
How many people made this game?
I have no clue.
Try Arcanum at some point.
No, it's doing the same thing again. Running install script.
Let's troubleshoot. Help. The Isle. Stuck on running install script. I should actually ask an AI because Google search is dog shit.
Yeah.
Isle is stuck on that. It usually indicates an issue with a required software. Microsoft, again, being a problem. Troubleshooting, verifying game files, updating necessary software, ensuring you have it. You're fucking kidding me. I've got to verify the game files.
It doesn't take long usually when I do it. I mean, if
God
it doesn't
damn
work,
it.
it doesn't work. It's not the end of the
God
world.
fucking damn it.
Let me see you.
In recent years, it's also one of the most played mini games. Hold on. Desert Strike is an ancient arcade game in SC2. It's basically an auto battler which became its own genre. Yeah, isn't that like similar to TFT and Dota Overlords? Muck is still upset last time I checked. I don't blame him for being upset. I spurged out fucking hard on him, so I can't be up. Like, if I burned that bridge, that's 110% my fault.
What did you do?
No, I was a fucking spurg and my trolling was retarded instead of subtle and well placed out between things. So that's 100% my fault. If he's mad, that's completely understandable.
I sent you a clip from the other game, the other dinosaur game that I play of what I like to do in that game. If you want to check it out on Discord. So I just fly around and look for baby dinosaurs, which
Nice.
are other players.
So wait, this is another dinosaur game. This is not the same
that's the
one.
one I usually play. The one I send you is the one I usually play.
It's not fucking loading.
Yeah, that's just Discord. It being ass.
Please don't tell me my internet just dropped out. That would suck.
No, it didn't. That's just Discord.
Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Now it loaded. The fuck is this? So this isn't the Isle.
No, this is the other game. Also play with sound so you can just hear the...
Are those other players?
Those are players, yeah.
Okay, so basically you're just Jeffrey Epsteining them. You're looking for the babies.
That's what I do in this game. I just fly around looking for babies and murder them in cold blood.
Jesus.
Oh,
Ark,
that's
but
the
you're
other
the
game.
dinosaur, not the dickhead.
Yeah, it's basically that one.
Jesus,
Half
what
of
the
Titan.
Okay, hold on. Why
Maybe
is this
try
game breaking?
ChatGPT this time instead of the fucking Google
What's
AI
my
thing.
fucking search term? Verify clear Steam's download cache. Restart your PC. That's not happening.
Yeah, I don't. That's weird.
Right-click the Isle executable in your Steam folder and run as. Okay.
That never fixes anything.
It never does it?
It's like not even once has it fixed anything for me. Well, you can try. I mean, the easiest way would be maybe try just uninstalling and reinstalling it, because it did it instantly anyway, so it doesn't really.
Huh. Yeah, I really shattered his trust on that one. That was my bad. If I try another one and it works, what then? Like if I try Spiro.
I don't know if the other ones have players, but if they do, we can try them. Wait, what if you? Yeah, try that and see what happens.
Let's see if that works.
Maybe if you just like uninstall and just re-download
Yeah, I'll try that next. I'll try that next. See if that works.
Let me try and find another video of me just killing an innocent child dinosaur until you do to keep you entertained. Let's see.
Rose would say random shit that yeah. No, I was kind of spurging out hard. That's entirely my fault. This game is giving me malware vibes. The only reason I'm trusting it at all, Missive, is because it's on Steam, right?
Well, it's not malware, but like it might as well be with the way it's optimized. It's just so poorly optimized. That's what I told you. Like, I think the other game you would like, but it's like the other game is more of a long-term experience instead of like a I'll play it one time thing. If you play it one time, you're just gonna get bored.
No, I want to see what it's about at least.
Well, if this doesn't work, you can try the other one out. If this doesn't work,
I'll do a reinstall quick. If it doesn't work, then I'll just say fuck it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Also, I sent you another clip of me murdering an innocent child.
Update your graphic card driver. It should work.
Yeah, there's no way it's not.
Thank you.
It's never that.
I appreciate that useless response.
Maybe try ChatGPT instead of.
Hold on, let's try a video.
If you're getting this message on Steam,
we've got a Nigerian telling us how to fix it.
Whenever you try to launch the game, which says running install script Microsoft VC redistributable, then I will guide you on how to fix.
That's not even the same thing as
you. So listen to this tutorial very.
But maybe it is the right solution.
Now, fix running install script Microsoft VC redistributable on Steam.
Oh man, he's got this open in Google Docs. He knows what he's doing.
As you see it here on the screenshot. To fix this problem is very easy. The first step you need to try is delete the app info file. So in most cases, a lot of people are able to find the solution by deleting the app info file. And you can find the
I don't trust this. I don't trust this.
Well, the other things he has on the bottom are the same. Like he has the download Microsoft C++. Let me try ChatGPT.
Hold on, I barely remember. It was just random pushing the line at random times. Other than the first 20 minutes where he did that weird voiceover shit. Yeah. Barely make it out because Rose had his volume set so low it sounded like a hobo. Yeah, it wasn't me who had it set so low.
Wait, where does it get stuck? I forgot what the message was.
Yeah, Linux doesn't have this problem. Yeah, Linux doesn't have this game as well. Linux doesn't have any games yet. Give it 10 years. Then Linux will be like the main dominating system. And no one will give a fuck about Microsoft. And the new Microsoft CEO will be coming out being like, to use the new Windows 25, you have to insert 5 microphones into your asshole. And there'll just be a crowd of investors being like, woo, yeah! And no one will be using it.
What's the error message that it gave you before when you... Not the error message, like, what was it?
Running install script.
Okay.
In 10 years, it's not going to matter. That's true. According to Al Gore, 10 years ago, we were supposed to be underwater, so it's definitely going to happen 10 years from now, right? No, it's not that. I know it's not that.
ChatGPT has some other solutions. Let me send you.
Hold on, let me see if Grok has any solutions for me.
If you want, like, the first 3 that I sent you from the ChatGPT's conversation are different. So maybe one of those will work.
Grok will tell me fuck off, Lamau. That's your issue. Initial quick fixes. Wait it out. Wait.
Yeah. Don't just no. Okay, the clear download cache also, like the ChatGPT also told me that. You're on the other version. Let's see.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see if it works at all.
Nope, it stays on the running script thing.
Fuck.
Try the ones that check the ones that I sent you from ChatGPT.
Okay, I'll
try
check them
those
now.
3, and if they don't work, then just fuck it. Also, switch to the actual branch. So, like, you try to fix it
What you
using
got?
that branch.
Okay. Download cache. Let's try that. Settings.
Yeah, switch to the correct one before you do it. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
If this one works, then
It's not. It's not working, so might as well fucking switch, right?
just gonna make you re-download it. Is it? Oh no. Oh yeah, it has an update now.
Normally I enable compatibility mode and then disable again later. And admin Steam. Not the game. Maybe I'll give that a try. Maybe I'll admin Steam and see if that works. I'm looking for quick solutions here.
Yeah, that's why I sent you those 3, because they seem pretty easy.
But let's finish this download and we'll go from there. Jesus Christ. This game better suck my fucking cock within the first 5 seconds of playing it for all this hassle.
Oh yeah, the developers of this game hate their players. Like, it's like when it turns nighttime, it's just black. Like, you can't see.
It's pretty racist, but okay. Right, let's give this a try again. Nope. God.
I found another one that says that clearing the download cache works. So try that.
I'll try that one next. God, I don't think I have a Steam icon.
Settings,
Fuck.
downloads, clear. Why the fuck? Why is one of the sources for that Bethesda support?
It's probably because it happens to a lot of Bethesda games, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably like, yeah, these guys fuck it up all the time, so everyone knows the solutions using their games. Element of
Go to settings. Go to settings. Where are settings on Steam?
Where the fuck is settings? God damn it,
Is
Steve. Okay, there we go.
And then
Downloads?
downloads and clear download cache.
Clear cache.
Yes.
Fuck. I'd be very disappointed if this just fucks up everything.
Well, it's doing something.
Is it gonna reopen?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's me. I'd appreciate it if Steam doesn't show my login information. That would be great, thanks.
Windows 11 is so fancy. I don't want to switch to it.
It fucking sucks. It's got so much bloatware.
Yeah,
It sucks ass. Do not switch.
The problem is if you try to build a new PC, most of the ones that they offer have like.
It was all downhill after Windows Vista. That's when it all went wrong. HI the Isle.
Why don't you just search for it on the thing? Okay.
Because I'm a lazy fuck and I don't like using the search. Oh my god, it did something.
Oh, see, I told you.
When you're done with that, accept your friend request on Steam. Yeah, I will. I almost never look at the friends and chat on Steam. It's like the worst thing. I fucking avoid that shit like the plague. Just because I'm a lazy fuck and I never open it.
We need to find a server. And the only go to Europe one is, well, it's not full. It still has some slots.
What's that's going on? Okay, full screen. Windowed full screen, please. DLSS. I don't know what that does. Do that do good? No, it's AI. Okay. Off.
I
Shadows,
would put like
medium.
it doesn't matter how good your PC is. Put stuff to low on this game. It's just.
Well, we'll set everything to medium. Just to be, you know, 3D resolution. Did it just... Okay, well, I'm going to leave that alone because I feel like if I touch the resolution button, things are going to go wrong.
Probably.
This game is giving me, like, crackhead vibes. I feel like touching too much shit gets it. It's going to have a stroke.
Yeah, I'm just... One of the most annoying parts about this game is... If, like, on one server, if you want to play on a different dinosaur, like, your dinosaur has to die.
Okay, what's a skin creator? Is this like when we choose the length and breadth of our foreskin, or like...
I don't know, because, like, you choose your, like, skin after you go into the...
Yeah, I was... Look, Sasha, I was straight up being too much of an autist. I do not blame him for fucking hating me. Who the fuck is out here playing as a herbivore?
Yeah, wait, give me a second before... Wait, did you choose a server, or is it, like...
No, it's just going...
Oh, yeah, there might be, like, a small tutorial thing or something, I don't know.
I think let's go back. Hold on. Please be aware this beta branch is undergoing active development and you may experience gameplay disruptions, such as bugs, unfinished mechanics, and performance issues.
Yeah, that would be a way to put it. Oh, yeah, also, this game doesn't have an in-game map, so you have to have the map open in, like, on a browser.
We're going old school with this shit. Play as a human.
I'm trying to kill myself, but nothing is appearing to end me.
Okay, wait. How do we join the same thing? Or do we have to select a server?
Well, yeah, we have to select a server, but the thing is, that's why I'm trying to kill myself so I can have a.
And then do we find each other like two gay lost lover dinosaurs trying to dock?
Something is kidding. Wait.
Otherwise, you can just tell me what server you're in.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, but I'm just trying to get something to kill me. Bro, kill me, please. Oh yeah,
is there open VC in this game?
Nope. You're a dinosaur, how would that make sense?
Don't worry, Keith, there's something called the VOD. You can always look at that.
Bro, I killed it instead of it killing me.
Like Rust used to be, at least not in-game. Yeah, I'm playing the dinosaur game, Corrigan. It's a good thing you're here. I was thinking about writing your name on my butthole. With the O being in the right spot, but you weren't here yet, so... I'm glad you showed up.
Like a respawn command. Kill. Okay, well, the server... Yeah, the server I'm on is the... If you sort through ping, it's the EU Central one with 107 players.
107 players.
It's like the 5th one in your list.
EU Central.
Bro, you scroll, it's like the 5th one from the top.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, I'm just trying to... Maybe you can kill me with something so I can fucking respawn as the same thing as you. Wait.
Why the fuck do you remember? I always remember that. I remember everything, Corrigan.
Come on. On the aisle.
This is your legacy. It's like, you know, you have a Down syndrome baby. You're now known as Downy Dad for the rest of your life. That's how it works.
Server to kill. How to kill myself on public server.
Dinosaur voice chat would be dope if you could only make dinosaur noises. That would be so good. Imagine you have to it's like Rust and you kind of have to build like a translator. Wait, why can't I pick humans?
They're not in the game.
Damn it.
Yeah, so what the most fun thing is if you go to carnivores, the Dinosuchus, which is like the dinosaur.
Hold on, I'm gonna pick my favorite dinosaur. It has 107 teeth. You should Google that.
I don't want to. I don't think I want to. Bro,
damn, they only give you 2?
It's because you're in omnivores.
Holy fuck, there's literally a bunch of goddamn Fucking dinosaurs when it comes to carnivores, and there's only 2 omnivores.
Yeah, the one that we're probably gonna play that's the most fun in my experience is a Deinosuchus, which is like the dinosaur, the crocodile dinosaur. But like, in order to grow in this game, you have to like kill stuff and eat them, and you have to have a balanced diet.
The dinosaur.
Oh wait, I hear something. It might be able to kill me. Please, something come kill me.
Mesozoic lawnmower. Alright, so you're saying go for the crocodile.
Yeah,
Good,
but I'm
solid
still
choice.
trying.
Hot take for anyone in chat who hasn't figured this out. Crocodile belongs on pizza.
Okay.
You all complaining about pineapple. I'm gonna give you the hot take. Dinosaur, I mean, fucking, yeah. Living modern dinosaur belongs on pizza.
I've been,
Of course,
like,
we're gonna play
running
as
around
the dick crocodile.
I've been running around and screaming, and nothing has killed me yet.
Pick Triceratops and be the homicidal try. Nah, because I feel like I'm gonna get fucked over because I don't know what I'm doing. I think being low to the ground and being able to hide in the water is probably going to be such a huge advantage. I'm going to be honest with you. It's hard to get crocodile meat here in Norway. That, you know what, that sounds like a Norway problem.
Okay, I've moved on to trying to
Aw.
drown myself now.
It's kind of cute. Male display. What do we
Please
like?
tell
Show
me
our
there's a
cock?
way to like wipe character data. Okay, wait, let me open some.
Okay, that one changed something.
I wipe character data somehow. So
Well, okay, I'm gonna follow the traditions of what I know in my country, which is black is the most dangerous. Oh my god, it's got so many eye colors. It's so pretty. How is it that this game has more fucking options than most MMOs do when it comes to selecting things? This is disappointing. Listen, I'm not gonna name him Crocluck. I think I fucked with Muckluck enough. I think I fucked that up. He doesn't need anything more from me right now. I think that poor man never wants to interact with me again, and I don't blame him. Growth preview. Oh, holy shit.
yeah, they're big when they grow.
God damn.
Bro,
And we
please,
start off as nothing.
I can't kill myself. This is.
I don't think we get to name him.
I think no. I'm pretty sure you do. Before you actually create. But I'm just trying to like die with this fucking dinosaur. Well, it doesn't matter to be honest if you start before me. But like you spawn in a random place and like we're gonna have to use the external map to check our coordinates and like meet
I can get him to stream with you again. Faith, I think he doesn't want to even hear my name right now, so leave him alone. That poor man has been through enough shit because of me, okay? I think I fucked up too much for him. I don't blame him for being pissed off with me. And if he never wants to deal with me again, that's 100% my fault. What the fuck? Okay. If I look at OBS, I can see something. If I look at my monitor, I don't see shit.
If you press X, it has like a tiny night vision mode. But I told you, like, it's very bad during night.
God damn, where's the contrast?
Like I told you, the developers of this game just hate the
Rendering technique, away light bounce. Okay, I'm gonna need that. We're gonna need some of that shit. I need some contrast, motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm still trying to die.
Oh, it's probably like the middle of the night. And okay.
You're underwater, that's why.
Oh, there we go. Okay, it's like WoW mechanics. Okay,
yeah,
so that's
now
how we
if you
bite.
press,
Oh,
if
shit.
You press
We can swim
press
fast.
tab,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the thing to open. So basically, there's a you see like on the top right, latitude and longitude. You can use those coordinates. If you go to the link I send you in Discord, you can like paste them in, and it'll show you where you are on the map.
Wait.
Maybe you can come and fucking kill me, cause.
Okay, I'm opening the map. I'm opening the minor attracted person. I'm not seeing... Oh, okay. There we go. Well, where the fuck are you?
Did you input your stuff? On the top left, there's a thing you can input your latitude and longitude.
Oh, what? No, I don't know how to do that. I'm
told
still
you, if
figuring
you
out
press-
fucking controls, dude.
Okay, do you figure out the controls and then we'll go over this? Because I'm still trying to kill myself anyways.
So there's literally no map in this game.
Nope.
Which is kind of awesome, because why would a crocodile be able to read a fucking map?
Why wouldn't it? I need to find a hill and jump off it.
Okay, are they like NPCs to eat, or like...
Yeah, that's why the crocodiles are a good one, because, like, fish spawn, so, like, but they don't spawn all the time, that's the thing. It's like, so it's hard to get them, but like, with the land dinosaurs, it's even harder in this game.
So basically, you're nerfing yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus, you turn off the night vision, everything just goes black.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking into a shopping center in my country.
How has like not a single thing shown up to kill me? This is insane. If you figure out where you are on the map, maybe I can come find you and you can kill me so I can actually spawn in.
I mean, there's a swamp. And you said, okay.
Top right, latitude and longitude.
Yeah, okay, so you
don't
can't
need
copy
the
those.
decimals.
Oh,
You
wait,
don't
you
need
can.
the decimals.
Okay. Then I could
Yeah,
just...
you don't really need the decimals, just the... And you just put a comma and like put lat and long. And it won't be super obvious, but it'll show you where you are. Like there'll be a tiny thing.
Hit show. Okay. I'm south of the big hexagon thing.
Can you wait? Pull up the map on the.
So I'm like here.
I'm waiting for that.
Where are you?
I see where you're...
Is this
I
going to be
think I'm
another
not
Life
left-
is Feudal where you're on the other side of the fucking map?
I think I'm a bit more north than you, but let me do mine. Wait, can you actually just put in mine? It's 334 and 99.
334.99.
Yeah. I don't think I'm that far.
Oh shit. Okay, you're not that far away.
Wait, pull it up on screen so I can compare.
Oh yeah, of course, we always got to compare lengths. So like, you're there, apparently. And I'm here.
Oh, where am I?
You're like...
Oh, okay,
I'm
so...
to the west of you, you're to the east of me.
Wait, I'm the one on the east?
Yes.
Okay, so I need to go west and you need to go west.
Now,
So
if only I knew which direction was east and west.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna tell you. If you press Q...
Like Q?
Like that, yeah, a line is gonna show up, and if you like look around...
Yeah.
The thing that's pointing at the top is north, and the thing that's pointing at the bottom is south.
Yo, that... I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at, but I do see chicken. I see a
Oh yeah,
chicken
that means
drumstick.
there's food. That means there's food near you. You need that to grow.
This is pre-alpha
But yeah,
arc.
if you look around a lot, like if you 180 or 360, it'll like
Yeah.
you'll see at one point it's gonna be pointing up, and the other point is gonna be pointing down. You
Okay,
saw it
so
for a
up
bit.
is north, down is
yeah,
south.
like don't worry about the other things for now. Just use that to.
Goes
And I'll
south.
come find you and you can kill me so I can spawn in as a thing and it's
So
probably
I
going to spawn me
I
on the
think
other
it's
side of the
east would be this way then.
Alright.
If I remember how to read a compass, which I don't have the confidence to believe I do. But okay.
Wait, something's calling me. Maybe I can get it to kill me.
Oh man, I'm slow on... Okay, never mind, I'm not slow on land. I just need to run.
Oh, you are? No, you're factor. Like, stamina goes out super quickly on land, so try and avoid it if you can. Wait, where am I supposed to be going? I forgot.
You're supposed to be going to the west.
Okay. So this way.
Will you show up on the Skyrim HUD or not?
Maybe. Oh, someone's near me.
Was I growing just being alive? I think I was. 5.9%, yeah.
Can you please kill me?
Crocs can run at 20 miles per hour, yeah, in a sprint. They just can't turn very good. I see they've got that right.
Oh, there's
It's like the crocodile hunter once said.
Kill.
If you're gonna run away from a croc, you gotta zigzag.
Let me try. I need to pull out the translator.
And that was right before he said, fucking stingray got me.
English. I'm trying to get them to kill me.
If the physics are correct, this game could be neat. I mean, so far it's looking pretty good for an alpha. Holy shit.
No, it's been on alpha for like 73 years.
Oh, okay. So it's
one of those.
It's still outperforming New World's alpha. Go to hell for that Owen joke. Look, I was already going to hell. I'm just trying to secure a VIP seat at this point, Faith.
Yeah, I fucking like put it in a translator for him because he's Portuguese, and I told him to kill me, and he's killing me.
Oh god damn it! So now you're gonna die.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted this time. So
okay, what? Okay, I should have been chasing.
You can keep moving that way. You can maybe keep moving that way because there's like two small things that. Ah, finally I died. I can finally join as a croc. Okay, so let me tell you actually how the growth works. So basically, there's 3 or 4 types of diet.
Okay.
And you have to choose. You have to like have if you get a balanced diet, you get a higher growth per like rate.
Okay, so you can't just like eat one thing.
Well, you can, but you'll grow slower.
I might. 339.77.
I'm trying to. Okay.
Am I even moving in the correct direction, or am I just fucking this up?
Okay, let me tell you where I spawned this time.
I'm
no,
moving
I think I'm super far away this time. I'm at minus 375, 340. Minus 300.
Getting 140. Yeah, this is a 4090, dude. I'm so glad those crazy people in Cape Town were like...
Oh my god. I'm so far from you. If you... Maybe I should kill myself again. Try to spawn somewhere.
I don't even know where the fuck I am.
Is there anything that can kill me here? Oh, I'm in the huge lake. Oh, I'm definitely...
You're in the huge lake?
Good.
If you... There's a huge lake? This is gonna be
if you open the top right... I'm on the top right of the map. There's like a mass... Like, there's like the big lake top right of the map.
So, by this dam thing here, or way at the top?
Way at the top.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I want to kill myself again.
Oh, damn it.
Also, if you go to tab and press on character, you see there's like on the bottom right of their screen, there's like a DNA thing. If you click on that, you can select an ability, and like when you hit growth stages, it'll let you select another
on the
one.
Mutations?
Yeah.
Well, it's only offering me one. Oh, wait. What the fuck is this?
If you click on the thing that's, yeah.
Do extra damage on a bleeding target.
We don't really do bleed, so...
Restore some thirst. Deal more damage to animals with low health. Recover health slightly faster. Your water drains more slowly. Full damage hits stamina. before draining health. Food drains more slowly. That seems like it's going to be important.
Yeah, that
Footprints
one's pretty
fade much
helpful.
faster. Resist or reduce fracture damage. Oh, Jesus. Is fracture damage in this game?
Yeah, this game is very realistic.
Less
Like,
hindered.
there's a bunch of shit.
Jesus, like, these guys are putting in some fucking work. Now, if only they could optimize their game.
Can someone kill me, please?
Resist or reduce. Ooh, I'm going for that. I'm going for that shit now. I need that. I get the feeling I'm gonna starve to death though. Cause I ain't seeing any chicken wings here. Are you
There's
frame
usually-
capped? Yes.
There's usually fish in the water. But like you
Ooh,
have to
how do you find the fish? I'm nothing but a baby crocodile. How the fuck would I know how to do anything? Mom abandoned me.
like I just found a big fish.
She went for Newports and she never came back, and now
If
I'm
you
wondering
bite
if she
it,
was.
it'll just clamp it.
Yeah, I can't see shit here. My monitor is actually 165, but I put it down to 14.4 because I was getting like an inverse ghosting effect on it. I've been fiddling with this fucking monitor for 4 weeks now, like dialing it in perfectly. When I was playing with Muckluck on Vermintide, I was getting some vicious inverse ghosting. It was real fucking bad. Ooh. Man, you
Well,
gotta
I'm
keep the
slowly
night
but
vision on
surely-
real hard.
Yeah, you got it. Oh, I hear something. Maybe it can kill me.
How do you find anything? There's fuck all here.
Yeah, it's because you're in the fucking swamp, that's why. I mean, in a way, you're lucky because it's safer.
There should be 1 or 2 Shreks in here at least.
I mean, maybe there are, you just haven't found them.
Man, can you imagine they put humans in this game?
I think they did it, like, I think one of the other branches had them, but people just didn't like it or something.
They probably fucked the humans up immediately.
Yeah, probably. Oh. Yes, eat me, please.
Crocodiles based on instinct.
Yes,
Well,
it ate me.
This one came out with brain damage.
Okay, I've successfully died again to a big carnivore. Yeah, don't. Oh, by the way, what I'll say is like never trust anyone in this game.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. I get that vibe already from this game. This is not the everyone's your friend game.
I spawned right next to a bigger crocodile, but where am I?
So like Rust. Yeah, pretty much like Rust. There are no fish. Not a single fucking fish. I saw chicken drumsticks on the horizon, and instead of going towards them, I was like, I'm gonna go towards where Yogi is. Like a dumbass.
Maybe you should go back to the chickens. I mean, I'm closer this time, but I'm still pretty far. Now I'll get this thing to kill me again.
I don't know where you are.
Can you kill me, please? Yes, please. Oh, he offered to kill me.
He's just gonna keep trying.
Yep.
By the time you get to me, it's just gonna be somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say don't die like by the time I get to you, because you're gonna. Also, if you want, like, if you've kept moving, recheck your coordinates because you might be somewhere else now.
So 33659. I have not gone far. Holy shit. I gotta starve to death before you find me, to be honest.
I spawn in the same place.
Can you dive? I can. But the problem with diving is, what the fuck am I looking at here?
I spawn.
This game is blacker than my country. What do you want from me? Can't see shit.
Let me. Bro, I spawn like all the way up to the.
What is this game? I just saw your messages now, Keith. This is a dinosaur game that's kind of like an MMO thing. That's in
Well,
alpha.
This isn't the MMO one. The MMO one is the other one.
Yeah, I figured, but I wanted to give it a try with you, see how it worked. I can always worry about it being an MMO or not later, and then try that other version. Pre-alpha shit is what it looks like. Well, I tell you what, it's better pre-alpha shit than what New World was, and I played the shit out of that. I've got a high tolerance for fucking garbage. I played MMOs my entire life. What did you expect?
There's a lot of baby dinosaurs where I am. Oh, I heard a big one. Where is it?
What is this fucking disc thing that's on the HUD?
Disc.
This like hill thing with two eyes.
That's like some place that herbivores go to eat.
Okay, I should probably be heading towards that thing.
Well, you're tiny, so you should probably try and eat some other things first. But
I would love to.
another baby.
Apparently, I was fucking born in swampy Ethiopia. There's no food here.
Can you kill me, please? I wanna spawn somewhere else.
This game is co-op or single player. As far as I'm aware, you can there's like a group button here that you can join up with.
Yeah, we have to be close though.
So you can single play it, you can co-op it, but it's multiplayer and there's basically other people all over the map. Well, at least there's 5 other people.
I've found like 20 people at this point.
You found 20, I found fucking nobody.
Please tell me I spawned some. Okay, this time I'm somewhere else. Let's see where I am. I'm at minus 270, 56. Let's see.
Minus 270, 56. So, longitude-wise, you're in a straight line with me. Latitude, you're a very long distance away.
Yeah, I'm closer. Are you close to dying? Let's see.
I'm like half starving.
If you want, you know what?
Okay.
If you want, just head like no. If you find like that stream, that big stream, the streams on the east.
Yeah.
If you go to those, I think, and you start moving up, I'll start moving to the south and like come to you, maybe.
The stream to the east.
There's like the rivers are connected from the east side of the island, like they go up.
You mean okay, so I have to go to like this weird little thing here.
Well, yeah, probably.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's another person here this time, so no one can eat me.
3652. Okay, where the fuck am I? They really need to put a map in this goddamn game.
Kill me, please.
I went in one big fucking circle. Okay, I have to move east, northeast, east. And they'll give me a better chance if I don't fucking starve to death first.
It would be funny if we die at the same time and I spawn there and you spawn where I was before.
Hold on, if you find an in-game player and there's built-in voice chat, please, for the love of God, only use dinosaur noises to communicate. I'd love to, but there's no in-game voice chat as far as I'm aware. If they ever add it, I'd love to do that. It's always funny how survival games make you find your friends for co-op. Yeah, I think it's like a baseline, fuck you. They didn't think about this kind of thing. They were thinking about how do they get you to build the next wooden shelter that you're gonna abandon in 5 minutes.
That's why the other game I play, like I actually usually play Path of Titans. I play in a community server which has like custom commands and like you can teleport to people and stuff like that. So
yeah, makes sense. Does this game have a cash drop? I don't think so.
No, I don't think
it
so. It
fucking better not.
The caveat that comes with that is because it's a custom server, it has like a bunch of rules that you have to follow.
Alright, so I should head northeast. So I'm just gonna keep doing that until I starve to death. Wait, if my hunger bar hits empty, I die, right?
Yeah, you'll just start losing health.
Fuck.
Well, it might not be
maybe
such a bad thing
herbivore
if
is
you-
actually the way to go because you can just eat anything. This is bullshit right now.
Well, it's because you're on land, that's why. I found many fish.
I found fuck all fish. Fucking nothing out here. Literally nothing on the HUD around me. Jesus.
Oh, it's morning, finally. Now I can turn off the, like...
Oh, thank God, I can actually... Nope, never mind, I can't see shit. Apparently I can't take my fucking spectacles off.
I took them off and it's fine because there's sunlight here. Let's see, how close are you to starving? Nah, you still have a bit of it.
I can imagine if there was in-game voice chat in this game, there's just some guy playing a dinosaur running around making sex noises at everyone.
I wonder if you're even going in the right direction.
Probably not. I think I am.
I don't know if I'm going in the right direction either, to be honest.
I'm kind of land raiding here.
I think I also am going in the right direction.
What intrepid, engaging gameplay this has been so far.
Right? Yeah, the most boring thing is the start trying to find the other person.
Apparently, the most boring thing is trying to find a goddamn fish to eat. They don't
There's
exist.
so many fish where I am. It's insane. Like some of them are tiny. It's hard to see them. Like you'll see them like jump on the surface of the water.
Yeah, there's no jumping on the surface of the fucking water here.
What is that? Is that a crocodile? If it is, I'm eating it. If it's another one of me. Let's see, what is this? It's just a log.
What's up, Claris? How you doing? It's been a while since I've seen your name.
Oh, I wish
Guild Wars
this game
2. I need to see Mark traumatized. Yeah, I don't think he's going to want anything to do with me for a while. Plus, I think the next video I'm probably going to be working on is a Black Desert Online video. I'm not giving up on Guild Wars 2 and any videos in the future, but I need
Star Citizen.
a vast quantity of information. Yeah, there's also a Star Citizen video I want to make.
I've been waiting for that one for 2 years.
Yeah, it needs time to cook because I heard Star Citizen got worse and like moved into outright scam territory. And yes, there's a Spellforce one, but that's going to be like one 4-hour-long video. I quite literally this morning only finished the very first Spellforce game after like 150 hours of gameplay.
Also, we should play that game Core Punk again. More fish.
Do they not show up on the HUD? Apparently they fucking do, but I don't see shit. Do the fish not show up on the HUD?
No, it only shows up like if there's like a dead body, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I'm definitely starving to death.
Oh, I caught a fish.
Fuck you. How is it that I've not seen a single fish?
I'm out of stamina. Are you perhaps looking for fish on the land?
I'm not even going to justify that with an answer.
I feel
motherfucker.
like I feel like that's something you might do. I don't know.
Have you played Star Wars The Old Republic? Yes. I have in the past, but not like to an in-depth length. I've got plans for that, but I don't know how well they'll work out. Because the big oh my god, is that a fish? Holy shit, I think I just saw some fish.
Oh, you're like I just checked your stream. How are you still in the fucking swamp?
How do fish eat? Do I just like bite them or like?
Yeah, if you bite it, it'll pick it up, and then you have to go to land to eat it. I'm pretty sure. Actually, you might be able to eat it on the surface of the water too if you manage to clamp it. Yeah, cause like go under the surface to like grab it. Don't just
I've got it. I've got a fish finally.
Have you?
Starving African crocodile finally gets something
I think
to eat.
you might be able to eat it in the water too. Just like get on the surface and don't move and press E.
And press E.
And it'll eat it, I think. But you have to be like on the surface.
Oh shit! There we go. Oh shit! Look at that. What's the dinosaur foot meter? What the fuck is that?
That's just stamina.
Oh, okay. And how do you refill that?
You just like, if you just stay like on the bottom for a bit.
Okay, I suppose I gotta go underwater to find the fish, right?
Well, that's
what the
usually
fuck is this black line here? What the hell?
Black line. Oh, yeah, that's what I meant when I said this game is just...
Okay, that's a graphical error, probably.
Yeah.
Up, fishy, fishy, fishy. Did I get it? No.
See, you're finding fish.
Fucking most incompetent crocodile in the world.
You're probably also in the exact same fucking spot. I'm making small baby step progress.
Hold on. Okay, I need to somehow convince Muck to play Sator. He doesn't think he'll enjoy it. It's got a lot of similarities to Thingy.
Guild Wars.
To Guild Wars, but I wouldn't say it's like nearly the same thing. I think what's gonna irritate the shit out of him is probably gonna be the way EA has treated the performance of the game. And its optimization. Because the second you alt-tab out of that game for a second, it fucking shuts down and needs to reload itself. And its resolution's not great. You're full fine dude. Listen, this is a crocodile game, not Grinder, Faith. Now let's find Ilgi. Okay, what's your thing?
I'll tell you when my game stops crashing, which is not now, but if on the map, if you open the map on a stream, I can tell you, because I remember where I was.
I'm setting a resolution because this shit is pissing me off. Break, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the resolution should work. Like, it works fine.
It just didn't have, like, a set resolution. I was doing weird shit. Okay, there we go. Why are you playing Sweet Home Alabama Simulator? Well, you see, I grew up, you see, I grew up as a single child, and I really wanted to know what it was like to fuck my sister. Right. Unfortunately, they didn't put humans in the game, so I figured I'd go for the other species in Alabama. The politician.
Yeah, if you open the map thing, I can tell you where I was.
Okay. Oh my god, this game feels like it's gonna break every time I alt-tab.
I'm surprised.
Okay, where are you?
Wait, my game is crashed. Okay, so no, zoom out, zoom all the way out.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for it to actually zoom out on the stream. So like that lake, like top middle.
Top middle. This one. With the one on it.
No, like to the top right of that. Like just to the northeast of that.
The one with the yellow dam thing. That's where you are.
I'm just entering the stream, like where the stream starts, like under that lake.
Oh Jesus,
I'm
okay.
Trying
Let me
to
see where I am. Will observe it. $276.81.
Are you close?
I don't know. Every time I alt-tab out of this map, I think my game's gonna crash.
Yeah, that's a solid fear you have.
No, I'm not. I'm not even close. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Well, let's begin the long journey. This is just like fucking whatchamacallit?
Life is futile.
This is just like Life is Futile, and the best part was we got to the same part of the map, only to discover that we weren't even in the we weren't even in the same server. that they lied. They pulled a No Man's Sky and in Life is Feudal. You think you're in the same server as everyone else. Because they say there's only one server, and then you get there and you realize, no, it's a single instance. Fucking rats. It's fine, I'm a little bigger. Turns out I'm a grower, not a shower. Nest. What?
So bad.
Okay. This game is very pretty, though. It is. It is quite good looking. For an alpha, not bad. What are the shadows? I've dropped the quality on the shadows because, as everyone knows, shadows are worthless in games. Are we going to see Ilgi? Probably not.
Yeah, I'll keep it a buck with you. We're probably not gonna manage to meet up, but we can hope.
I get a feeling like I'm gonna get close to him, and then someone's just gonna come fucking murk me. My crocodile doesn't even know what a balanced diet is. It's just fucking eating fish.
I mean, I'm on a good diet, it says. But my stamina keeps running out.
God, where do I even go from here? I'm hearing sounds. They're either ducks or another player fucking something up. Let's go investigate. Maybe this is just ambient noises. I think those are probably just ambient noises. I can't even go underwater. It's too shallow. Oh, it's birds. There's birds in the sky. That's what it is. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to head north.
Well, you need to head, like, east before you head north, I think, don't you?
Probably. This game is nearly pawned for Super God. Nearly. They just need to add the dinosaur dicks in and he's good to go. Anything worse is Bloom that scales way too high in motion blur. Probably. I'd say motion blur is probably the worst. Like, I don't know why people put motion blur in games and thinks it's a good idea. I never understood that. My eyes are fucking blurry enough on a normal ass day. I don't need more of that. I don't know what, like, where this became a standard idea in gaming that we need motion blur, but it's the dumbest fucking setting in the world. Who plays with motion blur? Sure, you want to run your game like a piece of shit at, you know, at like 30 FPS? You want to give janky shadows? Fine, sure, okay, I'll still play your game. But why the fuck would you put motion blur in a game? It seems like such a wasted feature. Why even bother?
Yeah, I'm making good progress. I'm almost at the first grade.
I'll check where I am now. I accidentally closed the map you sent me, but I'm scared to open it back up.
It's probably gonna depress you.
You can check for me. 224,
Yeah, tell me.
113.
Yeah, you're almost like you need to go a bit more to the east, and if you follow the shoreline and head east, you're gonna like hit the point where it connects to the other river, but you might have to pass like a tiny bit of land.
Okay, that's fine. What happens if your stamina runs out, by the way?
I don't know how yours hasn't run out yet.
It's going to run out soon. I haven't been.
Yeah,
I
but
haven't
I don't
been
know how
right
it
clicking.
hasn't.
I only
But
discovered
mine
that
runs
right
out-
click makes me move faster now.
Mine runs out just like from swimming.
Told you, this
Does
is-
yours not?
I told you, this is an African crocodile. No food.
Fuck.
Zero food.
Bullshit.
But it does move. It's got a lot of stamina.
Yeah, it regains super slowly. Like you need to just keep still and like it regains super slowly. when it
Holy
runs
shit.
out.
And I'm just gonna like drown here until that happens.
Yeah, you have good oxygen, so you'll be right. But like, yeah, like it regains super slowly.
And once again, I'm faced with the dilemma of no fish.
It's not exactly a dilemma.
Wait, this game has been in alpha for 10 years. Are you serious?
I told you it's been
Holy
like
shit.
in development for a long time.
They better hurry the fuck up.
No, this
Ashes
game is
Creation
actively,
might beat them.
This game is actively dying. Another stream when you'll have like you'll have time from the start of the story, from the start of their stream, or even on a day that you don't stream.
Yeah.
Like we can play the other game, and I'll teach you how to play that one, because that one is actually not dying, which is good.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And that one like will be actually able to meet up from the start. I can also nest you in that one with a dinosaur.
Hold on. Any games I work on from now on will have motion blur slider, and it won't be hooked up to anything. And there will be no motion blur. Good. No, actually, just delete motion blur. Don't even have it in the game. Just delete it entirely. It shouldn't be there. I will say, though, seeing motion blur in the settings in every single video game and everyone acting like it's normal tells me how much of a fucking absolute G Jesus was. Because he saw us do that and he still chose to die on the cross for us. Because if I saw that, I'm hopping off that lowercase t. I'll be like, fuck you, live with your sins. You deserve this.
So I'm encountering I have encountered an issue.
You've encountered a what?
An issue. I'm stuck in a pond that's surrounded by rocks, and there's no exit point.
Well, that's not good.
That is most definitely not good.
Time to starve to death. And that's when I learned you
that's
spawned right where I was, and now I've got to turn the fuck around and try and figure out where you are.
I would still take less time trying to get out of this.
This game is boring as shit. The only entertaining thing is watching you struggle with it. That's fair, Faith. But I did want to try this out.
I'll give it like 15 more minutes, and if there hasn't been solid progress, then let's just say fuck it.
Yeah, you know what? After a while, I'll say fuck it, and we'll switch over to Guild Wars 2.
And when you actually have lots of time, let me know, and we can. I'll teach you how to play the other game.
Yeah, we could play it off stream because damn.
No, the other one's actually interesting, but we can also play it off stream. Yeah. Oh, I think I made it out.
I lost the water. This is how I die. Not with a dinosaur roar, but with a whimper. I won't. Don't worry, Super. Jesus Christ, dude. These guys, how the fuck do you evolve? Yeah, I don't know. We need, you know what, they do need humans in this game, but start us off as like Australopithecus or some shit. It's just a bunch of fucking monkeys trying not to get your shit pushed in. I think this is how you
I fell
evolve.
in the same pond again. Okay, you know what? I give up. I fell in the same pond. Let's just call it a day.
Alright.
Because it's like, I'm just stuck in this
God
pond. I don't know
damn, what a disaster. This fucking game.
Yeah, now you see why this game is dying from. Now you see why I actually normally play the other game.
You know what the thing is? This could be a good game. I think, okay, so I think this thing is probably in perma alpha mode.
Yeah.
If it's, why play the owl when you can play Spore? That's fair. You know what, Sasha? I'm not even gonna take that as like you're joking. That's a fair take. This could be a good game if they got it out faster, they had a better development team, and they weren't perma stuck in alpha.
Yeah, you should probably switch to Guild Wars before your viewership goes to like...
Yeah, it's fine. Everyone's gone to bed anyway. Right. I gave it a try. We got nowhere.
I mean,
We squirmed around.
It was a dead end. Tell me when you have time to try the other one. Is actually interesting. I promise you. So
You know,
tell me when you have time.
I'll take some time to download that one. Right, on to Guild Wars 2.
It's called Path of Titan. So good luck with that, and good luck with Guild Wars. I'm gonna probably go to sleep.
Yeah, go to bed.
Bye bye.
Just shame. God damn it! I just wanted to play a game with Yogi. Ah, fuck that. What a fucking disaster of a game. Jesus Christ, it's still better than Bitcraft. Don't make me want to try Bitcraft now, Jesus Christ. What a fucking mess. What a horror show. That could have actually been a good game if they'd spent the time developing it properly. I've been gathering for 11 hours. I would have given up after 2, dude. Interested in Chrono Odyssey? Yes. I do want to play Chrono Odyssey, but I expect it to be like the newest pay-to-win cash shop slop that falls apart after 10 seconds. Right, I expect it to be another one of the games like Throne and Liberty where people are interested in it until they hit the end game and then no one gives a fuck anymore. That's what I 100% expect out of that game. Stop being a doomer. I can't help it, Corrigan. That game just made me suicidal. Holy Jesus, dude.
I feel furious.
It's always sad to see a game that's got like potential and it then fucks its own potential into the dirt. That's always very sad to see. I don't like that. I don't like it when that happens, and that happens too often, especially in MMOs. It's made me a gigantic, cynical fuck about everything. Now then, where was I? Last time, something happened with Brahim. He met his mom. His mom was like, I wish you'd been aborted. Brahim said, me too, Lamau. And then we started gathering people's attention. We were convincing the Norn to go deal with dragons. And now we're convincing the Char. That's the last thing I remember. I remember, what's his face? Ritlock being a good mentor to Rox. And telling her not to give up the pussy to Brahim, which is honestly solid advice. Also, what's up, Mega Crackhead? Thanks for the resub. You didn't have to do that, man. How's it going? Depressing. That game was fucking sad. What the fuck potential did it have besides pretty characters? That game could be a very interesting PvP game. It could be a game if it had a smaller arena and more players, where a bunch of interesting shit keeps happening, and someone could grow to the size of, like, a fucking raid boss, and then everyone forms different factions and takes them down, gets to be parts of different groups. There's a lot that can happen there, but none of it is happening because it's a game that's essentially dead. It's a zombie game. I can see it being interesting if players could have more interactions with each other. But I think the issue is the way they've built that game out, at least on that server, not the MMO one, you're almost never going to see another player. Especially because they've overestimated their player base size. Also, I don't know why I'm doing all of this.
Cooling down.
When I need to be looking at... What the fuck is happening here? Oh. We've got a whack job around us. Where is the marker I'm looking for? God damn it. It's gonna make me run for it. Oh well. Lowing World Season 2, Ritlock is going to jail for what he's going to do now. Oh? Oh, well, thank you, Super. I should have realized that was you as a purple character. Whoop. You know, map exploration's good and all. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care about it too much. It's nice for me to do that second hand. Holy shit. NX, what the hell are you doing? No, don't do that, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Thank you. Don't do that again. For your own sanity, you should be spending that money on yourself. What the f... Yeah, ordinary rock pile. Yeah, you just fucked me over a little bit there. I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate doing taxes, and every time someone does a sub, it makes me register that now I need to write more shit down and put it in an Excel spreadsheet. And it's both, depressing. But also, it's like I can't be mad at you because you're throwing money at me, so thank you very much. Don't ever do that again. I promise you the stream is free. You better care about map exploration. That sounds like future me's problem, Sasha. God, you know how difficult it is to deal with taxes when you have to try and explain to a South African government. What the f... Okay. Okay, here we go. I see that this is not going to go my way. Oh, and I keep not avoiding the AoE. Of course. What the fuck? Yep, saw that one coming. I don't know why I even chose to fight this battle. I need to be the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Fuck this thing. I'm sitting here battling a goddamn boss monster in the open world. Fuck that thing. Is taxes on Twitch annoying to deal with? Yes. So think about it this way, right? If you're in the US and you're a streamer and you're dealing with taxes, you only have to worry about one tax thing because it's all US based, right?
Is discovery.
But when you look at it from the perspective of being in a third country, right, or a second country to the US, you have to worry about the tax coming out of the US. You have to worry about filling in the forms that deal with US tax because that's where it's based, which then translates to, does your country have an agreement with the US for certain tax ideals when it comes to South Africa? And luckily South Africa does, so it's a little bit easier because there's a tax agreement that goes through there. But then you need to fill out a separate form, which is different from the original form. And I think it's a WT8 form. that they try and make you fill out, but the problem is South Africa, they want a TIN form. One of the TIN forms, I think. I can't remember exactly because it fucking blows my mind every time I have to do this. So there's a US tax, there's a South African tax, and then on top of the South African tax, there's an income tax you have to deal with. So you get taxed 3 times.
We're ferocious warriors. Rawr.
Is that?
Oh yes, I can see that. Come closer, my little champion. I have something for you. It's a warrior's prize, worthy of your courage.
She's gonna kill them, aren't she? She's gonna kill all these little shits.
I want one. What is it? An unbreakable shield? Is it a flaming sword like Tribune Brimstone's? It's something even better, little ones.
She's gonna kill him.
For your bravery, I reward you with...
death.
endless torment!
Yeah, saw that coming. Nope, still invulnerable.
Don't run away, children. Come back and play with me. Forever.
Yep, there we go.
I feel furious.
Saw that shit coming. The Crown Fragment pulls towards an old house in the Iron Marches. Okay, so it's probably inside the house. Yo, just die. It's cool. Just die. Oh, for fuck's sake, she's invincible, isn't it? God damn it. I need to kill the ghosts. Don't you hate it when a game has logic in it?
Wow! Did you see that?
Where's the other one? There we go. I'm gonna hit everything along the way. I can see it.
Might and glory.
It's really weird how much easier this game is when you stop treating it like it's tab targeting. I'm still getting used to that adjustment, but I noticed that things got a lot easier the second I was like, okay, this is action combat, not tab targeting.
It's poisonous.
I suppose that's plenty of fresh souls. Plenty to keep me occupied.
Just die, bitch. She's a ghost and she needs to turn Char kids into ghosts to do her school teacher fantasies. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
What happened? Is she gone?
This is definitely a repressed memory.
I want them back.
Bria, release the children. Do not condemn them for your own purposes.
Oh, she opened the door. Fuck out of my way, I need to get in that house.
Are mine.
I saw that
and I will
coming.
consume your old dusty souls as well.
Safe from home.
God damn it. That was a huge AoE. Did he release the children? You know what's real fucked up about the dirty stuff is we will never know the full extent of it, because there's no fucking way that guy wasn't directly tied into the Epstein shit. We will never know the true extent of what happened there.
Swift and steady.
Come on. Just die. Just die, bitch.
Help me! Help me!
Oh shit.
That was incredible!
Action cam is for console gamers who can't transition. Yeah, they're not trons enough. Man, this bitch is annoying.
No, I will not die. I cannot die.
No, you cannot. But I'll
Also, I hate the action camera. The more I've tried it out, the more I hate the action camera.
I didn't know that was
So I'm
possible.
not going to do that, Sasha. I actually prefer playing in the tab targeting system, but playing it like it's an action combat. I don't know why that feels so much better, it just does.
Yes, and in time she will regain all of her strength and abilities, even as a ghost.
Great. Let's get out of here before that
I bet the action camera is pretty nice if you're
You're
melee,
young not to play in these woods any longer.
or if you can aim. But I can't. Finally, the rock pile. A faint glow of a crown fragment shines through the rubble. Right. That means there's one more. Wait, they had one fragment and there were 4 fragments total. Wait, no, that's just a portal. Let's go all the way back here. You don't have to click more, you just hit the tab button, Faith. Hence tab targeting. But everyone's going to play it differently depending on their preferences. I'm old school. Right, I think about it. You play WoW for long enough, it leaves you with enough brain damage that any other system feels weird. It's just how it is.
You made it. Not that I doubted you for a minute. Have you met Imperator Smolder? I know you by reputation. I've also received your request.
Oh, hey, buddy.
If this mission eliminates even a portion of the enemy, I will attend your summit.
You definitely
What's the
don't look
plan,
like evil Simba. What you got for me? You back? Did you have any luck? Yes, I found them all. Great, give me the crown. Alright, tell me about the ritual. It all hinges on Sahothan, my sword. There were originally 2 of them, Sahothan and another called Magda. Okay, we were talking about that before we left. They were given to the Ascalonians as protection against the invasion. Go on. A couple hundred years or so, Sahothan was wielded by Rurik, son of King Adelburn. He was killed by a stone summit... Wait, a stone summit dwarf. It came into my care several years ago. How did you get it? Irrelevant. Ooh. Ooh, that means he stole it. How would you like more the Krogans or the Asura to exist? Krogans. 100% the Krogans, though they'd be best friends with the Char. Adelburn used to curse the Ascalonians. I've long suspected the Sahothan is the blade that can break the curse. Okay, so how? I've had my snout buried in old scrolls and books at the Priory. One of the scholars there has been helping me tack together the history. I finally found reference to a ritual. And you trust the source. It's got an Orion stamp, which makes it so old, it's got to be legitimate. In any case, I have to try. If it works, we'll be free. Tell me what you need. Once we're inside, we need to channel ghost essence into the sword to fire it up. That means slashing lots of ghosts. So high stakes, big danger, sounds like fun. Let's go. Cool. Now, is this guy going to be an asshole or not? We may be here on a fool's errand, but it's worth a try. Ritlock has done the impossible before. These ghosts have plagued my people for too long. I spend every day looking for ways to end it. If this works, it would be a boon for both the Char and humans. True, it must be infuriating for humans, even those who aren't descended from Ascalonians. I imagine it feels like being perpetually stuck in a war. Yeah, all the more reason why this needs work. Your help is not going unnoticed. I do just about anything for Ritlock and Rocks. That's pretty gay. I take that back. That's gay. I mean, look, out of all the characters we've had to deal with so far, Braham's the worst. Rocks is okay. The Sesame Timber lesbians aren't bad. Timey's only functionally there because she's got heavy plot armor. Right. But I'd want Timey dead, and I'd want Braham to live a long, excruciating, suffering life, because he's just an appendix character. Looks like we've got everything we need. The crown you put together is historic. It's practically crackles with the weight of Ascalonian ancestors. If this works, we'll go down in history ourselves. Do you think it will? I mean, surely getting rid of all those ghosts can't be this easy. Who said it was easy? Getting the crown was no stroll. And on the other side of fate, we've got ghosts building up, just waiting for someone to come through. I hope the essences can charge Sohothan. I guess we'll find out.
That should be everything we need to cleanse the foe fire.
How do you know this will work?
Ritlock to pick the sword over
because I
GF.
said so.
You're right on choice.
Point, Brimstone. Yes, sir.
I had an hour phone call and your is still kicking. I last saw you were an alligator. Yeah. I was walking around in a game that's essentially dead, wondering how good it was. It was just a fucking mess.
We don't know what's down there. Be ready for anything.
Wait, am I literally just doing the Char starter quest right now? I'm pretty sure I went down here with my Char. We're just redoing the same fucking place. What the fuck?
I feel furious.
Why are we doing this? They could have used any other region in the game, but they just keep on coming back to this fucking place. Oh, at least these enemies go down easy. Just like the girls I knew in university. Seriously though, they were dirty whores. Jesus Christ. Yes you did. Yes, you're back in the same place, but to clean the statue for good now. Oh, okay, so last time it was just practice jerking off the statue. This time it's for real.
The tomb is just ahead.
You're breaking the law right now.
Fire cleansing. It's a place of power.
I guess there's no turning back once we step through that arch, huh?
You prefer to go back to the Farrar, cub?
No, sir.
I want him to say nothing, Whipnipper. My character's voice sounds terrible. And like, I think one of the options they need in Guild Wars 2, if they update the character creator, is they should give more voice options for your character itself. Because it just sounds disastrously bad. You have to be ready. This could go in any direction. There's no way of predicting what this ritual will do. I'm ready. Or more tits options. Oh, always more tits options.
I hope this works.
Also, give me a bulge slider.
For luck.
Let my plant guy have a massive plant dick.
When you were a cub. Come on.
Just dragging along the ground. It's just a debuff over encumbered. I can't run above a certain speed because of my massive plant eggplant.
You're gonna like it even
That would be great.
Damn. They're possessing what's left of Baradin's statue.
Oh, god damn it again.
Someone once told me nothing worth fighting for is ever easy.
This is gonna be so strange if you play a Char character.
Only when I feel like it. Didn't dodge that one. Sweet and steady.
I'm not gonna dodge this next one, I can feel it. Where's Ritlock in them? Oh, they're not doing shit. Thanks, I appreciate it. Let's fight one ghost instead of the actual fucking problem. That's cool, dude.
We need to kill ghosts to charge Sohothan.
Oh, we've got to kill the ghosts. Okay, so I was doing the wrong thing, as usual.
Safe from harm.
You might want to watch out for the repair guy. The repair guy? But is there a dude, like, repairing the statue? Whoop! Ah, damn it. It was too late on that dodge.
Swift and
Oh, shit. Okay. Stay away from the balls. Stop the repair guy, which is that guy over there. I think I get the picture now.
Suhathan is charged with the ghost's power. Let's see how effective this is.
God damn it! Get my ass up, Rocks.
Safe from harm.
Motherfucker.
Might and glory.
Fuck that up.
I feel furious.
Can I just stand here and bang?
To kill ghosts to charge Suhathan.
Okay, we're back to square one. Don't like that thing. Don't like the orb. Stop that, dude. Get this down. Man. It's pretty fucking disastrous that it's taken me this long just to figure out how to use the engineer's rifle. Where's the ghosts? Oh, there. Feels kind of bad knowing I'm so fucking stupid it took me this long to figure out the system of how to actually play a ranged weapon.
Suhathan is charged. Let's take that shield
Especially
down.
considering that I tried like Guardian. I tried Mesmer with a sword. I'm fine with that fear. That takes me out of the AoE.
Safe from harm.
Ow. Come on. Come on, he's nearly dead. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. There we go. Rifle is the worst weapon on the engineer.
I free you from this curse.
I don't know, I've heard good things about Mechanist Rifle and how everyone loves it. That looks pretty cool.
I have to go after it. Without it, we'll never end this war. Go!
I need to go
shit.
after him.
The portal is closed. You can't.
But,
Stand down, soldier. You'll be fine. If anything, I'd be worried for the poor souls that get in his way. This is his mission, not yours.
Rip Ritlock. Never seeing him again. Brimstone will be back, don't worry. He took a lot of ghosts with him. I noticed he may not have ended the curse, but he had an effect. And you played a pivotal role. I'll come to your summit for that reason alone. Even after the cleansing failed. Cleansing's not over. Brimstone's dedication to his duty will bring him back. The least I can do is honor his commitment by attending the summit. That's good to hear. Thank you. So literally, we threw a cat into a toilet to get these guys to listen to us. That's the entire story here. I'm not so sure about that, but I'll keep my word. I'll be there. See you there. YouTube feed is now filled with aisle trash because I filled up your stream. Yeah, good luck fixing that. You know what happened is the game YouTube uses an AI to recognize what game people are playing at any point in time. And it probably just defaulted to then like, oh, so you're interested in this. And then just shit out a bunch of stuff at you immediately. The mists, I hope so. At least we know you can come back from the mists. What was he thinking? He had to go after Sahothan. I suppose. At least now we have more hope that the sword might one day break the curse. I guess it's our only chance of getting rid of the ghosts for good. My thoughts exactly. I just wish he hadn't gone in alone. I agree. If only the portal hadn't closed so quickly, I suppose there's no way to find him. No, none. The mists are vast. Are you right? I will be. My heart is still hammering. I just have to keep telling myself he'll be fine. He's been in bigger scrapes still. I know. I worry too. At least we got a character we worry about. That's not that retard Braham. At least the Imperator has agreed to come to the summit. That's one consolation. Yes, his presence is important. So Flunt is backed out. What about Queen Jenna? Flunt's waiting on Timey's device. Casimir convinced the Queen to come. Gigachard, what if they don't come? What if no one comes? I hope Braham never comes. He needs to remain a virgin until the day he dies. I can't even think about the devastating, how devastating that would be for Tyria. They must. Cool. I kind of feel like it's retarded. That they're like, we know how big of a threat the dragons are. We know what a problem they are. But fucking no one is showing up for them. That seems kind of contrived. Is that just me?
Rare loot.
That seems really dumb. Like, come on, did we not just deal with fucking,
I'm gonna come.
Of course you are. Do not come. Okay, this is the one we're dealing with. Or did we just finish episode 3? What did I miss? He insists on not upgrading any gear anyway, so everything is... Yes. Yes. Should hit Heart of Thorns before the next patch, and the next patch is buff, so he could play FD Scrapper. I'm going to play everything in order the way it was intended. I quite literally, at this point, do not care about high-end stuff. I do not give a shit about, you know, fucking optimizing my experience at all. All I care about is playing this game the way a new player would see this game and then play it. Because if I start doing the optimization thing and looking at builds and shit like that, and playing things out of order, I'm not going to understand what the average player would go through. What the average retarded, I'm playing this in order player would go through. That's why I'm playing it the way I am. Flamethrower Scrapper is the rifle mech builds for retards, but in Heart of Thorns, it'll hold you for a while. We'll see. I'm actually kind of looking forward to the moment when rifle falls apart, because I want to see where does it fall apart and what lesson do I have to learn? What lesson of hard knocks do I need to learn to run away from my default currently? Also, this is my gear. Since you're asking, right? I'm essentially wearing all the Nika's gear. And some other stuff. None of this feels important currently. The game has not actively told me to care about this. Right? Guild Wars 2 gear feels like such a minor system in comparison to everything else. And yes, I did fuck up the gear again. But I'm trying something. It doesn't matter. None of that functionally matters. You can judge it however you want. You can say I've made every retarded decision under the sun, and I probably have, and you'd be right. But guess what? So far, the game hasn't told me to care about it by punishing me hard enough to care about it. Does that make sense to you? So I want to see when this falls apart. I genuinely want to see where I get to the point where the game's like, fuck you, you're not going any further until you fix this mistake that you've made. That's what I'm looking forward to. And I want to see how that works. I want to see at what point does the game decide, okay, now it's time you need to deal with this. I hope this finds you well. I'm afraid my efforts to get to the Queen Summit haven't gone as smoothly as expected. The Queen has had a situation arise that may prevent her from attending. I'll give you full details when you arrive, but the short version is that someone is spreading rumors that Queen Jenna not only met with Evil Scarlet prior to the Queen's Jubilee celebration, but also conspired to give Scarlet the mechanical watch nights. This is of course ridiculous, but the Queen can't leave Divinity's reach until these rumors are squelched. Countess Anus has suggested that I use my intuitive ability to find... Okay, this is the detective lesbian. Or the detective lesbian's girlfriend. Pretending like they did anything while we did all the work.
Sweet.
Rifle feels like ass. Oh, it's working for me. I want to see, like, I'm serious about this. I want to see at what point does this fall the fuck apart, and I have to then go out of my way and do a little bit of hunting for hero points so that I can try one of these, maybe try something that's functional. But right now it's working. The game hasn't punished me hard enough yet to make me change my mind. Not talk about damage, but feels okay to me.
Let me catch you
I'm
up on
reducing
what's
variables.
happening. Queen Jenna can't attend the summit because someone has accused her of conspiring with Scarlet. The hearing is the same day. Someone's lying, and we have to figure out who. Soon as we know, we can confront that person and get them to recant their statement. We need to talk to everyone, find clues to the truth, and build evidence to defend the Queen. Once we discover who among them is the mastermind, we'll take action.
Sasha, it's not about having
Be
the...
careful.
Okay, I'll
These
explain.
people are suspicious and sensitive. Say something too blunt or off-putting, and they'll clam up. If we're obviously undermining their plans, they'll have us escorted out of the party, and it will all have been for nothing.
Okay, let me put it to you this way, Sasha. It's not about having the noob mindset, right? I could go out of my way to optimize the shit out of all of this, right? To look at this game from the perspective of someone who's going to min-max the shit out of this. I'm not going to do that. If I start playing the game under those systems mechanisms, I'm not playing this the way a new player would play this game. I would be playing this game the way someone who's way too experienced for MMOs is playing this game, right? Look at this from the perspective of a new player. Someone just hit level 80. They've decided they're going to go through the base game story. They're going to play like shit. They're going to do the base game shit. Like, they're going to do everything wrong until the game goes out of its way to punish them and make them do it right. I could go out of the way to learn every single piece of gear. I could go out of my way to optimize the stats. I could go to Heart of Thorns. I could go get the flying mount, skip all the jumping puzzles. I could fucking optimize the gear perfectly. But at no point in time has the game told me any of this is important. I have a second account. And I'm playing that character on a second account very fucking differently than I'm playing this character. And I need to play this character this way So I understand fundamentally what a new player would do. Someone who Guild Wars 2 is their first MMO. Guild Wars 2 is the only MMO they've ever touched. Which is why I'm doing it this way. And yes, Faith. I have cheesed it to some degree. I've seen certain parts of the story, and I regret doing it that way. I took a character, and I hopped from Heart of Thorns to a little bit of Path of Fire, right? Did a little bit of raiding, and I regret doing that. After I did that with that character on that second account, I decided to not do that. And I'm not going to make my build a little bit better either. Purely because the game has not told me to. You are looking at this as someone who's stressing out because you've played this game, because you know this game well. Look at this from the perspective of a retarded 15-year-old who's playing this game for the first time. From a single mother who just gave her kid up for adoption and decided she's going to dedicate her time to Guild Wars 2 and cares about the story, cares about the visuals, wants to know what are the best parts of this game from their bland perspective. If I don't do things that way, I lose the new player perspective, and anything I say about the game is going to be for a very niche part of the Guild Wars 2 community, as opposed to someone who might want to try this game out in the future. Does that make sense? Okay, then you're going to have half your viewers check out. Then so be it. So be it. That just means I'm not entertaining enough by myself. Most people check out when anyone plays a game. MMOs are not a good game to stream.
Who needs no introduction, the commander of the pact, and accompanying
They're slow.
the Casimir Mead.
Keep it together, Kaz. You can get through this. Be confident, like Jory.
Casimir, come over here. Don't look so glum. Care for an order? Hello, dear Casimir. Don't worry your little face over what the Herald's papers say. You'll always be noble in my eyes.
Countess Anise, that's direct and kind of you to say. I'm afraid I don't feel particularly noble.
Then we must do something about that. Nobility isn't in the blood, as so many believe. It's in your choices. Your return to grace is only a pardon away. If your talent for detecting lies is all you say,
Heart of Thorns.
Well,
it's the first
let's just say I'm
expansion
confident we
that
can
forces
convince
you
the
to
Queen your
explore the
value
open world to
overrides
earn
your father's
mandatory
misfortune.
domains. But
I only
honestly,
hope to be of some
I
small
completely
service,
agree.
Countess.
I feel
I want
like
you to
my
think about it
shortcomings
this
in the
way.
game
Oh, dear.
today are
Okay.
because
Let's
I'm
start
trying to
picking
rush
apart
everything to
we
play
say.
with other people
One of these ministers is
rather
spreading
than
lies
enjoying the
about Queen.
game itself.
Don't misunderstand, Countess. I'm certainly grateful to you for purchasing my billet and putting
Think about
it
it
to
this
work.
way, right?
I'm just not sure I understand the reasoning.
Let me put it to you this way. This is the base game experience. 1 to 80. Playing this game. Right? Through this entire experience, how valuable would you rate the idea of learning to dodge? One to 80 base game. Out of 10, 1 being the least and 10 being the most. How valuable is it to learn to dodge? In the base game. Before raids, ignoring dungeons. Maybe a 2. I could get through the entire base game, and I have with 8 separate characters. And I think on 6 of them, I forgot the dodge button existed. It was completely... It was an add-on. It was an extra. I didn't need to use the dodge once. The second I stepped into Living World Season 1...
Rose MMO. One key mistake I will say that is being made is that your perspective is the new player perspective. It's not because most people rush it, but it is the experience as intended or as close to that as you can do in this day. Just don't call it the new player's experience because it's not.
His perspective is the new player. It's not.
It's the veteran's player's experience.
It's not because most people rush it, but it's the experience as intended. So if people rush it, that means they're not experiencing it. That means they're trying to get through the content, which means it's not the new player experience because the people who are rushing it don't care about it at all. Right? So, I'd say you're right. It's about a 2. That's about how important it is for the base game. You can get through the base game without dodging. You can literally ignore it. I went into Living World Season 1. And I'd say it was less than a week that this became my default mode for learning to to dodge. This is my default now. Right? Because those fights with Scarlet, the AoEs, everything else became so valuable to just do this to get the fuck out of damage. So between 1 and 80, it was only a 2. The second I was in Living World Season 1, it felt like a 7 or an 8. The game forced me, at this point, to learn this valuable skill. And ever since I did, things got a lot easier. The game just forced me into the situation where I needed to understand that playing Guild Wars 2 is not a tab targeting system. It's not tab and your bullets shoot through every single fucking surface and you can hide behind shit and walls and stuff. You need to actually consider the AoE of your weapon and stuff. I'm asking you to learn your utilities. Why would I need to? Explain why would I need to, and how is the game forcing me to learn those utilities? If I've made it to this point in the game so far, and the game has not put me in a situation where it's told me how fundamentally important it is, why would someone who's playing an MMORPG for the first time going through this game, deciding to do the story in order, why would they think it's important? That's not the question, though, Faith. The question is, why would I need to learn those utilities? Even if my utilities aren't great. Why would I need to?
Care for an hors d'oeuvre?
Single player cannot speak for the majority of new players. It's simply impossible. I'm a veteran too since launch. That's fine. I'm not trying to speak for the majority of new players. I'm trying to see what should be the experience that a new player goes through. I'm not trying to say every single new player is going to play it this way. I'm not saying every single new player hasn't played 50 other MMOs. I'm looking at this at the most baseline kind of experience. What is the story? What are the fundamental mechanics? When does the game force me to learn something? If it doesn't force me into the situation, why would I bother with it? Why would a new player or someone who is completely inexperienced in MMOs do it? Like I said, I've got an alternate. I've got an alternate account. And I do thank you. I know I'm playing it wrong, Faith. I want you to understand. I know that I'm playing the game in the wrong way. And I know you're trying to teach me these things early. But I don't want to learn them out of order from what the game is intending me to learn them. And if it doesn't intend me to learn them, then it's fundamentally important that I go and take that, make a note of it, and say the game's not teaching me the system when it should be. Does that make sense? And if I learn it earlier than I should, I now have a completely invalid point. Because if I'm going to be making videos about this game, I need to look at this from the perspective of what is the game doing to the player. I shouldn't have done that. That was a misclick.
Your approach isn't what new players often do, which is why you will be a far superior new raider than any new player.
Okay, then I'm trying to teach you how to retain viewers. No one wants to watch you take 20 minutes to do easy shit. Well, then that's my fault. That's my problem.
Imagine saying you're going to lose half your viewers if you don't play the game the way I tell you to play. This is some god complex ass shit.
That's not what they're saying,
Man
Jimmy.
wants to learn the game as he plays. And you got this guy over here like, no, that's not good enough.
So you think about this from the wrong perspective, Faith.
He was up
If I cannot make this entertaining enough on its own, it doesn't matter how good I am at the game. Here, let me put it to you this way. How many League of Legends streamers are there?
Here, I can get you some more.
And how many of them are exceptional at League of Legends? How many of them have a viewer count above 5? Even though they're in fucking Master or Grandmaster. The skill isn't the fundamentally important part. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. That's all I'm saying. And if that's frustrating, I understand. And if that's boring to you, I understand.
The Countess all evening. I need to ask her preference on dessert.
Now, what did I have to do? Exonerate the Queen.
I wish Anise hadn't invited the ministers. They make me so uncomfortable.
Find the lying minister without arousing
Excuse
suspicion.
me, are you eavesdropping?
Think about it this way, Faith. You get to watch a complete retard play the game in a way you would never play it because you know so much better. Right? You've developed all these skills. You've learned all these things. You are...
So good to see you, Minister.
I'm willing to bet if I did a duel or a PvP match with you or anything, you'd fucking wipe the floor with me. And I would deserve to have the floor wiped. Because guess what? I'm fucking shit at the game.
Whizzle wazzle. We got the beefy sizzle
fuck?
drizzle,
What the
crunkle
fuck,
spunkle
Benji?
sauce, a lad zip zap, zoodle doodle grabber, jabba meat-tastrophe skiddly
No, I promise you would kill me. You'd nail me out because I play like shit. And it's on purpose.
Jam.
I'll give you a hint to my second account. Guardian is fucking ridiculous. When played right, Guardian is fucking ridiculous. You feel like a god. You do realize, I'm sure that it's rude to eavesdrop. Were you? No, my lady, I merely wanted to introduce myself. Oh, do I beg your pardon? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lady Aslan, and my companion here is Lady Bruna. The pleasure's all mine. Are you enjoying the party? Pleasure's all mine. What a fine evening it is. We were just saying we won't let anything spoil our fun. The Countess throws wonderful parties, but these days there are few and far between. Won't you regale us with tales about your adventure? Okay. No, my lady, merely wanted to introduce myself. Are you enjoying the party? Some of the guests have been rather tense. I wouldn't think anyone would ignore such a beautiful night as this. Oh, I'm quite sure that some of the ministers prefer dark nights like this to sunny days. That's true, in my culture as well. I don't get out much, but I would like to visit here from time. Wait, where you from? Tell me, how do you find your fair city? It's a glorious, real accomplishment. Didn't our mom just shit out a tree? Why would we call that an accomplishment? Even retards would be able to streamline a build a little, but that's what I'm saying, Faith. I don't want to streamline the build. I want Guild Wars 2 to force me into streamlining the build. That tells me where the game's threshold is. The game forced me to learn how to dodge properly. The game forced me to learn how my abilities work. The game forced me into a situation where I have to think about line of sight. Literally something I've never thought about for 15 years of playing World of Warcraft. The game forced me into a situation where I had to think about all the AoEs that are happening around me, ranges, whole bunch of other shit. Some guys... Okay, a particular minister makes you uncomfortable. Minister Caduceus, of course. He surrounds himself with intrigue, cloaks, daggers, shadows, all that nasty business. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Arbis blip-lop sing song.
Don't let him look on you. Wait, look upon you, my dear. Once he has you in his sights, you're doomed. Okay, so is that about it? I hear a minister's spreading rumors about the queen.
Caduceus would be involved in anything that undermines the queen.
I thought it was Caduceus.
But he's not the one accusing her. We have
it's
to
Warhammer
find that
coming
person.
Through. The fuck are you sending, Benji? Did you look into some of the videos about Chrono Odyssey? I did. I'm interested to see where Chrono Odyssey ends up, because I'm really, really worried that it's going to be like Throne and Liberty, where you have a decent game that's fucking ruined by pay to win and shit, and like timed events and garbage. NG is one of the worst classes for PvE. You know what? You're not wrong, Faith. After playing some of the other stuff, I don't disagree with you on that point. But what happens to the player who plays NG, right? Who plays Engineer this far? Do they just uninstall and say, fuck this? Do they just re-roll? I have a vague recollection of the crazy Sylvari in the audience with the Queen. This was well before the attack, by the way. Still don't know why I noticed her. I was expecting to see the minister. Lady Wee. She gets the vapors. Fragile constitution. Poor dear can't keep up with her husband. Apparently neither can I. I thought he was in the court day. Wait, the day Scarlet had an audience with the Queen. Were you attending the court that day? No, I was in the foyer. I saw him enter. There weren't many in attendance that day. I remember seeing a farmer. So, like, this is one of the looking at this kind of system right here, where a player would sit here and read all these options. This is one of the most ill-utilized systems that Guild Wars 2 has, is giving people options. And it's real fucking sad. If you've seen one minister, you've seen it all. If he was, then he'd probably be involved in these nasty lies about the Queen. I happen to like Minister Wee. I don't think you should disparage his reputation like that. Okay, if you've seen one minister, you've seen them all. It's the dour look on their faces.
How long have we been out of the stuffed artichokes?
Give me a second. There's a loud noise outside.
Who is that brute who's been looming over the Countess all evening? I need to ask her preference on dessert wine, but...
Okay, it's just crackheads outside. There's nothing, mate. It's nothing dangerous. Just crackheads. What traits do I have? I'm playing base. Right? Base bullshit. Garbage. Shitty. Look here. You see this? You see this? That's it. Explosives, alchemy, firearms. It is shit. It is very shit. But I'm enjoying it, even though it is shit. What the fuck? Thrown in... Ooh, Jesus. Well, it's still doing better than New World was. Hey, that's like quadruple New World's player base. Fucking I fell off hard. That's such an MMO chart. Jesus Christ. All of them, it's always the same. Every single one.
May I take your glass? If you're finished.
I'm not gonna bother. Like I said, let's see when the game tells me. Wait, what do you mean by trait? I assumed you meant these.
Jittery jesters juggling juicy jalapenos.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Joyfully
I assumed you meant this by
jackals,
trait.
Jeering jovially, jamming junkyard.
I don't even know if this is good. I was just looking at this and decided I like the pattern of this. You know, bolting explosives into the firearms and then alchemy just kind of feels like a strap-on, but, you know, I'm not even using much alchemy, to be honest. Yeah, look, I expect this to be complete fucking garbage because I didn't look at any builds. I didn't go and find some website that gives me all the answers. I looked at this shit. I read this shit. This seemed to work. And it's probably complete trash. I understand that it's trash. And that's fine. Let it be trash.
Is that cat wearing spectacles?
Isn't that the cat from the Eastern Commons?
If you're burnt out, Lloyd, what you should do is jerk off.
Oh, who put that on
Jerk
here?
off and sleep.
Adorable.
Also, I'm barely touching flamethrower. To be honest, this was... What was this before I changed it? It was boots. It was the rocket boots. That's what I was using previously. I haven't really used the flamethrower much. I have a vague recollection of that crazy Sylvari walking into an audience with the Queen. This was well before the attack on the city, by the way. I still don't know why I noticed her. Do you like gardening? Lovely pastime. Wife and I indulge ourselves little gardening from time to time, especially in our rose garden. If you like gardens, you should see the Beetlestone Gardens. Okay. Oh, I have my wife. She's a minister, and I, last week, I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of it. And an intimate affair. It was only us, Estelle Arton. Oh, wait, there's that Caduceus guy. I said his name wrong again. The usual political gossip. Casual, you know. Estelle had a moment of private discussion with Lord Catechus, I think I'm supposed to say. Thought he did the most talking, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
What is it?
Which one of these am I suppose this one. You never used that skill as far as I've seen, and I've watched you for hours and hours. What? 8? The rocket boots. I've used that multiple times. Living World Season 1, go back and see the streams. I use rocket boots. I use it way too much, actually. I launched myself into way more fucking trouble than I get out of. Because I didn't understand that when I used it, that it is a set distance. That's set distance, and I kept on launching myself into shit.
I'm not sure about this.
Go back. Go back and watch the fights I did in Living World Season 1. Want to see your traits again for a second? Sure. Just give me a second here. If he was, then he probably involved in the nasty lies about the Queen. I happen to like Minister Wee. I don't think you should disparage. Okay. Not that one. We went through this, didn't we?
I remember hearing afterward that Scarlet approached the Queen. No one paid any attention back then. Scarlet was a nobody until the Queen's Jubilee. Hors d'oeuvre.
Goes even further for you. Trait the rocket boots and tools. What do you mean? Tools. Yeah, I'll pass. I've already had enough trouble with mobility and getting this down, right? And making sure that I don't fuck it up. Where was it? Okay, that's not it. It's not that. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Oh, that's why. Now let's try that again. Okay, that's the right one. That is the wrong one. What the fuck? Yeah. Okay. And that's so weird. What the fuck? It's doing it again. I had the same problem again in Living World Season 1. That's better. Much better. There we go. Those are the right buttons. It's get out of aggro skill. Yes, and I was using it the exact wrong way. I was getting it to get into trouble instead of dodging out. I was royally fucking myself with that button.
Oh, no. Avoid anything remotely equestrian. You don't want your guests to enter your...
Alt X.
And think the Ballisters are centaurs.
Oh, you mean you want to clip it, but then you're going to have to go to Twitch. As far as I'm aware, you can only clip VODs on YouTube afterwards, but I might be wrong about that. I move too fast. There's nothing wrong with my things. Let me fuck things up. I'm going to say this again. Let me fuck things up until the game shits on me enough that I need to fix this.
Thank you.
She's far too ambitious.
You're right, there are better skills. There are, 100%. But that doesn't mean I should play it optimally. I'm going to get more punch, it's so fruity. Wait, I need to ask you something. I think that spreading rumors about the Queen would prove to be very exciting. If I may suggest you reconsider saying such things. Okay, so I kind of pissed him off there. Queen throws a good party. This isn't the Queen's work, it's Countess Anus. She's amazing, she can charm. Cream straight out of a cow, she's a mesmer. Okay, didn't get anywhere with that. Two-Face Lau, I doubt you truly appreciate the hospitality. Ooh, he's got a timer on him. My goodness, that's rather rude. I've suddenly lost taste for my food and drink. That's interesting that he has this timer here. Why does he have the timer and no one else did? Is that why Minister Estelle wants to retire? A lack of excitement. Undoubtedly, she likes to be in the thick of things, but Catechus has doing clerical work. She meets him with meets with him regularly, from what I've heard. He'll talk her out of retiring, she answered.
I've never met Minister Estelle. If she's been meeting with Catechus,
Countess Amos. Didn't you see that, Lloyd? I want to make this clear. I'm going to fuck this up. I need to fuck this up. It's going to get fucked up. Don't you worry. I know. I've got a decently optimized Guardian where I looked up a bunch of shit, where I optimized the fuck out of it.
I can take that.
I'm going to fuck this up as an engineer. My mind is spinning. So much information. Can you make heads or tails of it? We've learned a few things. First, we know how to... That quarter of the day. Okay, blah, blah. We know Catechus lets others do his dirty work. We've also heard that both Estelle and Arton have seen Catechus lately. Must be one of them. Let's talk to the minister. See, here's one of the worst parts of Guild Wars 2, right? Looking at your build, I would change one trait and one utility skill for open world. The rest is perfectly good to use. Faith. Look, I'm not even going to change it, right? Until I get to the point where I feel like, okay, I'm bored with rifle. Now I think I've gotten to the point where I know rifle well enough that I don't give a fuck about it and I want to move off and I'll probably go back to scrapper. Then I'll do that, right? I'm trying to gauge how much longevity does it have. Currently, I'm not bored of rifle yet. No, he's just got a different opinion. Aiden, he's got a different opinion, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
This shrimp bisque is
Stop right there.
I need another
don't care about your dog's new haircut.
You seem distracted, Countess. What are you looking for in this crowd? I could
Is that
lend my eyes and
okay?
ears
Thank
to
God,
your
I thought that was
search.
Traherne.
If there's nothing in particular you need me to do, would you mind if I help myself to some of your refreshments? Am I really so dull? Well,
Changing one trait in explosives will make rifle last a lot longer. See, that's important, Sasha. That's important. Because I need to know currently, by looking through this that I've built out, if I fuck this up and changing 2 things makes it better, I need to figure that out. I need to decide, am I tired of rifle? Or have I not optimized rifle better and there's better options here? Do you see what I'm saying? If I get tired of rifle, then it's time to go scrapper. Maybe it's time to try mechanist. Maybe I get to the point, at some point, before I even get to Heart of Thorns, that I'm like, okay, fuck this. I'm bored of this one skill set. I need to go get every single hero point I can get, so I can try other shit out. So let me get this straight. You've done this before. Partially. I've partially done this before, and I regret ruining that initial first experience. I skipped over the Living World season, so all of this is new to me. I didn't play an engineer to this level, but I did see.
So good to see you, Minister.
Some of this.
May I fill your glass for you?
Right, I did see some of this, and I think it was.
I can take that. Thank you.
I think it was Living World season 4. No. It wasn't
Rose,
Living
what
World
mouse do you have? And having a lot of buttons is sexy if...
What mouse do you have? G502. G502, 6 beautiful little buttons on the side. I really love this mouse. It just feels good in my hands. As I was telling my old friend, Catechus the other day, Jesus, this wrinkly fuck. God damn. Get some moisturizer, motherfucker. We really must do something about these bandits. They're a hazard. I have a reason to believe they're connected to the White Mantle. Did you see Scarlet the day she had an audience with the Queen? I did. There were 4 of us in the throne room with the Queen and Countess Anus. And the guard, of course. It was Scarlet, me, Minister Estelle, and some dirty farmer with a goat. And the Queen spoke to Scarlet. Yes, she was polite as always, but the Countess kept whispering in the Queen's ear. It was making us all nervous. Scarlet wanted permission to study the engineer that designed the Watch Knights. What did the Queen say? She respectfully declined. Scarlet was in the last line and the Queen left before there could be more discussions. Scarlet tried to say more, but the Queen apologized and hurried out. Anything else? The Savari Scarlet looked livid. She stormed out, shoving the guards out of her way. She was rather frightening, actually. I imagine that's what Countess Anus saw that made her hustle the Queen away. Cass, does this testimony line up? His description of the events perfectly matches what Anus told me. Minister Orton is telling the truth. He must not be the one. Interesting.
You've convinced me. It looks like Minister Estelle is the one spreading this horrible rumor. Let's keep at it. If we're going to confront her, we'll need serious evidence to back us up.
I know for a fact the Queen had a private talk with Scarlet. How? Everyone is saying it's...
Why am I worried about this? Because I want to make a video about it, Faith. Because for the very few moments that I did experience here, I regret doing it. Right? Which is why the entire story is what I'm going to go through, the way I want to go through, instead of trying to optimize the shit out of it and ruining the experience. That's why. And because it's not about getting it perfectly right. It's about fucking it up on purpose. Just discussing how horrible it is the Queen betrayed us all. It's a travesty. You just never know who you can trust, do you? I feel bad for the Queen, really. She looks like she got duped all along. With the rest of us, the Scarlet was no good.
And you are...
That's just a bad rumor, a lie. No, it's not. I saw with Selma in the district of the Nightfall. She wore a black woolen cloak with the hood up. The only reason I knew it was her was because I bumped into her and saw her face. If you say so.
Audacity.
Oh, here we go.
Where are your manners?
Guards, please escort these scandal mongers to the gates.
Oh no. This isn't what was supposed to happen.
That's fine, but that doesn't change my experience. They can have all the time they want in the world. What about the players who decided to play during Soto? Who picked the game up for the first time in 3 years? That's disorienting. What just happened? It felt like a mesmer spell. I think Anus created a diversion for us. Let's get back into the party. The game will punish me in due time, don't you worry.
Hors d'oeuvre?
And then you can tell me how right you were.
Mistaken. My niece knows a guard who heard from a doorman that the Queen... Oh, I've said too much.
If you had a meta build, the story dialogue would be so much easier.
Greetings.
Yeah, no, I've got the skill. Beat bitches until they tell me the truth. I should have spec'd in that. I should have spec'd in Fists of the Alcoholic Husband. Oh, you, Gigachon. You're well known in these parts. The Queen recently mentioned you were hosting a summit. She'd like very much to attend. That may be complicated. Oh, I know. These lies Estelle is spreading. Can you imagine our barefoot Queen? There we go with the barefoot shit. Skulking through the streets at night, in disguise. It's laughable. You don't think she... Okay, let's talk more about her feet. Can't imagine that. Actually, she's a mesmer. You're silly as the liar. That night, Her Majesty didn't retire until late. She had a visitor. But it wasn't Scarlet. It was a Char emissary. They were working on terms of the treaty.
Countess Anise hardly ever lets the Queen out of her sight. She and the guard will corroborate the Queen's alibi.
You went into Heart as an LA and it whipped your ass. Okay, well, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping this game kicks my fucking teeth in.
Man, it feels like the Faith has a single brain cell working overtime to get him to understand shit.
Everyone is saying it's what must
But goddamn,
nah, dude, don't worry about it.
Losing that battle.
Matins, don't worry about it. I can understand the frustration. Don't worry, I'm not blind to the frustration that some people see. Everything you've said, Faith, literally I've heard every single word of that from Super already. I promise you. Your Ellie was geared up. Good. That means I'm gonna get it even worse. And then I will be forced to evolve. And then I'll be forced to sit there and go, holy fucking shit, I'm retarded. We're just discussing. Okay. Casimir, what do you think? Her eye twitched when she said that. I don't think it's the truth. You're lying. Listen, just between you and me, I may not be telling the exact truth, but they offered me a lot of gold if I'd say I was there. Please, you can't tell anyone. You're gonna have to testify. Alright, I'll testify. I was paid to lie, but I'll never say who paid me. I don't betray old friends. Still, I wasn't comfortable. This lying bitch. She's the fucking problem. Nice tits, though. Bitches can lie to you as long as the titties are nice. Yo, have you seen my with Scarlet already? What do you mean you're with Scarlet already? All I know is Scarlet is second place to Air.
Good observation.
She's not as hot?
I had a feeling she was lying. The Queen wouldn't hold a private meeting with just
But
anyone,
she's there.
much
She's
less a
she's close
Solari with
behind.
no political
Handlebars is
connections.
right there.
This woman will testify.
You want to know, Walt? The worst set imaginable. The worst combination of shit imaginable. Right? With a fucking candy cane rifle that's basically just a fucking rifle, okay? Think about it this way. My gear is oriented in one specific direction. Power. That's it. Power. Nothing else. The game has told me nothing else matters, so just power. That's the only stat I literally care about. Everything else is secondhand to power. Everything I put on, power. That's the way the game has taught me to play so far. So I've probably made very many mistakes. Doesn't matter. The game will fix me up and fuck me up along the way.
Is lying a prerequisite for being
I see Minister Estelle has political ambitions. She's been having a lot of private meetings with Minister
Servant. It makes me so sad to think that the people who run our city, our kingdom, can't get along with each other. Now one of the ministers is spreading lies about the Queen. I'll pay for any information you have on the line, Minister. Only thing is, you have one piece of gear that isn't pure power. Wait, do I?
So good to see you, Minister.
Power is the highest stat. How is the highest stat? How is the highest stat? Highest stat. Highest stat. Highest stat. Highest stat. And that's the hammer I'm going to switch to when I finally get tired of rifle.
Care for an hors d'oeuvre?
I know I'm supposed to... No. Okay, so power again. Yeah, I know. Power. Yeah. No, the top one. Power precision. That's generous, but I have nothing to say. I'm employed by the Minister Arthur and I won't shoot myself in the foot. Okay.
You seem friendly.
Who do you work for? I beg your pardon, I don't believe that's any of your business. I only ask because I see you here ready to serve. Is there something you require or recommend? Okay, this guy's giving us fucking nothing. Had some experience with ministers. Not all are bad. Both my wife and I work for ministers. They can be like night and day. My wife works for Minister Estelle. I work for Minister Arden. Do you like your jobs? Most days. My wife has a harder time. Her minister has a gambling problem. Ooh, Jesus. I didn't know that her minister was XQC. If she's winning, she's fine. If she's not, she's dangerous. Would she know where Estelle was the night of the alleged meeting? Maybe. Estelle often visits her old friend, Lady Claire, in the evening. Ask my wife if she knows what happened. She's a good woman, won't lie, protect the minister. Thank you.
That's another witness who can help us prove the Queen's innocence.
Damn, we're just bouncing back and forth here. Thanks for the follow, Stux. Jesus. Like, this is just talk to people fucking simulator here. All of this could have been voice acted, by the way. They could have voice acted all of this. Like, we select an option and they talk back to us. What do you think? Do we have enough evidence to discredit the accusations? Plenty. The servant's wife can testify that Estelle met with the Lady Claire.
Care for an hors d'oeuvre?
That's fine, Sasha. Maybe there's a threat to her testifying will be enough to shut this down.
Take that.
What else?
Thank you.
We have multiple witnesses who say the Queen turned down Scarlet's request. Maybe if they just let crazy plant bitch do what she wanted, people would love her. Still can't believe Scarlet wanted to study with the Watch Night engineer. Thank the gods the Queen turned her down. Though what might explain Scarlet's anger when she attacked our city? What else? We know Estelle's friend was lying for her. For a pouch of gold, you mean? Estelle must have coached Lady Claire. I don't imagine it would be too hard to get her to testify to the lie. I guess they weren't such good friends after all. We're ready to confront Estelle with the evidence.
Looks like we've got everything we need. Time to expose
Yes, I know I got mail. It's probably you, Keith.
Gentlemen, please leave.
Power.
I see
Nika, please.
socializing with the
That
guests.
you know what? That's actually better. That one's actually better. Thank you. I will take that. I will take that. Like I said, the game has told me, care about power. Fine. I'll care about power. My Nika. Thank you. Keat. Wait, was it Super? Oh, okay. Thank you, Super. I did choose the wrong headpiece then. Put the rune in.
I can take that. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Damn. God damn, Grandma looking good these days. You wish you had a G-MILF like this in your life. Hello, Busy Bee. I must admit I'm a bit charmed by how you flit from flower to flower. I know all about you. You know what? Humans are pretty second place to what the Norn have to offer, but it's not bad. Can you think of another game where humans look as good as they do in Guild Wars 2?
I can take that. Thank you.
You click the open rune. Yeah, you're right. You're right, I did. Just give me a second. Okay? There we go. You're right. I rushed it. Listen closely to what Estelle says. Once she's finished, don't be afraid to ask her to repeat what she said. Press her only when you're certain she's lying. I have a question. Is it true that you work closely with Lord Catechus?
This is the Phoenix Wright Ace.
I used to work with Lord Catechus, but now that I'm considering retirement, I've started spending most of my time in the Ministry Library. I hardly ever see him. Tell me more. Admittedly, I occasionally do small tasks for him, but he's still recovering from that awful scandal. He keeps to himself most of the time. Tell me more. Imagine you could just walk up to a woman with a nice pair of tits, and every time she says something, you just say, tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. That's probably the most autistic thing you could do, and somehow I see that working for some women. You can. Tell me more while you're slipping something in their drink. Yes, tell me more. Take a drink. Tell me more. For context, if you never heard about bear bow, Rose's literally longbow, and the bear pet on Ranger, and it does well for an extremely long time. I haven't heard about it, but I do kind of like the way Ranger plays. I've played around with Ranger a little bit, but I'd say my ultimate regret is choosing NG over Ranger. It's probably the thing that I feel more comfortable with. But I do want to get NG right. I really do. Even at parties, Catechus is off doing his own thing, and I'm left to my own devices. I'm just a wallflower, really. Casimir, what do you think? She keeps backpedaling. Press her when she lies, and then present your evidence. Something I'd like to press, yeah? Minister Estelle, can you repeat that? I used to work for Lord Catechus, but now that I'm considering retirement, I've started spending most of my time in the Ministry Library. That's not what I heard. Why would I lie about something like that? He's my boss's boss's boss. I don't work directly with him. I met someone who says you see Catechus often. Admittedly, I occasionally do small tasks for him. You attended his garden party not too long ago. Oh yes, I'd nearly forgotten that. There was a large crowd there. I only saw the legate minister. The legate minister? Okay. From across the roses. I heard there was only a handful of people there. What do you say about that, G-MILF? And just a wolf, right? Shy, really? Huh? Oh yes, I barely spoke with anyone during the entire party. Beautiful garden. Witness said you had an aide with Catechus. He talked. You nodded. Fine, he and I talked, and you'll never learn the topic of discussion. It was probably if he can motorboat her. Let's be honest. This G-MILF's got it going on. I would use. You're lying to me if you're telling me you wouldn't use this old lady's pubes as floss for your teeth. Come on. Be real. Be real. You bother them until they have no option but to love you. You know what? That's not actually a bad idea, is to take a woman and harass her to the point that you never leave her alone. And she's like, why won't you leave me alone? You say, no, you spoke to me, so now everything I do is your responsibility. You have to take care of me. And you just Stockholm them into taking care of your shit for the rest of your life. I don't have to prove it. I bet Grandma here is rich enough to both bang you and still buy you a PlayStation 5 afterwards. That's a good deal. I don't have to prove it. I just have to discredit you.
So perhaps I misspoke. Apologies.
Yeah.
I shall revise my statement.
Excuse me, my face is up here. Yeah, but your tits are down here. This is how to perceive woman. Right here. Grandma got it going on. Okay. The ranking order so far is Air, Scarlet, Grandma Estelle, 3rd place.
Skip the small talk.
So what if I walk with a Lord Catechist? It means nothing. It doesn't change the fact that I was there when Scarlet had her audience with the Queen. Did you hear what the Queen discussed with Scarlet? No, they spoke too quietly, like a schoolgirl. I bet you know all about schoolgirls, huh? Friend whispering and no one else would hear. Tell me more. I must have been lost in my own thoughts while the Queen and Scarlet conspired deviously. Tell me more. I hear the word watch nights. Tell me more. Isn't that bad enough? Do you know how many people died because the Queen gave Scarlet access to the watch nights? Why are you still interrogating me? She's the criminal. Tell me more. Casimir, what do you think? She's clever and slippery, but you can nail down those lies. Catch her off guard when she slips up. Can you repeat that? That's a lie. You heard everything, didn't you, you dirty bitch? I heard hushed words, but I couldn't make them out. The Queen seemed pleased, though. Minister Arton heard everything. His ears must be better than yours. She won't hear me coming from a mile away. Bro, do you have kids? Yes, I do.
I can take that.
It's called being entertaining, Faith. Don't worry about it. I must have been lost in my own thoughts while the Queen and Scarlet conspired deviously. I heard the Queen was escorted out for her safety. You weren't there. You can't possibly know how they behaved unless you questioned the goat. I spoke with Arton. Her version agrees with the Countess's. And the goat's. Well, yes, one person's politeness is another person's friend. That means nothing.
If you must know, I'll tell you what really happened.
Damn. Alright. Final round of questioning. Is there any way I can get a ledge to get the correct angle here? That's better. Okay. Much better. It doesn't matter what happened in the throne room. The Queen arranged to meet Scarlet later that evening. She didn't want any of us to hear them, so she sneaked out. You're sticking by the claim that they arranged this in the throne room. Absolutely, their foreheads were practically touching. They were so chummy, they agreed to something. And what else could it be? Tell me more. So it was brief, a look, a smile. Maybe they had already arranged to meet later. I don't know. All I know is that I saw them under the bridge. It was the Queen and Scarlet. Tell me more. This is like... I'm just fucking imagining you're talking to a woman in a bar and all you keep saying is, tell me more. I'm not the only one who saw. There was another witness who came forward, a noble woman. Tell me more.
Care for an hors d'oeuvre?
Why are you working so hard to protect the Queen, Jenna? She sold us all out, and now she's just trying to cover her tracks. It was definitely Jenna in a red cape. Casimir, what do you think?
I can take that. Thank you.
You've been whispering the whole time. I won't have it. It's rude. Seriously? Alright. If you would please repeat your statements then. Foreheads practically touching. They were so chummy, agreed to something. And what else could be? You're crazy. Anise would never let Scarlet get that close to the queen. Oh, there we go. We get thrown out. No, we got sent to the cum dungeon. Happens all the time. Avoid suspicious. Okay, I've completely ignored that bar. Okay, so if we get too suspicious, they throw us out. Let's go find Grandma again.
Is this a part?
Yeah, I might as well start singing Grease Lightning. God damn. Okay. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more, Grandma. Casimir, what do you think? Repeat your phrase. Okay, so she was consistent with that one. Tell me more. So it was brief, a look, a smile, maybe they arranged something to meet later, I don't know. All I know is that I saw them under a bridge. It was the Queen and Scarlet. Impossible. What time did you see them? Later, about an hour, they were in the Selma district. I caught sight of the Queen's profile, nearly fainted. Why would she endanger herself like that? The Queen was in her office with a Char emissary at the time. I'm not the only one who saw her. There was another witness who came forward, a noble woman. Tell me more. Why are you working so hard to protect the Queen? Blah, blah, blah. Definitely Jenna. You told your accomplice to say it was a black cape. No, it was a red cape, I think. Have you forgotten?
Care for an hors d'oeuvre?
Grandma's forgetting. She didn't forget about those big tits. You're trying to confuse me. It was a red cape. I'm sure of it, dark red. If you and your old friend can't agree on the color of the Queen's cape... Wait, I remember now. The Queen was in a black cape. Yes, Countess Anise was in a red one. Did I forget to mention that they were both there? You know the Countess wouldn't let the Queen go anywhere else. You're saying the... Jesus Christ, what is this fucking... This really feels like I'm playing that one lawyer game. Phoenix Wright? That one? You still have the Games Expo extension. Do I? Fuck, I need to get rid of that. Give me a second. Thank you for telling me. That shit needs to get the fuck out of here. Where is that button? Where's the extensions? Hold on. All of you jerk off to Grandma quick. I'm gonna find that button. The fuck out of here. Yeah, I hope you bust the nut. That should have been enough for at least 3 rounds. Okay, back to Mesmer-tits. We have to eliminate any doubt at all. If there's even the smallest chance that Estelle is telling the truth. She's not, but we need to hear Anus say she wasn't under that bridge. I'm sure I'd have sensed if this was some kind of Mesmer cover-up. Don't you think? It doesn't matter. I'll know if the Countess is lying when we ask her. Let's go. Man, this was just straight up lore. All of this.
Hors d'oeuvre.
I'd rather go jerk off to a bear girl shitting in the woods. I know you would.
Stop. Don't approach her. It's an illusion. I am elsewhere. Find me, and we shall talk.
I mean, the speech bubble kind of gave it away. There's Countess Anus.
My apologies for the deception.
Not
but
bad.
I must go to unconventional lengths to protect Kryta.
Countess, Minister Estelle is claiming
you see that necklace there?
A secret meeting. She's implicated.
What did I say about chokers?
Nonsense. I was at no such meeting. I did, however, receive a mysterious message signed only with the initial E. The note said that Estelle was in a bandit gambling parlor when she was supposedly spying on our queen. Reminding her of this will be enough to make her drop her lie.
Chokers, I at least thought.
Faster
Look,
than fair and dignity.
that thin little black choker. That's a black belt in dick sucking. That thing she's got on, she's like a 10th Dan. She knows how to do some shit. That thing's big enough that she's walking around like it's a purple heart medal on her neck.
In your misdirection. If you can hear me through your illusion, don't worry. I will continue to draw the attention.
It's not ordinary necklace. She's a grandmaster. Yeah, no, she's in competitive rankings. She's not just like your regular diamond dick sucker.
Another interrogation. This is a party, if you haven't noticed.
Hey, Grandma. I'm back. Imagine Countess Anus had a lie to cover up for her presence at the bridge. It's her word against mine. Actually, Minister, it's several people's word against yours. What are you talking about? Has someone said they'd testify against me? We have witnesses who will support Countess Anus' story. Traitors to the ministry. Traitors. They'll find themselves at the streets soon. I doubt it. Unless you decide to get naked right now. The Queen has positions for all those who are honest and honorable. There are those of us who see the ministry's lies, and our numbers are growing. Jory would approve. Goodbye,
I can take that. Very well connected, and
Your connections can't help with this. We know what you've been up to.
What do you mean?
We know you couldn't have witnessed this supposed meeting with Scarlet. We hear you were busy meeting with some lobbyist that day.
Lobbyist? What are you talking about?
So much for subtlety. You were busy gambling with some ruffians.
No, my grandma's going out with the ruffians.
That's a baseless accusation.
Is that so, Minister Estelle? Perhaps you and I should speak privately and sort this little mess out.
Damn, this just seems like the start to a porno.
I'll be with you shortly.
Look at this shit. This is like, you know, those bad porno laws
Countess Anise,
just before the good shit happens.
To your party. It's been an entertaining and productive evening.
No one is more delighted by your presence than I. With all that socializing and skullduggery, you must be craving the longest of naps. Now that this messy affair is out of the way, I feel fairly certain Queen Jenna will attend your summit.
We live in the wrong
Estelle will
timeline.
soon see the value in cooperating with me, rather than rotting in prison for treason. I may have use for her. On a separate note, I do hope you will stay and join the Queen's entourage, Casimir.
You mean travel with the Queen to the summit? I'd be honored.
Yes, I think that's the right play. You will, of course, have time to relay the full details of your father's story
much
at
better.
that time.
Oh, I don't think the Queen would be interested in...
Nonsense.
This is so much better than the
Say
cutscene
pretty
shit
things
that
my
used to
guests
come in
and
front of
enjoy
it.
yourselves for the rest of the evening.
Man, we live in the wrong timeline. Look at how these women are dressed. Good lord. We need to make this a law that women have to dress like this. Goddamn glorious. Look at this shit. Even the side character. Damn. Look at Handlebars over here. Okay, maybe she's a little bit underage. Maybe put her in a fucking... She needs to be in a hijab until she's old enough. Never mind. Fuck that one. That one dustbin bags until she's beyond 18. I saw her from behind. It doesn't count. You must visit more often. The party wouldn't have been nearly as much fun without you. The Queen sends her gratitude. She can now attend your summit. I'll be there as well, though incognito. Wonderful news. I appreciate your support, Countess. If you have no objections, I believe I will keep dear Casimir with me for a while. We have much to talk about, don't we? They're gonna scissor, aren't they? What will Shaniqua think, Casimir? One last question. If you know Estelle was guilty, why not just out her? Put simply, I'm too close to the Queen for my claims to be believable without support. I'd lose much if our dear Jenna was incarcerated and the ministers know it. That's where you came in. I understand. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye for now.
That's valuable.
Have you seen medium tier 3 cultural human armor? I have not. Send me a link.
Ah, there you are, Countess.
Oh, wait.
I trust I played my part
Exposition.
in your charade this evening.
Put some
There,
clothes
there,
on,
Blossom.
you naked
You
fuck.
did very well as the sore green thumb at my affair. I'm sure everyone was far too intimidated by your glowering menace.
Yes, I thought you seemed rather vapid.
He at least looks more interesting than Traherne does. By like quite a wide margin, he looks more interesting. Look, that face says 16, but those tits say 21. That's all I'm saying. Why couldn't we have had Kanak instead of Traherne? Traherne seems so bland. Jesus. Oh, good lord. Please, God, let the person who keeps designing these outfits forever work in MMORPGs. I've seen what they've done for Guild Wars 2, and I want that for other MMOs. Look at DMs for the pure black version. I say again, we need to start working on that immortality shit so that whoever's doing this can always be alive and working on MMOs. Look at that under titty. Good God. Imagine taking a game that's over a decade old and you still look at the tits like, what the fuck? Now, it's no BDO. I'll give it that. It's no BDO. But it's not bad. Now then, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Mail. Okay. I have good news and bad news. I'd ask which you want first, but you know it's mail, so I choose good news first. As you may have noticed, a waypoint recalibration device worked like a champion. It's timey, isn't it? It's timey. Worked like a champion. I've been monitoring the waypoint network and the workers repair the waypoints. The vines aren't attacking again, so did I mention I'm a genius? No, you just stole Scarlet's work. Now for the bad news. It's Flunt. No surprise there. He insists that I give him a personal demonstration of how the WRD works. It's as if he doesn't believe that my device is actually causing the damage. I'm afraid he's going to try to weasel out of coming to the summit. Can you come be my backup? We may have to beat him up or something. Interesting. We're going to have to beat off Flunt. There he is. Oh, I haven't been here. Oh, wait, I have been here. I remember this. I fucked this up so many times. Corrugate, go get some goddamn sleep. No! Oh, fuck, I thought I was going to make it through there. Alright. I see how it is. Whoop. Fucked up my dodge. Fucked up my dodge again.
Glory. Ready for more.
You see, now this is one of the things that I could just skip out on if I had gone and got the flying mount, right? I could have gotten away with not having this experience. But because I'm doing it in order, I have to deal with this. I need to see how fucking annoying it's gonna be. Is it that every time I go to this waypoint? How many times do I have to go to this waypoint? How valuable is this? Do I fuck myself over every single time I come here, having to defeat that shit? Is that the last time? Do I have to do it for 7 more quests? That's valuable to me. I'll tell you what, I want to see this whole Flunt thing, then I'm going to go pass out for a little bit. I have issues with BDO. I don't know why I can't think a character's sexy. That might be psychological trauma. You know, someone may have molested you as a child if you look at one of those women and don't feel anything. No, I'm joking. It's probably like a thing. So, like, there's certain things where you just can't see the sexuality in it, right? And I don't blame you for that. A good example is everyone kept on telling me how they wanted to fuck the characters in Game of Thrones when that was on TV. And I just looked at it like, it's kind of grotesque. Like, all the porn you would want made of it is kind of in the thing itself, and it's kind of just gross. So I can't sexualize those characters in my head.
Timing's just ahead.
Oh, god damn it.
Go quickly, though. Those Asuran representatives are getting impatient.
Captain Downey is here with us.
My crewmates in Ratasum have been monitoring the Waypoint network. They say your device is affecting waypoints, not ley lines. Why?
Can't you see?
I haven't seen the animations
settings in the
enough,
waypoint, so they process the flow of
I might
magic
feel
at
that
a more
way.
stable rate. I'll put it in simple language for you. My device
Harrogate,
interfaces
go
with the
pause out, dude.
waypoints and captures on-the-spot readings of magic's rate of flow through them. Using a complicated algorithm that I devised, it calculates the exact minimum frequency required to keep the waypoint running. It then adjusts the
I'm at work.
waypoint settings.
Our readings are inconclusive.
It's
without
not
more
illegal to
information.
sleep at work.
We must demonstrate this device. Now.
What's up, Sand? It's not illegal to sleep at work, just highly ill-advised until your boss is there. Set up a tripwire. If he trips over it and goes, ow, fuck, then you know to wake up. It's that simple. I see you got my message. Thanks for coming so quickly. I hope you brought some weapons. I didn't, you walking abortion. Are you able to protect the Waypoint network? Yes. It's working as predicted. My device is recalibrating the waypoints. You mean Scarlet's device that you stole? You little shit. Making them vibrate at a lower rate like spiders. Mordrim seems attracted to the vibrations in the net. Less vibration and the Mordrim pay no attention. So it seems. But for some reason, Flunt is still asking for a demonstration. I think he wants all my secrets. Alright, give the many waypoints more juice, so it's obvious. I can increase the flow of the ley line magic to give them... Oh wait, to boost their vibrations. They'll be almost as powerful as a real waypoint. Ready when you are.
What are you whispering about over there?
We're formulating a plan to demonstrate how the device works. You'll note that this chamber has a number of waypoint-like props.
I'm licking my boss and co-workers are dope.
See, it's so easy, even a simpleton
You get to
can
lick
do
your
it.
co-workers and
Take it
boss?
away, Bram.
Nuh-uh. You're not fooling me again. Hey, boss. Why don't you take this one?
Shut up, bitch.
There's an active waypoint.
Shut up and
Well,
just
a mini one.
fuck off,
Go
dude.
take control of the recalibration device. Great. Now take aim at the waypoint and fire away till its energy's gone.
Okay. Oh, we've got to actually aim the shit.
Check your readings, bro.
Where's that one little fucking shit?
It's working. Keep at it. I want to see more.
Can I kill him? No. Damn it. You see, these are the kind of options I want in this game. That we can go through this deep, elaborate quest and do all the right things. Or we can just turn around and stab this fuck in the back. That's the kind of thing I want in this game. Those are the options that are missing. There's an achievement for that. For what? Murdering Flunt?
Whoa, that quake was not my fault. Not it. Not
Might
it.
and glory.
You're right, Tommy. There's more headed our way.
Whoop.
I feel furious.
Bro, to me. Take cover.
I love how there's nothing around us. What's the first thing that Braham does? Shit up a shield. Dumbass.
And glory.
Wait, look at your boons. Too late. Doesn't matter. I don't care about achievements. Oh shit, I do have camera shake off, you're right.
Big thing incoming, and it looks like it means business.
More than that. It's
You know,
absorbing the ley line
I'm getting
energy.
really fucking mad about
We need
this.
to make sure it can't get any more.
I don't understand why my ex keeps on getting employment in video games.
Just like before, only with
How did...
lots of
how?
evil plans.
I feel furious.
I'm supposed to use this, aren't I?
Oh, it's angry now. Watch out. It's about to attack.
Might and glory.
God damn it, I need to stop pushing that fucking button by default. Whoop! Get me out of there.
Only knew.
There we go. See what I mean? When I say I know my build is shit, I know that boss should probably be dead already. But at the same time,
Those readings say that it's hiding under a tendril.
I'm not in
Look for one
danger
that isn't
currently.
attacking back.
Might and glory.
Okay, we need to find the one that's not attacking back. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, this tendril's not attacking
Oh,
back.
holy shit, Brahim finally did something useful. That's the first
Markham is
time.
back to steal more ley line energy. Better
Get on the device.
teleportation.
I'll keep him off you. I don't want to play with the device, Timey. You and your leukemia ass can fucking deal with that shit. I don't know how we got stuck with Ricky Ritardo and the fucking Make-A-Wish Foundation child and how they are the last hope for Tyria. But I feel like we could have done better than this. At least the Diversity's Edge team had like a better all-round team, despite having an Asura amongst them. Oh, come on, come here. Come on. Drop that shield. God damn it. Oh, we're just gonna keep doing this back and forth until we fill the bars. Why can't we have like a... We should have a choice of the side like, I think this would genuinely make the game better. Is if we actually had like a choice of the side characters that we have in the story. Probably too much work and too much budget, I know. But I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be a big one. Like, let me choose Rocks instead of Timey. And let me, you know, just, you know, Timey's asleep. Pillow.
It's dead.
And I, you know, that we don't have to see her again. That's all we need to do. I was about to ask why you're not using the flamethrower until I saw the turret. Yeah, because I don't know, I've moved off with the flamethrower. I kind of got bored of it. Now I'm waiting to get bored of the rifle, then I'll move towards something else. Is it safe to emerge? You're sure? Absolutely sure. There aren't many more coming. I'm sure that was the big one. Okay. Well, the big one, as you so quaintly put it, may have friends. There won't be more. We successfully recalibrated all the waypoints. So as you can see, my device will save the entire waypoint network. You can thank me now and later. Was this demonstration to your satisfaction? You little bitch.
The waypoints are protected. Wonderful.
So, will you agree to come to the Grove Summit?
Not so fast, my muscular friend.
Oh, God.
In light of this new development, I have decided to add further stipulations to the deal.
What?
You!
Silence, Timey. As a ward of the College of Synergetics of Ratasum,
Kill
you
this guy.
are required to hand over all inventions for study and documentation.
I would kill that guy.
I hereby claim proprietorship over this waypoint recalibration device. I will hold it in trust for you until your graduation.
No! I made this on my own time, outside of Ratasum.
Irrelevant. Hand it over like a good progeny, and we will see you at the summit.
Look at this.
I won't let you take it.
Asura assuring other Asura.
Disobey your superiors, would you? Just hand it over.
Kid, come on. Calm down and think.
Told you, it's mine.
To be fair, Flunt is being a good adult.
Through. After that delinquent.
To be fair, Timey is basically the leukemia baby. Why doesn't he just let her have it so that she dies and we don't have to deal with her?
And there she goes. I swear, that kid is gonna be the death of me. My bet is she's headed deeper into the desert, and that means she's either in trouble now or will be very soon. Let's go.
He actually cares about her. You see, I understand what you mean, Shelde. Because it's like, I did this because my wife suggested this, actually. This was before we had a kid. She was like, go back. Like, have any of you watched Danny Phantom as a kid, growing up, when you were like still in school and stuff? Danny Phantom, go back and rewatch it. And you'll realize that the school teacher is not a dickhead. He actually just genuinely cares about the students. He's actually a pretty solid teacher. But no one can see that. I'm from 2004. Yeah, you know what you should have been doing? Instead of being 4 years old, you should have been buying real estate. Keat. Also, thanks for the follow. Kicksime. During the financial crash, how dare you be 4 years old instead of buying like things that cost money? Were you not on your grind? What's wrong with you? Now, how the fuck do I get there? Suppose we go out there. Start with Static Shock. Yeah, no, you know what? Static Shock is an older one. It's actually a pretty solid show. Even though the parts where Static's best friend has like a mega racist parents. It's actually a really fucking solid show. What are you doing up this early? I just never went to bed. Some of the old cartoons were great. There we go.
Might and
whoa,
glory.
Shit.
I mean, you.
This one's gonna fuck me up. Alright. Dodge out of that. I'm not fighting that thing. Fuck that. Let's get the fuck out of here. No, thank you. I don't want any. There we go. Follow Timey further into Dry Top. Okay. But seriously, go back and watch Danny Phantom. And watch the parts where the teacher is involved. And if you were a kid when you were watching Danny Phantom, you will go back and you will watch that and you'll be like, holy shit, he was a good teacher. He was just being a good teacher. He wasn't an asshole. He wasn't a dickhead. I just perceived him that way. Because as a kid, you think he's worse than he actually is. Hold on. By the way, 6:45 here. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. It's about the same, actually. It's 6:45 where I am as well. early enough in the morning that I'm getting stuck on trees. She's not even in the same area, is she? Now, how the fuck do I get over there?
I quite like the episode with Richie's racist dad. His mum wasn't racist, but what could she really do besides apologize? I also like the episode where that kid said fucking and just brings his best friend to school, and it's a fucking 9mm.
You distracted me with that fucking TTS. Fuck. There we go. What was that? Quite like the episode with Richie's racist dad. His mom wasn't racist, but what could she really do besides apologize? I also like the episode where that kid said fucking and just brings his best friend to school. And it's a fucking 9mm. Yeah, no, you know what? You know what I really appreciated about Static Shock is I think it's where Black Man Lightning started. Right, and anyone who doesn't know that, have you ever noticed how they always give the black superheroes lightning powers? I don't know why, but something about black people and electricity, they just think it goes together in the superhero world. It's one of the funniest things. I noticed this after I'd watched Static Shock for the first time in my life. I watched X-Men and I was like, okay, hold on. Storm has electric powers too. And then I saw another black superhero, I can't remember which one it was, and he also had electric powers. And I was like, I'm starting to notice a fucking trend here. What is this? I don't know why they keep doing that. Do you know why they do that? I have no idea why they do that. It's because they're always getting charged with That's fucking great. I figured it had to be like some kind of like racial connotation to do with black people being fast or something. It's like you'll always notice that the characters with the sea powers and shit are never black people. It's always whites. Yeah, all that underwater shit and swimming and stuff, it's always white people.
No! Get away from me!
Black Panther doesn't have electric powers. You're right about that. Until you realize, Mystical Tom, that he wears a black suit that gets powered up as he takes damage. He's literally powered by physical assault. He's literally black powered. Oh shit, Timmy's dead, thank God. Damn it, she's still alive. Have you seen that children's movie about the dad that hunts down his white son's black friend and wants to exterminate all of his kind and even gets the son's friend to turn on the friend? No, I haven't. I haven't seen that one.
Safe from harm.
Whoop. Fat fingered that. Let's fix these problems. Point control. Ignore everything. Dodge out of the way of that. Don't get thrown off the cliff. Yeah, this is really nice and easy. Leave Timey alone for spoiler reasons. Yeah, just leave her there to die. I don't think the game will allow us to do that. Will it? If we were lucky. If we were lucky. Brahim would die in this situation. Whoop. Where is he? There we go.
Might and
Whoop.
glory.
Get away from me. Yeah, just gently nudge him off. Just kick his ass off. Make Timey watch. Alright, Lukeem. She's literally fucking smaller than the model of air.
Timey,
just kill her already. Put her out of her misery.
Rem, they were all around me. I thought...
No, you're okay. You're fine. They're all gone.
I'm just
back.
looking around.
You're safe now.
Hey, anyone seen the new Batman? All I'm saying is this could be us if the Guild Wars 2 devs were based. We're in the right spot right now. We could make this happen. All I need is press F to interact. That's all I need. And they won't let me do it. They just won't let me do it. To that little shit. It's too soon. I need more time. If they want my device, they can wait. I'll give it up later. Remember, Timey, this is for the greater good. Explain to me how rewarding evil, not to mention theft from promising students, is for the greater good. Timey, that's just called going to university, okay? I know, it's just called going to university. You write a thesis, you put in all this work and effort and energy, and then your lecturer goes, well, guess what? You're not going to get your degree unless you give me your work and I claim credit for it. That's just how the system is. Deal with it. You're sacrificing it to get them to the summit. She's like a 10-year-old who is smart, too smart for their own good. She's a fucking plot-armored character who's full of shit. Timey is literally someone in the Guild Wars 2 writing office has a rock-hard erection, not for Timey, but for her story, and wants her to be the central focus of this fucking Living Will season episode. And it's so obnoxious. It's so fucking obnoxious. Why do I have to be the one to sacrifice something, especially something that's important? Okay, if you really don't want to give it up. No, it's okay. I understand. It just makes me mad. It's just that they don't deserve it. It's my work. No, it's not. It's not your work. You stole it from Scarlet, you little shit. But the summit is important. Thanks,
right.
Timey.
I'll do anything if it helps us get rid of Mordremoth.
That's a good decision, Progeny. You're lucky to be alive.
That's a good decision, Progeny. You're lucky to be alive.
She does this 50 times more. I'm not surprised.
Talked about.
Fine, take it.
Shut up, titty hanging out.
You pay for it.
Braham, your mom's got better tits than you. And a way better face. I'm glad you were here, kid stubborn, but I can relate. Me too, you got this. I need to get to the Grove to prepare for the summit. I'll take Timey to the Grove once she's calmed down. Losing her invention and getting cornered by the Inquest really scared her. Seeing all those leaders in one place should cheer her up, though. It's going to be quite the event. See you there. Get me the fuck away from this guy. This was Anet's lazy idea to advance the story. As lazy as it is, Faith, it's still better than the base game story. At least, even the fucking irritating characters are memorable. They learned a lot of lessons from fucking up the story in Guild Wars 2. They did a really, really good job of that. I don't like Keith. I don't like any of the base game story characters. I'm trying to think of one that I do like aside from Air. I think Ritlock, and that's about it. Did I play Guild Wars 1? Yes, a very long time ago. I played a dervish. I wasn't very good at it, but I did enjoy it. It was fun.
You seem uncomfortable being back home in the Grove, Blossom.
I despise
I didn't
both
see
puns and
Tybalt.
pet names,
Oh wait,
Countess.
of course,
But as
Foreskin.
long as you
Foreskin's
hold
also
my
a good
village, I
character.
will go where you need me.
Worried your mother might not approve of all your naughty
Dies for nothing though.
I'm sure she
Same
has
as Tybalt.
far larger concerns.
True. You are only one among her thousands of children. Not as dear to her as her firstborn, like our heroic Pact Marshal.
It may be wiser to focus such commentary on someone without a violent criminal history, Countess.
Look how cool he looks.
Thinks this is a good time to be in the Grove. Something big is happening.
Maybe Quaggins will see someone famous at this.
Look how cool this character looks. Why could we not have had him instead of Traherne? He looks way better.
We did it.
Okay,
They're all
fuck.
coming.
So they said. I'll believe it when I see it.
Everyone understands how important this is. They'll be here.
Remember your place here. We have an audience with them. It's not a party.
Agreed. We may not be able to speak at all. They're here to talk to one another.
They'll listen to the boss. I know it.
I'm gonna stop here. Because I just saw it's 7.
This envy of your older siblings.
And I need to go steal my kid from my wife so she can sleep a little bit longer. So I am going to stop there. I'm probably going to have to hop back into that instance when I'm playing again. Brahim is 10 out of 10 compared to Zoja. I haven't gotten to Zoja yet. Or maybe I have and I wiped her from my mind, but I'm pretty sure I haven't. Right? Guild Wars 2 Kanak. Hold on. Stop sending me images of your gay porn, Keith. I don't need to know about your gay homosexual porn. Okay? Keep that to yourself, young man. That is the most unsexy piece of celery I've ever seen in my life. God damn it. How dare you? I was gonna sleep and now I'm gonna go have a fucking stroke instead. Anyway, I'm gonna go pass out. I'm hoping to stream tonight as well. It's probably going to be more Guild Wars 2 because, let's be honest, I enjoy the game. And I'm still setting up for different things, especially when it comes to Black Desert Online. I'm going to go pass out now so that I can go train some kids in judo later. I'll play Vermintide 2 with you if you ever want. I'm still thinking about Vermintide 2. It's actually pretty fun. I'm still thinking about when I would. But anyway, I'm going to go duck off. You people need to fuck off. Go enjoy your life. Stop being here. Go do something with yourself. You deserve better than being in this disgusting place. With a man who looks like this. Who's going to make you look at his balls now. Good night. Goodbye. Good morning. Here you go. Get out of here.